Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you might be. If you're rubbing the sleep out of your eyes in the United Kingdom somewhere, or if you're all bright and bushy-tailed in the morning in India, or if, like Messi and me, it's early to mid-afternoon in Australia, welcome to Guerrilla Cricket's coverage of the third Test match between India and England. State of play: India won the toss and they scored 445 in their first innings, which everyone thought was probably about par because it was pretty well flat. Probably a little above par maybe because India were fielding a neophyte batting lineup. England then were looking good, very good at 224 for 2, and Ben Duckett had scored an excellent century. But then all the chickens came home to roost. The strategy of Bazball can have said to have exploded in their face, and we'll get on to whether that was a justifiable strategy to carry on with Bazball in such conditions in a moment with my two fellow commentators. But England were all out for 319, and then India showed what could be done on this surface by cruising to 196 for 2. With Jaiswal scoring another century. He retired hurt and they sent in a night watchman. But they are sitting as pretty as you can look at the end of the third day of a test match. Let me introduce you to my colleagues. First of all, bleary-eyed in the studio in Sydenham, it's Jason. Good morning to you.
Good morning, everybody. And thanks to Messi Jez's early work on the YouTube feed, we've already had a super chat.
Oh, fantastic stuff. Over to Messi, the stalwart Messi who's over in Perth.
Good morning, Forthy. Good morning to you too, Jason. Lovely to be here. It's been an interesting time. Just to let you know, the weather situation in Rajkot, it's currently 23 degrees and 41% humidity. It's going to get up to 35, but at 15% humidity. So it's going to be warm, but not sticky, which is pretty reasonable playing conditions for the players, I would imagine.
That's pretty good. Now, Jace, you mentioned
meanwhile, it's going to be,
chat.
sorry, I should mention, it's also going to be 43 degrees here in Perth. And there is a super chat from the lovely Willow Moon, who sent us £1.99. She says, I'll donate now in case I doze off before England lose. Thank you so much, Willow Moon.
Well, look, congratulations to anyone who has made it up and has wiped the sleep out of their eyes. I've got to be honest with you. If I was living in England right now, I probably wouldn't have got up for this one because I might bring Jason in to start with. Jace, how do we feel about a Bazball strategy which explodes on a day like yesterday? Is it just you're going to have a day like that every now and again and stick to your guns, or do you think some nuance ought to be brought into the thinking?
I think, yes, it's a hard one. I think in years gone past, England would have not attacked in the way that Ben Duckett did, and therefore they would have did until the ball that was going to get them out came along. And they would have, instead of being 319 all out, there'd have been 150 all out. Now, can you say that Bazball has improved their chances of winning the match? Probably not in this situation. Has it improved their chances of staying in the game? It probably has for at least another day. And that's the rub of it, I think. I think there's
How about you, Messi? How do you read it?
Well, I mean, it's going to happen from time to time, isn't it? If you don't want the attacking approach, then you've got to take out Duckett's amazing innings, don't you?
if you take Duckett's innings out, we get 150 to 200, which is...
Yeah. So
well, I must say,
what comes with the territory. And Joe Root played a divine reverse scoop for 6 during the Ashes, which won great praise. Yesterday he played a similar shot, but fucked it up.
I think
caught.
Joe Root.
All of a sudden, people are going absolutely apeshit.
Joe Root is perhaps the only batsman who doesn't need to play Bazball.
Agreed.
I think he was perfectly well scoring and rotating the strike and just being busy at the crease before Bazball came along. I think, if anything, it's been detrimental to his innings. I know his average has gone up marginally since Bazball was introduced, but he's the one thing I think has not gone well for England. The other fact is that we've got there are some England batsmen that are woefully out of form, like Bairstow, who seems to keep on getting low scores, and that can't help anybody.
Just for the teams are beginning to get onto the field, but for my two penneth, my complaint would not be against Bazball. It would be about how can the structure of English cricket send a team over to India, which is obviously got a reputation for taking spin, with once their one prime spinner had been injured, they ended up with 2 rookies. Now that's structural. The county cricket system of the past would not have thrown up 2 rookies to tour India. They would have, at the very least, have had some gnarly old Eddie Hemmings style character who they could have whistled up from the Shires to give them some stability. However, we're starting again. Do you want to do some? It looks like it's Hartley.
It is Hartley. Hartley Hare, who's about to bowl.
Shut up, Tom Hartley again. You give spinners a bad name.
Oh my goodness, and that was a very risky single. First up, Hartley to Gill, straight out to mid-off. Some oohs and some ahs, and quite sure maybe just wanting to get the legs moving, but a direct hit might have been interesting from Stokes there.
It's a somewhat short single to start your game off with.
Yeah, almost to his... he would have been home, it's true, but It's an unusual start to the morning. Usually it's steady as she goes for the first over.
But it brings this man, who the night watchman, back onto strike, and here's his jingle.
I thought that Cool Deep was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that you're deaf is my addiction.
And Kuldeep Yadav sweeps his first ball. He's left-handed. And there's a few hands on heads, because had he not connected, he'd have been plumb LBW, but he did. Didn't get all of it, but he's got a single down to long leg.
And
had a very good session in the field yesterday, Kuldeep. He got a couple of crucial wickets, including Bairstow's. And he comes again, Hartley, this time to Gill, who cuts it, but with no great pace to point.
And I'll do Trubben's jingle as well.
It's Gilly, Gilly, us and Pepper, cats and Ellenbogen by the sea.
No, that's very nice. Quite pithy, which is welcome during a spinner's over. Hartley in again. And he pings that one in. Too short. Cut, but there no doubt a boundary sweeper out there. There he is. Rayan Ahmed. And they'll just come through for one.
I think that's the first ball tester. What was the pitch going to do today if I put something into it Jadeja style?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, just we'll run it through its paces, see if anything's happened overnight. Sweating under the covers? Unlikely. In comes Hartley for his fifth ball of this first over of the day. He's got a slip and a short leg in for Kuldeep, who defends, stop ball. Kuldeep, always a joy to see him bowl. We don't get many of those left arm wrist spinners. That one actually, he missed the sweep and it hit him on the shoulder. Last ball of Hartley's over. Slight pause. Very economical run, very classical action, and defended by Kuldeep. So just the two singles off the first over of the day. India 199 for 2 at the end of the 52nd, Messi.
So over on YouTube, apart from Willow Moon, who tells us she hasn't slept yet, that's the trick. Yeah, it can't last that long, can it? We have Emily Elizabeth back with us, who hasn't been around for a little while. Good to have you back, Emily Elizabeth. And it's only 10 p.m. where she is in the USA. And Kafir is with us. He says the Tom Hartley jingle is possibly my new favourite. There you go. Welcome aboard. And we've got 26 early risers, well, possibly early risers watching us on YouTube. I hope it's not too painful to see us.
No, you've got a mature lineup. They've seen it all before. May I congratulate both of you on your non-knee-jerk assessment of Bazball after yesterday. There would have been a few youngsters out there who would have been saying it doesn't work, but these two guys alongside me have seen it all before.
Well, I think its original premise was to get enough time to take 20 wickets to win and to have a result in a test match. And I think on that sense it's worked admirably. The problem is that sometimes the 20 wickets that are taken are yours, and you don't get enough runs as a result. But
yes, it's rather like when a Persian king went to see the Delphic oracle, and it said a great empire will fall, and he thought, oh great, okay, I'll go to war. Unfortunately, it was his own.
That was Xerxes, was it not?
Xerxes, I think you did right, Jace. Yes, it's always Darius or Xerxes, one or the other. In comes Anderson, who starts his new over. We'll jingle him up after this ball. And it's a touch full, but Kuldeep can't get it past Stokes at mid-off. Let's see if we got his jingle available.
We do.
Jimmy, Jimmy! Jimmy, Jimmy! Oh! Jimmy, Jimmy! Oh, little Jimmy, will let go!
I never really understand how those guys who went to consult it was always a guy, went to consult the Delphic Oracle, could have got duped time and time again. Honestly, if it says a great empire will fall, it's not necessarily the opposition. Try and work this one out. They were
the
deliberately
optimist's
ambiguous.
outlook.
Yes,
They were the
you hear what you want
original-
to hear, basically. I think 'cause
Yes,
they're
they
very
were the
much
originals.
a non-committal, generic. Well, not generic, but non-committal answer. No.
Well, they were the original astrologers, the original mind readers, weren't they? Who just worked out what people wanted to hear. Ooh, that does sound like me. Jimmy is adjusting his field. Yard to the left, yard to the right. He's got a slip. It's a very traditional field: a slip, a gully, a point, a cover, a mid off, a mid on, a long leg, and a sweeper on the leg side, and a very wide third man.
To whom the ball has been cut like a rocket.
What's happening out there? Oh, sorry, my feed let me down. Just
Yeah,
put
the
us
ball
through
was
that.
short by Anderson, and he cut it like a rocket to that wide third man for a single.
Thank you very much. This does occasionally happen. Australia has not invested in high-speed NBN, sadly, and
Yes,
occasionally.
The joke would be that it's now up to the 1970s. If you were going to be cruel, which I'm not going to be.
Well, I mean, you go back 2 time zones in 20 years. If you go over to Perth, is the other joke here. But why not? I mean, you know, things were probably better then, weren't they?
Less ozone's depleted in the ozone layer.
Yeah, exactly right. In comes Anderson round the wicket to the left-handed Night Hawk. Don't know if he qualifies as a Night Hawk. Full, defended, and meanwhile, the India 200 has come up. 200 for 2. Nice palindromic scoreline.
Kuldeep has definitely added something to this Test series because his bowling has been it's the wrist spin for the left arm, which not everyone gets to see. He's got something out of the pitch in every match he's played. You don't have a plan for him, really.
You're right, actually. Certainly when Ben Folkes, for example, came in yesterday, he looked very much all at sea. I don't know how much left arm wrist spin over the years Ben Folkes has seen. You, Jace, you can probably answer that question. Meanwhile, there's a dot ball defended from Kuldeep.
Well, there are more wrist spinners around, but they tend to be in franchise cricket, which Ben Folkes doesn't really play.
There's your answer. What left arm wrist spinners are around in county cricket? I mean, I don't want to, it's not a gotcha question, but are there any decent ones
There's
around?
a guy, Jake Lintott at Warwickshire, but he's a white ball player.
Anderson round the wicket. And that's very nice, elegant forward defensive. Tailenders often have an immaculate forward defensive, and sometimes they have one attacking shot as well. It's just that they don't tend to have much more than that. But Kuldeep's certainly showing his forward defensive off with aplomb.
Yeah. Maybe you should introduce Ben Duckett to it.
Oh, maybe, but he did score 150 in the match. There you
I
are.
know.
Wings and roundabouts. In comes Anderson for the last ball of the over. It's pretty straight. There's not much happening out there. Kuldeep sees it all the way onto his defensive bat, and at the end of the 53rd, India remain on 200 for 2.
Puggy Bungfinger says, morning, Baz ball or bust. Which reminds me, we've got no tweets yet, and included amongst the tweets we don't have is anything from Dave Barrett, who appears to have crashed. Normally at 4 a.m. he'd be telling us that the only way to go is harder. But he obviously has fallen. And Mog says, excellent that I tune in just in time to tell forth his little tale about Persian King and Delphi. Got a detail or two wrong.
Yeah, probably did. Probably not Delphi, is it? I'm about to be corrected. Dot ball from Hartley first up to Gill. Probably not Xerxes either, but whatever. The general gist of the story. Don't spoil the story, Mom, with factual detail. Income or do I quite don't mind factual detail. I'm as guilty of it as the next man. Defended again by Gill after that to mid wicket dot ball. After that first ball where Gill nearly lost his mind and went for a quick single, things have calmed down considerably. Gill's sitting on 68 off 127. that's pinged in wide of the man at mid-wicket, puts in the dive, they come through for the single. Yes, Shubman Gill was looking very vulnerable 2 innings ago when he was out in the first innings of the second test. Since then, he's got a century and he's 60.
Yeah, that
Jason.
first ball, scampered single was very KP-like, get off the mark. We're going. I don't know where. I don't care where if he goes straight to field or not. We're going.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah. Did KP ever run himself out first ball? I can't remember.
I'm
He
fairly
always
sure
looks as if he was about to. Big forward defensive from Kuldeep, dot ball.
I think he did. Otherwise, I mean, there's certainly every county player was aware of it and on their toes.
I
So
certainly
I'm
remember him
sure. I
running
think the
himself
law of
out.
averages says he must have had at least one.
I do remember him involved in a run out in the test that must not be named in 2006. Defended again from Kuldeep. Dot ball from Hartley.
Didn't know we played tests in Scotland.
Apparently we do, yeah. Oh, a big Kuldeep, fed up with this defensive nonsense, is going to show his one attacking shot, which is a big heave over mid of the long on for one of these.
Yeah, it is very much Kuldeep's attacking shot. I think is to go over the top.
Yeah, it's block or heave. That's the end of the over. Messi, what's happening?
Well, I did just Google KP run out, and the first story I got was Kevin Peterson involved in horrific run out with Michael Carberry during ODI against Australia. That was in 2013.
No.
So, and I've got to say how impressed I am with your flexibility in relation to factual things. This is the man who can go off on a rant about split infinitives, as I recall. Pokey Bumfinger says, I don't even bother to work out the draw in my head anymore when we're losing.
That's a good point, yeah. First ball of Anderson's over, it's a dot ball. India lead by 333, and that is a figure which will be very redolent to long time England watchers.
In
I'm
fact,
sure
against
Jason's-
India, that was scored.
Yeah, it
as
was
well.
against India. It was the great Graham Gooch innings of 1990 at Lord's. And how many did he score in the other innings of that match?
1, 2, 3, I think. 'Cause he,
Was it 111 or was it 1,
no,
2, 3?
I think 111 was the one in the middle by Azharuddin.
Okay. And that one's played out on the onside, just wide of the man at point, so they hurry through for the single. Gill moves into the 70s.
I'm pleased to say the Moggers followed through. He says it was Delphi, but the king in question was Croesus of Lydia, asking
Croesus.
about the Persians.
Creases of Lidge asking about the Persians. All right, you got me. Thank you very much for that. And that is the... I did read Herodotus many years ago, so I would have... I'd have had egg all over my face sitting in the exam room 40 years ago, but don't have to worry about it now.
And as we see a picture of Jaiswal in the, walking around, presumably the next man to come to resume his innings after Kuldeep presumably will be the first person to be dismissed.
Oh, well, who knows? Let's start talking about great...
Night watchman innings, exactly.
Great night hawk innings, starting with Jason Gillespie. That's defended by Kuldeep. Dot ball. I seem to remember either John Snow or Derek Underwood in the 60s. Maybe Ken Higgs, was it?
Underwood got a 50 as a night watchman, at least.
I think he got 45. I don't think he ever got a test match 50. But as we've established already this morning, my relationship with, the technicalities of these things is flexible.
Yeah, and your remembrance of the sixes is impressive given your youth.
Yes, I was 6 at the time. I don't remember. I was come back to that in a second. Anderson ran the wicket. Defended by Kuldeep. This is the kind of kid I was, and Messi, you might have been similar. Maybe Jace was as well. I used to go to the library in Earlston in Coventry and get cricket books out and read them thoroughly. And I also got the books about kings and queens of England out and read those thoroughly. I wasn't the most popular kid in school, it's fair to say.
Was the word nerd invented at that stage? Probably not.
I could have coined it, I think. In comes Anderson around the wicket. Defended slightly away from his body by Kuldeep. Straight out into the covers, no run. Yes, no, I remember. I remember the Alan Knott's autobiography, Stumper's View. And
I was very selective in my cricket books. They almost always involve a Sussex player. I've got a Ted Dexter book, and
I read Tony Gregg's manual on how to play cricket for the young man. Obviously, women didn't play in those days. In comes Anderson round the wicket, last ball of the over. Just comes back a touch, but hardly at all. Kuldeep's able to defend it at the end of the 55th. India 208 for 2.
Jeff Perkins says, wasn't Delphic Oracle previous job for blind Joel Wilson? Mog just said, zing. Yeah. Score one and pay for it later, Mog. Kafir says, I don't think England will chase this even if India declare right now. But they'll give it a go, that's the thing. Carl Herb says, after a robust discussion in late summer on guerrilla cricket on the murder in West Cork, I ended up listening to the West Cork podcast. Very entertaining. Another podcast suggestion. See,
oh yeah, no,
wow, Broadchurch.
Yeah, I'll tell you, that's cuts by Shubman Gill, the sweeper Ahmed, who's getting through a bit of work this morning. They'll go out for a single. Podcast suggestions. The Rest Is series, very, very popular, obviously. I'm sure most people have heard of it. The Rest Is Entertainment, The Rest Is Politics, The Rest Is History. All three of those are excellent. And I've just been listening to the 1974 crisis on The Rest Is History with Dominic Sambrook and Tom Holland there. My goodness, they get through a workload. Defended by Kuldeep. Dot ball. India lead is now 3-3-5. Bigger than Don Bradman's top score.
Tom Holland famously loves his cricket. I mean, we will be seeing him at the Night Watchman quiz in several of the guerrillas when it comes along in a week or two's time.
Oh, okay, yeah, no. He's pretty much a shoe-in for loving cricket with all his other interests. His Venn diagram would automatically include Test cricket with it. You would think.
I've played against him and he took my wicket. The rotter.
Oh, really?
The rotter.
Okay. Partly over the wicket to Kuldeep, who defends out on the offside. Dot ball.
Well, while we're on podcasts, I can highly recommend the Empire podcast with William Dalrymple. It's superb.
Right. Either of you guys ever come across Sombrero for that? That's very good. Okay, Hartley.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Hartley in again to Kuldeep. 150 episodes of that now available.
Wow.
Oh no, he pauses. Top of his run. Shadows are still quite long out there. Interesting. What's that? Those don't look like kind of 11 a.m. shadows. They look more like sort of 7:30 in the morning shadows. Interesting.
Well, it's 9:30 they start.
Ah, that might explain it. Another dot ball goes by. Not a great deal happening this morning. Oh, that's an awful ball. Dragged down and cuts. And I think that will go all the way well in front of square for one of these.
Yes. Ruined a good over there.
Yeah,
I've done Dave Barrett a grave injustice. I'm sorry, David.
He's up.
He says, I never fall. I only go harder. Josie Oak says, morning, not caring about factual detail. Thought he should work for GB News. Nice one. Nice one.
I think that's unlikely.
Yes, I think so too. Oxymoronica says, good early morning. I'm up with you larks, ready for more England carnage.
Well,
yes,
there's one thing that's guaranteed, isn't there, with England? It's going to be carnage of some form. Either batting and scoring runs or batting and losing wickets.
Auto Carnage, which does sound like the sort of bands that Mog would love.
Yes.
Auto Carnage. In comes Jimmy. And that one's left. by Gill. Doesn't get up at all. Goes through on the bounce to Ben Folks. Whether that means that India look at this pitch and think you could probably chase a big total on this. But what do you reckon, Jace? Could they chase a big total on this?
It's there, but the possibility, I think, is vanishingly small. I think there's 10 good. All they need is 10 good balls, India. And I think in 670 overs, they're going to get 10 good balls.
And although they're missing an Ashwin, they're not missing a Jadeja, a Bumrah, a Yadav, and a Siraj.
Kuldeep has shown already in this test
Yeah.
that he's a handful for left and right armers.
That's right.
I mean, he's completely stymied Pope in the last test, who didn't know what to do with him.
Yeah, we're just having a look at overpitched and short balls, and not entirely surprisingly, Root, Rehan, Bashir and Hartley head the list, and then we come to the Indians. So this is the problem for me. In comes Anderson. But as I said at the start of the programme, it's not baseball. You've got a strategy and you're committed to it. That's fine. You can't go to India and with two rookies. Sooner or later, and it's turned out, we kind of got away with it in the first test. Don't know exactly how. It's going to find you out, and it's finding England.
The expectation was that Leach would play, and they didn't have a backup option for Leach. I think the missing Dawson would have been a very handy player to have had.
Yeah, Dawson is the missing piece of the jigsaw here. Cuts from Anderson. Gill, Ben Duckett for a change is the boundary rider out there. Does the fielding, come through for a single. Gill moves to 72.
But you can understand in part England's unwillingness to pick two left-arm orthodox bowlers, one of whom is almost certainly going to be carrying the drinks.
Yeah, I understand that. But I don't know. It's just you can't win a series. I think Bazball has kind of papered over some cracks. To be honest, that's not the problem here. It's forced India.
That's exactly true. Yeah.
Forced India onto the back foot. In normal circumstances, this could have got very ugly very quickly with the bowling attack they've put out there. That's played out to mid-off, dot ball. And the other thing that's happened, I don't know whether you guys agree, is that Joe Root has been forced to bowl far more overs than if it had been a more conventional spinning attack. And I think that's had a knock-on detrimental effect on his batting as well.
Absolutely.
Some glum-looking people in the
as a Marxist historian would say, deep structural issues. Let's not look for the grand men theory. And if we get Tom Holland on, he probably might agree with that. In comes Jimmy Anderson, defended by Kuldeep out to mid. I'll tell you what, we ought to get Tom Holland, if you know him. You've been bowled by him, so you kind of know him. To do a little shout out on Rest is History. Right, end of the 57th, India, 214 for 2.
On that question, Mog says, do you want murder podcasts or a wider range? He says, Sombrero Fallout is excellent. Don't know that would draw. And he says, didn't Tom Holland make an appearance on the sofa back in the oldie days?
He may well have done. He's very good friends with Norcross.
All right.
He'll be on his quiz team.
Says, Case File is a great podcast for true crime. And Madan Mohan Sharma is with us. Says, good morning, everyone. Anderson's speed is 120 plus today. At this moment, even Kuldeep is handling him well. Don't you think Wood should bowl some quick bounces to him? I think Wood's fed up with bowling quick bounces, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, whether England wants the score rate to be in jeopardy of getting out of hand by attempting a bouncer barrage is highly questionable. Oh dear me. Hartley dot ball and then drags down again. Pulled. I assume that's gone all the way.
No, along the floor, but to the boundary.
Yeah.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Well, this has not been a great start from Tom Hartley this morning. Too many drag downs. In he comes again. even that's a little on the short side and cut by Gill.
He's not quite
Out
found
into the covers, they come through for a single.
He's not quite found the rhythm yet. He's either too quick and into the dirt and pops up ready to be smashed off the back foot, or it's too floaty and too full. He needs to find a rhythm in between.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that he's not used to bowling this many overs. And, spinners might not get physically tired, but their arm and their fingers get tired over the course of a test match. Defended by Kuldeep.
To repurpose a phrase by British Rail a lot, it's a different type of tired, I think.
Yeah, very good way of putting it. In comes fifth ball of the over from Hartley over the wicket to Kuldeep. Immaculate forward defensive dot ball.
3 for 230 is what Joe Root has taken outside of his successful 4 for 79. I don't really too much
like
bowling.
It is
I
too
know,
much,
it's
but
selective.
Yeah. I don't particularly like cutting up figures that way, but I know what you mean. In comes Hartley, last ball of the over. Big forward defensive, and some claps for Hartley to keep his spirits up, but he's bowling a 4-ball at least and over at the moment, unfortunately. End of the 58th, India 219 for 2.
Carl Herbert says, I listened to a wide range. Interesting enough, just finished episode 2 of 19... Oh, this bloody thing won't show me. 1973, is it? I don't know, on RIH, before the day's play started.
Yeah, I did the same, 1974. It's very, very good. I mean, it's Dominic Sambrook's absolute sweet spot. He's written two books on it, so it's very funny as well, particularly on Sir William Armstrong losing his mind during the miners' crisis. That's funny.
And Farong is with us. Says, 4-day greetings to all. I hope everyone's well. Will today be the final day of the test? Will the lad roll his arm over, or would such an act affect his batting?
Well, that's an interesting question. I might go and ask Jason something in a minute. So that's cut by Gill off Anderson. They come through for the single. That's boundary rider. At what point do you think India might entertain a declaration, if at all, Jason?
Whether it doesn't take a factor in it, I think they'd want 4.5 sessions probably to bowl England out. So sometime just before tea is when they would aim to bat to.
A bit before that, I'd say. Middle of the afternoon session, lead of 500 plus.
They want the pitch to deteriorate, so they're going to bat on it until it does start deteriorating. And at the moment,
well, that's the weird thing. We've been waiting for that in all the tests, and they really haven't deteriorated significantly.
I think they.
By the way, GPL is open today, and it is at the astounding level of 140 pounds. So get in.
Please do. One of the knock-on effects of Bazball, one of the positive knock-on effects, is that sides are nervous and reluctant to declare, and certainly to declare early, because England have chased down big totals over the last couple of years in the fourth innings. Not quite 400 yet, though. In comes Anderson, and that is stroked to point by Kuldeep, but no.
Horses for courses. I mean, they chased down 378 in the UK, but in India, I think their best score is something like 260, 270 to chase down.
Yeah, but they got they didn't chase it down in the last test.
They got 300. They were 100 short, which is exactly what I predicted they would get.
Well done. I think it was quite a bit over 300 as well. It's a pretty good effort actually in the fourth innings in India. In comes Anderson round the wicket. Defended by Kuldeep, who I think, as one of our writers commented, is not having any trouble here, and maybe Mark needs a bit of Mark Wood. But if you're bringing on a bowler specifically to get out the night watchman, I think you are in a bit of trouble.
Well, the one thing about that is the pitch would have been rolled this morning, and it will have taken some of the demons out of it for the first half an hour, 40 minutes.
Well, good point. Oh, while we're on subject podcasts, if you're a parent, I'll recommend the Parenting Hell podcast with Rob Beckett and Josh Whittaker. Very funny. I'll recommend the non-interview ones when they just talk about how awful their week parenting has been. It's pretty funny, actually. Cheers you up if you're a parent, particularly of very small children. Defended by Kuldeep out into the covers. No,
So that's a good question for about Josh Widdicombe. No, as a little man, does he have? Does he
have small children?
Yes, exactly.
I don't know how tall his children are, actually. I mean, they're small anyway at this stage. He's got a son and a daughter. I think we've got a couple of balls left of our time together. I think I'm on again in half an hour. Kuldeep facing up to Anderson. Comes around the wickets. Manages to get that away in the kind of hinterland between Hartley and Folkes. And they therefore managed to come through for a single. Jimmy smiling. He's seen it all before. He's also grimacing. He put a bit of effort into that one, and it was pulled in front of his eyes. Just seeing that on the replay by Kuldeep, but it landed safely.
Pulled in front of no eye, to be fair. It was the archetypal Ian Botham no look hook.
Yeah. Also perfected by Darren Goff off Ian Bishop, I remember, in a memorable little passage of play in 1995, I think it was. Okay, so last ball of our time together. 4 now at least. Oh, that's a very elegant cover drive. Shot of the morning. We've waited till the last ball of our time together for that one by Gill, and it's gone for one of these. 225 for 2 at the end of the 59th over. I will see you in half an hour.
I'll do a couple of YouTube messages in the changeover. Sakir Parker, who's going to be joining us on comms later today, is here in Perth. He says, what is the GPL? The GPL is a competition whereby you can, for the cost of £1 per pick how many runs will be scored today, and if you get the correct number, you win the pot or share it if somebody else has picked the same number with you. And £143 is a pretty nice return. And Classic Hindi Songs and Sports says, hi Messi and gentlemen and ladies, I'm back. Raj from Vancouver, Canada. Welcome, Raj, and I'll hand over to Mog.
And hand over to me, who's doing ball by ball. That's Hartley continuing again over the wicket. Ball's just dinked into the lakeside defensively, and there's no run.
Hey Jason, hi Mog.
Good morning to my fellow commentators. Mog, who's another one in the Antipodes. And Krishna, I think you're in the Australia as well, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Okay,
In Taylor Swift land.
Again, round the wicket now to the right-handed Gill, and he just props forward with an elongated stride and drops the bat on it, and there's no run.
They're both even in the same city, no less.
Yeah, in the same city. He's very easy on the eye, Shubman Gill, isn't he? When he's stroking the ball.
Shorter and slightly faster by Hartley, and that just worked into the leg side off his hip. An easy single for Gill. Yeah, he's very quite languid sometimes, and he looks like $1 million when it's all working. But equally, he can look horribly out of form on occasions. Kuldeep gets ready to face Hartley. The battle of the spinners. There's a slip and a short leg for him. That's up on towards the stumps. Nicely flighted by Hartley, and that's defended by Kuldeep. India 227 for 2.
I've been listening to Taylor Swift songs all day as my daughters prepare to go to the concert tonight.
I could hear them drifting over my balcony from the distance last night.
That's Fuller by Hartley, and that's driven pleasingly by Kuldeep, and scampered through to a deep set mid-off for a single.
Have you been to the UK yet? Or is that still yet to come?
I think the Eras tour, I think, has been and gone.
Is it? Okay.
Although there may be more of it to come later this year. That she may
I think
return.
we're facing the 1,000-year Tay-Tay, so she'll be back eventually.
Last ball is over. It's angled in to the stumps. Gill defends. That's the end of the over. India 228 for 2, leading by 354. Mog.
The GPL's actually up to £146 now.
Excellent.
So hurry up, join in, and hopefully I'll win.
You've got the whole of the first
session.
session.
Here again, I could retire.
You've got the whole of the first session to do it.
Yeah, maybe hold your powder dry. Don't do it straight away. Kafir says India could step on their own wicket a few times to give Jimmy 700 so he could retire, since the game is pretty much done. And Twitter appears to be broken for me, so just talk to us on YouTube. That's easier.
Well, it looks like we're going to have the first change of the bowling of the day. I think Anderson is about to be replaced by the other paceman in the side. I'm just jigging him up. Where are we? You are here.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course, except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
Be interesting to see whether Wood gallops in with his usual enthusiasm today after 3 days of hard yakka.
Well, I think we're also seeing England slowing down this game as much as possible.
Well,
just to force
yes. So Wood round the wicket. Oh, that looks very tired by Wood. It's a very much a loosener. It's on the stumps and it's worked by Kuldeep through the vacant gully point position for a single. That looked very tired and stiff by Wood, who generally is carrying in from the very first ball that he bowls. That's not a good sign if that is the case. He's gesticulating about his field as he walks back. He's also just gesticulating about the ball.
Oh, ball tampering.
Well, he can't use saliva, but he can use sweat, which I think is what Anderson is doing there.
Why are we seeing Pope so often on the screen?
Pope is the vice captain of the side, so he is one of the decision makers of the team. Wood's in again. That's on the hip, and that's worked out through the leg side through square leg. Duckett fields at deep square leg. Do they get 2? No, they just ambled 1.
And Wood's pace is at 131.7 there, so
significantly
yes, he is quite
down.
stiff this morning. So what have the British press been saying this morning regarding yesterday's collapse?
They're saying England has thrown away the test and probably the series, I think, which is not unreasonable, but I think England are always on a hiding to nothing for this series in the first place. So I don't think they're saying anything that people don't expect would. That's a bit faster, that's a bit better, but it's down the leg side and Kuldeep can't catch up to it. Folks take a sprawling catch behind the stumps and there's no run. 137 was the speed for that one, so yes, a little bit more of an effort for that one. We're getting a picture of Root looking somewhat fed up, I think. No, I don't want to be fielding, I want to be batting. Well, bat better, I think.
Given he's copping all the abuse for why it is England collapsed yesterday.
I mean, in the Ashes he played...
That's full by Wood, attempting a Jasprit Bumrah style Yorker. Kuldeep just drops a bat on it, no run.
He played a ram shot first ball in one of the days of the test matches, didn't he?
Second ball I think it was, but yes he did, and that one went for 6.
He went for 6 and he's a hero, but now he's copping it for his mode of dismissal yesterday.
It was a good catch by Jaswal, but yes. He didn't get enough elevation on it, that was the issue. I mean, normally when he plays that shot he gets it plenty of elevation over the slips. But a couple of times he's played it, he hasn't, and it's gone either through them or they've dropped the catch. Wood in, that's better. That's a bit more on pace. Yep, 140. That's a lot better. Kuldeep drops the bat on it. There's no run. Yes, Wood's taking his time to warm up today, which is possibly no bad thing. And we see Stokes wandering around, trying to exude a sense of calm and control, but this game has gone away from him. And there's only so much you can do as a captain. Eventually you have to rely on someone's performances.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Wood starts off on the painted outfield, comes in, and that's slightly short of a good length. Kuldeep covers up on and drops the ball into the deck. That's the end of the over. India are 230 for 2 off 61 overs. Mog.
Pal Herbert says, if you're taking your girls to Taylor Swift, you'll be pleased to know there's no wait for the men's room. Are you actually going to the concert as well, Chris?
No, I'm not.
Bullet dodged.
I'm a closet.
You're the taxi driver, are you?
Fan. Yes, I'm a taxi driver.
Messi says June is Taylor Swift month in the UK and Ireland. Edinburgh, Liverpool, Cardiff, London, Dublin, Shropshire of any nature, something, I don't know.
Right, okay.
Probably be Western
Actually,
Park.
Shropshire's not a town. Duh.
No, it'll be Western Park, I think, which is a big out country park where they do festivals, or part of some of the festivals. As we watch some of the ways Root has managed to get himself out in this series, playing high-risk baseball type shots, and just seeing that reverse sweep catch from the first innings. Yes, he's got good contact with that, but it hasn't got enough height. That's the issue. And Jaiswal has taken a good catch, sort of at shoulder height, at third slip.
He'd gone past him and he turned around and managed to hang on to it. So it looked really good.
It's a bit like difficult catching practice in a way.
Hartley over the wicket. This is slightly more defensive, and Gill just pads that away. Doesn't even attempt to play a shot to it. Lots of clapping and shouting by Bairstow, trying to gee up people. Hartley again, that's another one that's outside leg stump, but this time Hartley Gill plays it. Someone fields it at square leg but can't only push it away, and a chap jogs through for single. Gill moves to 85. Kuldeep now on strike on 18, looking untroubled so far in this innings this morning.
I mean, a lot of discussion about England and the merits of baseball, but a lot of credit should be given to India as well, compared to what their first 11 would be.
And Hartley continues over the stumps to Kuldeep, and that's just dropped down into the gully area. Root scoots around from slip and fields it, and there's no run.
And they're missing the likes of Kohli, Rahul, Mohammad Shami.
It is India A/B, isn't it?
Yeah.
And there's more aggression from Kuldeep today. He's danced down the wicket, played a lovely shot straight back over the bowler's head, and it's one bounce 4 into the ropes directly behind the bowler.
1, 2, 3, 4.
How would South Africa C go against India A or B, do you think?
2-day test.
It's being generous.
Well, it depends whether it's in South Africa or in India, I think, to be fair. Hartley, and then out comes a reverse sweep by Kuldeep, but that's outside off stump. Does he get contact on it? Either way, it slams into the pad and dribbles down beside Folkes, and there's no run. I think that was pad, then glove, then floor, actually, in the end. Hartley, a bit more flighted into the block hole. That's dribbled out to mid-wicket where there's a Duckett fielding it. That's the end of the over. India are 235 for 2. Kuldeep on 22 off 55 and Gill on 85 off 146. India lead by 361.
Apparently Taylor's doing Wembley Stadium in London and it might go to extra time, according to Messi. And Twitter is still just a tad fucked, so thanks Elon, you worthless sack of crap.
Don't you mean visionary internet entrepreneur? Hashtag sarcasm.
Hashtag dickhead.
I'm still trying to work out whether the caricature of a tech billionaire in Glass Onion Knives Out is an accurate representation of Elon Musk or not.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, here's Wood coming in for his second over. That's a bit wide and floaty by Wood. It's 141, but
bounced twice before it got to the keeper.
yeah, Gill's has nothing to do with it. It's too wide for him to have a real good go at without taking chances. But yes, Wood looks a bit tired today. He may be able to put the ball in the 140s, but barely into the 140s.
You know what, he's bowled 8 whole overs before today and he's already tuck it out.
His partnership is now 44 runs.
Wood in, that's more at the stumps, but that's worked nicely out into large vacant areas in the offside by Gill. Runs for a single, looks for a second, there isn't one, and Kuldeep regains the strike. Some smart work by Pope there, I think, at cover, allied with Ahmed on the boundary. I think we're looking at Ahmed because I think he's about to come on from the other end to replace Hartley, perhaps.
Yeah,
Ben Stokes does like to get his bowlers into the game early in the first session. I think he bowled all 5 bowlers in the first hour yesterday or Monday, and that's on the stumps, good length. Kuldeep covers up and defends, and there's no run. I think it's good to get your bowlers into the game as early as you can. Just give them a couple of overs, see how they feel that day, see how they've pulled up from the day before.
Yeah, agree. And then you just might find the magic combination of both bowlers who can put some pressure on the batters.
Yeah, you've got nothing to lose by doing it. If 2 overs if it's not working, pull them off and try something else. More discussions about the ball. Anderson looks at it as a senior bowler, with Stokes looking over from mid off.
It's almost like a soap opera shot.
I'm not sure I'd call it a soap opera shot. That's shorter by Wood. That's a whistle past Kuldeep's nose, and he's been given a wide, and he's given the one for the over as well. I didn't think it was that short, but we'll have another look on the replay. I thought that was at least sort of within the realms of playing a cricket shot too. Wood seems unimpressed, but he's walking back.
He has a wry smile on his face, doesn't he?
Here we go. Here's the replay. That's taken off a short leg. That's definitely a wide. I think had it at a normal bounce, that wouldn't have been a wide, but that's absolutely pinged off some hard part of the pitch there.
I take back my criticism of it being harsh.
Wood tries again. That's slightly better. It's well played by Kuldeep. He just guides it down to a vacant third man. Fine, and that's a nice easy 4 for very little effort.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Very frustrating for England here when the night watchman is batting with such composure and ease.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't get that too fine, that's an easy shot to just angle it down through the vacant gully area. Wood in again. Tried to bowl the Bumrah Yorker. He's fallen over in the process. He turned it into a low full toss, but Kuldeep could only hit that with some pace straight at the short mid wicket fielder for no run.
I like they just showed a little bit of footage of Kuldeep explaining to Gill the skill with which he played that ball down through the third man before. He wants a promotion in the batting order.
Well, it seems that he is a designated Nighthawk of the side. Which, given they've got Ashwin, well, they did have Ashwin and they did have Axar in previous tests, it's a bit of a surprise. And that's a full ball. It seems to cannoned into the pads in front of the stumps. The question is, did he get an inside edge on the way through first? And the appeal's not been upheld. They're discussing it. Folks is talking about it, and they are going to do it. They are going to review.
2 seconds to go.
Lots of nodding going on, so they all seemed like they were pretty confident.
Do you want to piss away a review? Yeah, mate, piss away a review. We might as well.
Got nothing better to do. Let's have a look again. We've got the enhanced vision here, and yes, as I thought, I think he's got an inside edge on that.
God, take the splinter out of the ball.
Wow.
That's a poor review if folks is behind the scenes and didn't see that.
Was that Blind Joel who got that right?
Oh, with Damascena.
Ah, okay. Broken clock and all that.
Yeah, you got freeze frames here. The frame before, it's just in front of the bat. It's Damascena who is the umpire who was given that not out, and his decision has been upheld to the disappointment of the England side. So England now only have one review. I do think that Ben Stokes was perhaps persuaded into that against his better judgment, and now he's having a discussion with Joel Wilson, who was not the person who actually declined that decision.
Maybe he's asking him to make a decision on it instead. Did you think it was out, Joel?
You can call it from square leg, Joel. Please go ahead.
Anyway, that was the end of the over. The India 241 for 2.
Have we had any news about Ashwin today?
I don't think we have, no.
Ah, we have. I can exclusively reveal that he is on his way back to join the Indian team.
Wow.
He's expected to rejoin sometime on day 4, I guess.
In time to bat, perhaps? Would he be allowed to bat is
possibly.
another question, having been away for so long.
Oh, if he hasn't been here for 2 days or whatever, then maybe not.
Short by Hartley. It's just pulled very neatly by Gill. That's an easy runs there along the floor to deep square leg for one of these. This is a reversion to the old wheelie bin bowl outside leg stump tactic, which is not a positive move, but again, England are 350 behind now. 370 behind, in fact. That's a better ball, but it's still outside leg stump, and Gill just prods that away with his pad.
It's a very negative line now, isn't it? To try and
it's a run saving inning, run saving rather than wicket taking, which is very anti-Bazball.
The horse has already bolted.
It's outside leg stump again, but it's worked off his hip by Gill, and they scamper a quick single to the square leg fielder. Yeah, we've seen this.
Even so, I mean, the last 10 overs, been 46 runs being peeled off, so India's scoring at a pretty good clip.
Was that hand gesture? Oh, it's hit the bat. Let's review it anyway.
Hartley. That's got to be close. That's in front of off stump. There's a huge appeal by Hartley. Blind Joel Wilson is unimpressed. Now, are they going to burn their final review on this? Given the last review, I'll be surprised if they are going to gamble.
Do it.
I think that's probably out, but they're not going to review.
Oh, yeah.
I think that was in front of off stump. I think that was a decent shout.
I thought it was out, but it was Joel Wilson.
I think that's going to hit leg stump, clip at worst.
Might have gone too far.
But folks was convinced, but that's the result of the last unsuccessful appeal, which probably shouldn't have been given. So it shouldn't have been attempted even. Hartley bowls. That's a nice flighted ball outside of stump, but Kuldeep, having tried to sweep the previous ball, was covered up on this one. And here we go. It's pitched in line. Is it hitting? Yes, it is.
Yes.
Now that failed review is entirely a result of the review in the previous over, and Ben Stokes is perhaps seen that on the screen. Is absolutely fuming now.
He doesn't want to look at the screen, does he?
And that's Kuldeep has gone down the wicket, chipped it to mid on, wider mid on, thought about a single. He sent Gill back in the end. The ball's come racing into the bowler, who's taken the stumps out, but Gill has made it back in time, and there's no run.
It's going upstairs, just to check.
I'm fairly sure he was back in time though.
Maybe not. Discombobulated.
No, he's gone, I think.
His bat's bounced up.
This is not the best angle. This is a better angle, I think.
Oh, he's out.
And it looks like he's going to be out by 2 inches. If that's denied Gill a ton, that's a very disappointing.
He's been totally burned by Kuldeep there, hasn't he?
I think so. Yep, and he's furious. He's walking off now. Well, England needed a bit of luck. They seem to have got some by Cook or by Crook. And Gilbert departs for a very well made 91. But unfortunately, he couldn't quite get to the 100. Just looking for the appropriate jingle for this.
There must be a run out here. Oh, how tragic. How tragic, how tragic, how tragic.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Referring to Kuldeep, not Gill.
The good news for England is that Dacewell, I think, is coming back to bat.
I think that probably is going to be the case. Let's just wait and see before I jingle him up. Meanwhile, let's get on with those socials, Mog.
Meanwhile, Madan Mohan Sharma says Joyce Wales is ready to come back to bat, but before that someone needs to be out. Well, that's happened now, so theoretically should be on his way. Sagar Parker says Ashwin batting won't be affected by his absence. The laws state that you can't bat the duration of the time you've been away or until the 5th wicket has fallen, whichever is shorter. So he should be right to come out and put in a nuggety 75 towards the end of the day. And then there was a bunch of Taylor Swift stuff where people don't understand why it is people like her are put on pedestals. As if they're the saviours of humanity. Well, she is, technically. She saved us all from having to listen to other worse music, maybe.
Indeed.
Well, I think we're on an extended. I think they've probably taken drinks at this point.
Drinks break. Yep.
We are probably due a change at this point as well. I think there's. Is there one ball left of this over? No, it's actually the end of the over. So,
yep.
Shall we have a change around now?
Sure.
With
cheerio.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. Have we got a Kartik in the house?
We do. He's been on for the last half hour.
Ah. No, that was Krishna.
That was Krishna.
In which case, let me just wait for my monitor to refresh because it's playing silly buggers. We don't have a Kartik at the moment.
Okay, well, I will raise my hand to do BBB, and we will hang. If you two guys want to hang on in there, and if we get Kartik, I will then hand over to him. Would that make sense?
Yep, that works.
Absolutely. I'll do a couple of tweets which Mog wasn't able to get. Kiwi by day says, yes, I love the rest of this history podcast. Just turned off one of Tom and Dominic to listen to you gorillas. Oxymoronica says, are you talking Tom Holland, captain of the Authors 11? Yes, we are indeed. Farong says, Team Tata supporters having a dig at Joe. Shovel shot. Anyway, it was a shite effort. And there's a meme he's shared. And we're back live, I think.
We are back live, and Joe Root is into the action. Comes around the wicket to bowl to Jaiswal, who has re-emerged from the hutch. And exactly what England wanted to see, a man who's already scored 104 runs in this innings, to join a night watchman who's on 26.
I think it was wise not to review the LBW that would have been out, because would you rather have Jaiswal or Kuldeep?
Yeah, well, good point. And we're just having a look at the very unfortunate wicket. And Kuldeep absolutely sold a man on 91 down the river. Good work by Ben Stokes. Good take from Joe Hartley. Now, maybe you could, tiny bit of criticism directed at a man who has his bat flailing around in the air, but he was full-length dive, so you can understand it. Root comes in again to Kuldeep. Two men hovering, for two slips hovering, but he leaves that one well alone.
It was extraordinarily similar to Jadeja running out Safras in the first innings, isn't it?
Oh, that's true. That is true. These things happen. But if you're a man on 91 who's been, struggling to make sure he stays in the side,
you made sure you get your 100.
Yeah, you could be forgiven for feeling a bit miffed at life right now. Oh, that's a lovely ball from Joe Root. Leaves Kuldeep, a bit wasted on a tail ender. Perhaps it might have been left, could have left it alone on width, but didn't. A little grope at it. Didn't get the edge.
Bit wasted on the tail ender. Sounds like the bear finishing a split.
Yes, indeed. Yes, that was just a mess.
Yes, not great cricket all round.
Hardly. I mean, not quite a tragedy.
Apart from Ben Stokes' throw, obviously, that was.
Richie Benno disagreed with John Arlott on he would never use the word tragedy, would he? But because it's not appropriate for cricket.
Yeah. It's like the great Keith Miller about pressure, isn't it?
Oh yeah, the classic Messerschmitt quote. Defended by Kuldeep. End of the 65th over. India 247 for 3.
Oxymoronica says, looking back on yesterday's calamities, is that okay? Would Richie approve of calamities? I'm not sure. India, to their credit, turned up with real intent and intensity after the pasting they received the day before. Unlike England, who came out thinking they'd already done the hard work and came out without any game plan. I think that's a fairly decent summary, actually. And Aman says, what the fuck is wrong with these two umpires? It's like they want England to burn their reviews.
I tend to disagree that England had the wrong game plan. They did have a game plan yesterday. You might be able to criticise its execution, but they had a game plan, I think.
Anyway,
Well,
as previously foreshadowed, Rehan is now going to enter the attack, so I'll jiggle him up.
Is a mission from the original squad was to guard rearmament from dubious jingles.
And your commentary stint is probably going to be curtailed because I've just seen Kartik in the
Oh yeah, that's
green
fine.
room.
I shall shift over a seat and do summarising. Hello,
here
Kartik.
he is.
Hello. Good morning. Sorry, I was just stuck in the lobby of the media room. The lifts. There's some problem with the lifts, I think, at the stadium here. So
I think it's Ravi Ashwin's return has obviously blocked everything.
yes, it seems so. It appears so. But nevertheless, India has consolidated their lead significantly since the last time we spoke. And now cruising along. Unfortunate run out there for Gill. He was shaping up for 100 as Rahan Ahmed continues around the wickets. And this is down the leg side. No wides in Test cricket, so that will be a dot ball. The score remains on 248 for 3.
Well, there are wides, but they have to be very wide.
Yes.
That's true. Ahmed continues around the wickets and forward lunge by Kuldeep plays down for a dot ball. And there'll be no run there. How are we, gentlemen? How have you seen today's play so far?
It's slightly predictable in some ways. It's not the most. Yeah.
Sorry, just we'll wait for the end of the over because the spin bowler will probably be done in about 10 seconds. It continues around the wickets and off the inside edge of Kuldeep, and that's gone out to mid wicket or square leg even for a single.
I think the most significant thing today has been the lack of any deterioration in the pitch, which actually improves England's chances, in my view.
Correct. Ahmed comes around the wicket again, and this time Jaiswal, the return of the Mac, or return from his back even, has played it down for a dot ball. As Ahmed again continues around the wicket, and again played defensively by Jaiswal for no run. I think there's almost a bit of a competition between all the spinners to see who could finish their over the quickest.
Yeah, they ripped through them.
So Willow Moon, after that runner, said, it's just scrolled down, about bloody time. And Perko says, doesn't Kartik have to spend a number of overs on socials equal to the ones he was off the field for?
That sounds about right.
There was considerable pleasure at the hearing of your child in the background during yesterday's commentary too.
Yes,
I trust things are more peaceful today.
So somehow we just completely missed the end of the over because Joe Root's coming in to bowl around the wickets and to Kuldeep for no run. Yes, well, pleasurable maybe for you all, not so much for me, but nevertheless, managed to somehow get through it. The ground staff here at Rajkot very helpful. Root continues around the wicket to Kuldeep and again played defensively back to Root for no run. Score remains on 249 for 3 with a lead of 375. How much is enough, do we think?
500 plus on this wicket.
Well, realistically already, but obviously they won't declare.
Continues around the wickets. Yeah, I think so. I think it's his time now. He continues around the wicket and Kuldeep plays it out through to cover for no run. I think the runs is probably inconsequential at this point. It's just the timing and how long they can keep him out there. Rooting around the wickets again, and this time, potentially another run out.
Yeah.
You'd think Kuldeep has learned his lesson, but unfortunately not the case. You wouldn't want to run out Jaiswal now either. But
I mean, we
luckily,
do get very occasional examples of a team digging in and batting for 5 sessions like England in Johannesburg in 1995 on very flat decks, but that's not the baseball way.
No, it's another route delivery around the wickets, and Kuldeep plays down to backward point for no run.
I should say there's been a dozen picks in the Gorilla Prediction League where the jackpot is now 146 English pounds.
Root continues over the wickets, and again defensively played by Kuldeep for no run, and that is the end of the 67th over. India now 249 for 3. Kuldeep Yadav not out on 27 off 75. He's played really well as a night watchman, and Jaiswal back into the arena after he went off retired hurt yesterday. He's on 106 not out. India now lead by 375.
Carl Herbert says even with the spinner speed competition, England is still slow. Sagir Parkar says, I reckon India will look at batting at least until tea, and perhaps for 40 odd minutes after that, and then putting in England later in the evening, again depending on when Ashwin is expected back. Ashwin is back, and he's available after lunch, I understand.
Correct.
So,
yep.
Right. That's not a factor. I'd be surprised if they batted after tea, because I think they want to give themselves as long as possible at England.
Well, they're going to have 500, then, so there's no point.
Rehan's second ball of the over has played out to deep mid-wicket by Jaiswal, and he picks up a single. And that brings up the 250 for India, their second innings.
So for you, Kartik, I was trying to remember the quote from Jerry Maguire about bringing up small children, and I found it here. It is an up-at-dawn, pride-swallowing siege that I will never fully tell you about.
That's only the start of it. The bankruptcy that follows is much more significant.
It continues around the wicket, played defensively by Kuldeep for no run. I'd much rather the bankruptcy at this point than sleep, because at least I can do something about the bankruptcy. The sleep I can't do much about. So Rehan Ahmed continues around the wicket, and again Kuldeep plays defensively for no run. The score remains on.
How old are your child or children, Kartik?
2.5. My daughter's 2.5, and my son's just turned 1. So very, very much in the early stages.
Ooh.
And interesting shot. I'm not sure that was even a shot there by Kuldeep. Just danced down the wicket and wasn't interested. Didn't want to have a bar of it, and just let the ball hit himself.
Well, I rather think that Kuldeep's fallen into the trap of taking his batting a bit seriously.
I think so. Mohammed continues around the wickets, and again defensively played by Kuldeep. Almost as if to say that he's batting for the long game. But nevertheless, that's the end of the over. I made an over by Ahmed. 250 for 3, the score remains on. Kuldeep 27, Jaiswal 107.
Dan De Castro's with us. He says, baseball is obviously entertaining, but it's 100%. You can't chase, say, 550. A draw is a win here, so let's hope England is realistic and don't give wickets away stupidly later. Mid-second session. Good luck with that one, Dan. Sagir says that's a Ravi Shastri approach.
Yeah. So Root continues around the wickets, and this time it's edged past first slip, racing down to the boundary, but Rehan Ahmed chases after it and restricts them for 2. Jaiswal picks up 2 runs. He moves over to 109. The score is now 252 for 3.
I could more or less see an Indian side chasing down 500 against this English attack, particularly if one of them got injured.
Yeah.
But I can't see it the other way round.
As Root continues around the wickets, and Jaiswal defensively played, chased after the ball by the keeper, folks, for no run.
Yeah,
yes,
I agree.
We often talk about these things. We remember the anomalies. I'll break off.
Continues over the wicket, around the wicket, as say, Roots played defensively for another dot ball. In fact, I think he might have missed that ball.
Actually, that was a very good
Yeah,
ball.
he's missed it.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
It turned a lot.
Yeah,
Did.
yeah, which is even more worrying for England.
It's turning faster
good.
than it did too. It's not just slow turn now.
Indeed, yes. We just see the replay of Rehan Ahmed's earlier delivery, and that turned a country mile, that leg spinner. Root continues around the wickets to Jaiswal, and almost, unfortunately for them, to no avail, another dot ball.
Yeah, so that one shot on. Big inside edge, otherwise he was absolutely plumb.
Root continues around the wickets. Jaiswal plays off the back foot, this time past backward point, and that will be a boundary.
Oh,
Great shot.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He cut that very close to his body, like a bit like KR Rahul. It's just gorgeous.
Yes, do you know much
Absolutely.
about Jaiswal, Kartik? Do you know about his background or anything on the domestic circuit?
Look, he's certainly a little bit. I mean, he's certainly one of the up-and-coming stars, as we've evidently seen. He's played a little bit of Ranji, but I think his fame has come more from the IPL. So he's more of the IPL era, as opposed to Sarfaraz Khan. It's more from the Ranji Trophy era. So different walks of life, and I think at one stage he was selling in food stalls or something like that, as Rehan Ahmed continues around the wickets to Kuldeep. That was the end of the over previously. They're just racing through them now. It's hard to keep up with these two for no run. Yeah, he was previously one of those food stall sellers, just one of the boys there helping out on the streets, and picked up a bat, and all the rest was history. And again, another leg spinner by Rehan Ahmed has gone past down the leg side for no run, but speeding a mile. Very much a roots to riches.
Yes, indeed. Break off.
Ahmed again around the wicket, and this time kept low, but very well played by Kuldeep for no run.
There's a lot of documentaries about big stars like Taylor Swift. Are there documentaries in India about the cricket, about the cricketers or not?
Ahmed continues around the wicket, and again down the leg side, spinning past Kuldeep for no run. I think so. I mean, I think you probably don't see it as much in the mainstream media, unless they're the big names and they get the ratings. Ahmed continues around the wickets and played forward defensively for no run. You no doubt see them in the local channels, but certainly wouldn't make it out to the globe internationally, I would have thought.
In the same way that
Ahmed
soccer
continues-
stars are off. Sorry, carry on.
That's all right. Ahmed continues around the wickets for
Let's
another
get
dot
in.
ball, and that's the end of the over. 256 for 3 India with a lead of 378.
I'll hand over to Messi.
Well, actually, it's very quiet on socials at the moment. It occurs to me that Rehan Ahmed is quite excited by the amount of turn he's getting, but almost as a result of that, most of the time he's not throwing it up enough. He's still pushing it through, and it's not hard for the batter to deal with. I'd love to see him concentrate as much on his flight as he does the spin.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call, Messi. I just think that they just look too raw, Hartley and Ahmed. They don't look as if they've quite got the guile to be able to break down players of this calibre at the moment.
And Sagir points out that Jaiswal also had a first-class average of 80 when he's made his India debut.
Correct.
And Mog says, so you could say Rehan is turned on, Messi. Oh, God.
Good.
Thank you, Mog.
The spin twins for England continue in this over rate. It's looking relatively decent. Root continues around the wickets. Played back down by Jaiswal for no run.
Is the classic career path for a heroic Indian cricketer to marry someone from the Bollywood community? Is that how it works?
Continues around the wickets, and Jaiswal plays out to deep mid wicket for a single. I don't know if it's classic I think that typically happens after they've become a star.
No, okay.
Certainly the likes of obviously Virat Kohli, the main one. KL Rahul married Bollywood star's daughter. So that typically happens after they become a star, but certainly not when they're
on the up.
Just continues around the wickets, and this is defensively played by Kuldeep for no run. But I think we're seeing more and more people, very much like a MS Dhoni style, coming, roots to riches sort of stories. Which seems to be happening more often. As Root continues around the wickets, and this one's left alone outside the off stump, and another dot ball.
A little bit hard to work out the narrative for this match at the moment, isn't it? It's one of those sessions of play that happen in Test matches where it's almost predetermined what's going to happen over the next 2 or 3 hours. We're just waiting for England to start batting.
That's it. As Root continues around the wicket, and this one, the wrong end, very well left, very tightly, but is left it through the keeper for no run. As we're seeing, there wasn't a puff of dust there, probably would have gone straight onto the stumps. Root will continue around the wicket to Kuldeep at the end of the over. This time he's stuck the pad out. They're going for an appeal, and not sure that they're going to have much luck. I don't think Root's that much of a turner of a ball.
No, I think they would have argued correctly that no shot was played, which would have ruled out various elements of whether it was LBW or not. But there probably wasn't too much doubt.
I don't think they was doing enough, but in any case, end of the over. India is 257 for 3, with Jaiswal not out on 114 and Kuldeep not out on 27. The lead is 383.
So it's hard to say. Not many cricketers have married into the film industry. Kohli and Zahir Khan are among the few that have.
Okay.
As Ahmed continues around the wickets and again played defensively, bit of a bottom edge there. But stopped, or attempted stop by Root. Nevertheless, he's still a dot ball.
Broad and KP married vaguely into the sort of glamorous celebrity world. The two I can think of.
Ahmed continues around the wickets, a little bit shorter and pulled by Jaiswal out through to deep square leg and picks up a single. And he moves on to 115.
Yeah, I don't think John Edrich or Ray Illingworth would have married a Spice Girl, possibly a Beverly sister.
As Ahmed continues around the wicket, and Kuldeep comes down the wicket again for almost a double, but very quickly realises he's not get to the pitch of the ball and lets it hit him into the pads.
Do we know if Kuldeep enjoys his batting? He certainly seems to.
And
he's gone.
Is that a wicket? I'm not sure.
I think that's very good news.
Oh, well, he's. What's happened there? We can't quite tell you. We think perhaps it just turned out of the pitch and Joe Root caught it, threw it down, wrung his hand. Joe Wilson's going over to check with his fellow umpire. So we're not sure at the moment. There's a general feeling that it might not have gone off the edge. I don't know why the umpires come together. We know that they're just going to send it upstairs. Just send it upstairs straight away.
Almost as if to say that just to save some time. But this will be an interesting replay. And I think that might be out. Yeah, that looked out to me.
Looks out, doesn't it? From the evidence we've got. I think there's a puff of dust from the bat as well, is there? Let's have a look. This will tell us. Yeah, there's a very thick edge.
Yes, yes.
He's out.
That's a relief. I think India will not be sorry about that. He's made 1 run from his last 32 deliveries.
That's not really. So what happened was, the confusion was, he got the edge, but 1 nanosecond later, his bat thumped into the turf. A big puff of dust went up. And hence the possibility that, in fact, the deviation was just off the pitch, but in fact it wasn't. There was an edge.
Yeah, it all just looked very elementary there. I don't know if for some reason It seemed pretty clear, but I think just because of the bat and the bat hitting the ground so close to the edge, might have caused some confusion. I think deep down, Kuldeep probably knew he was out.
I think he did.
Trying to delay the inevitable. But anyway, in any case, India now 4 down, and the score has moved on to 258 for 4, but they still lead by a huge 384. Kuldeep, the man out, played a really good innings, obviously did his job last night, and saw it through, and then continued on this morning, out for 27 off the bowling of Rahan Ahmed, caught by Root. And now the next batsman in for India will very likely be, I think,
Sarfaraz. Excellent.
Of course, yes, Sarfaraz Khan, debutant. Let's see if he can.
That's
pick up
exactly
from where
what
he left
India
off.
need. He's going to score more than 1 off 32 balls. Mog says, let's not forget Brett Lee's star turn into the worlds of Indian film. And Sagir says, gents, what's your take on this? Does Ben Stokes now look like one of those Amish people from the USA, especially with that ginger-coloured beard of his?
Oh, he does actually. Rayhan does, yeah.
Mog says he's off to raise a barn during the lunch break.
A couple of good Amish films. That Witness is a good Amish film, but so is that The Village. That's not quite Amish, but is got the same vibe about it.
It's been an interesting period of play. We'll be interested to see how Sarfaraz and Jaiswal go about it. It's about just over half an hour to go till lunch. As Ahmed continues over the wicket to Sarfaraz and played off the back foot defensively for no run.
Yes.
It's interesting, isn't it, that it's turning a mile, and the only wickets today have been the night watchman and a run out.
As Ahmed continues around the wickets, and off the outside edge through to backward point for no run. Sarfaraz just getting himself familiar with the pitch again.
Through a non-existent point as well. Had there been one, I think it might have gone straight to him there. Let's crowd the new batsman a little more than we are here. End of the 72nd, 258 for 4. Messi, anything happening?
Yes, Sagir says it'll be interesting to see how these two young Turks handle the spinners now. Both can play pretty aggressively. The question is whether they wait till after lunch or whether they start getting more enterprising now, because it's been a pretty dull last half hour, really. Not a lot going on, and it seems a bit of a waste of time, to be honest.
Yeah, this is kind of...
continue. Sorry, no, he won't continue.
I can tell you what else is continuing. Kartik's children are continuing.
They are in the background. Thankfully, my mother is here to help.
No, that's handy. Actually, I think we all take our hats off to you for commentating at all, given the age of your children.
I'm trying. Root continues around the wickets, and this is swept back past fine leg. In fact, there is no fine leg out there. There's a very, very square fine leg, and that will go to the boundary for another 4 runs to Jaiswal.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
This is one of those passages of play that are a bit like tracks 7, 8, and 9 on an album that you listen to once and then you don't listen to again. And then there's a couple of last tracks that are pretty good. The first side's good, but these are the 3 tracks that you don't listen to.
Yeah,
it continues around the wickets, and another sweep by Jaiswal out through to deep square leg, and they will pick up 2, I think. Yeah, they will pick up 2 runs. Yes, the score moves on to 264 for 4, and the lead is now 390.
Yes, prior to this over, they'd scored 23 runs off the previous 10 overs.
Yeah. And when people complain about Test cricket, as they sometimes do, it's passages of play like that. But fortunately, they're becoming fewer as the years go by.
Yeah.
It continues around the wicket, short and wide cut, but straight to backward point for no run. Very small. Yeah, look, I think it's probably a blessing in disguise that Kuldeep's out, because now India can pick up the pace, and Root continues around the wickets. Quick single down to mid-off, no run-outs there, no confusion there, and that'll be another 1 run to the score. Jaiswal moves on to 122, and the score now is 265 before the lead of 391.
I remember going to Joe Brown when she was starting off on the comedy circuit, and I got into a little bit of banter because I was sitting up the front row with her. And then I tried to get into a bit more banter with her, and she said, "I think you're outliving your welcome now, Ian." And I feel that was the same could be said about the night watchman's innings there. I think he outlived his welcome.
Very much so. Yes, I feel like night watchmen should sometimes just, once they've seen the day through, they just retire or don't bother turning up the next morning.
Pretty well.
Because they just waste everyone's time.
Yeah, or just get on with it if you are going to stay there.
Yeah, just hit out or get out, right? Root continues around the wicket to Sarfaraz, and he also tries to play it down for a quick single to mid-on, but nothing doing, and that'll be a dot ball.
In other cricket, I should just report that Will Pekowski made 131 today, without apparently being hit in the head, and Nathan Lyon took 5 of Victoria's 6 wickets for 150 odd.
Amazing. Root continues around the wickets, played out through to backward square leg for no run, and that's the end of the over. India 265 for 4. Jaiswal is... Yeah, we are due a change. Jaiswal 122 not out. Sarfaraz yet to score, and the lead is 391. And now we're handing over to
me, doing ball by ball, to Mog, and to Krishna.
Okay, I'll just do a couple of messages off YouTube. Willow Moon, and I endorse this wholeheartedly. Please, no more Percy Fender at lunch. It's been much too much. And Perko says Kuldeep was trying not to wake Kartik's son. The wicket seems to have woken him up. I'll catch you after lunch.
And we won't be having Percy Fender at lunch because I'm the man in control here. Rayan to continue, and the dink sweep has been done by Jaiswal down to fine leg. It's going to be an easier single. India 265 for 4. Jaiswal moves on to 123. Welcome back, Mark. Welcome back, Krishna.
I come to you with excellent news. Taylor Swift's Sydney concerts can go ahead because there's no asbestos in the venue.
And that's short and just worked into the offside by Sarfaraz to get his first run. So was that a requirement then? Was it on the rider?
Only for Sydney. She likes asbestos everywhere else, apparently.
So put context around that.
And that's short again by Rehan, and that's just bunted up to mid-on by Jaiswal for an easy single.
In Sydney, they've got some little parks for children to play in, and for some reason they've mixed asbestos in with the wood chips or the soil, and it caused a huge controversy.
It's a better ball by Rehan. Sarfaraz just covers up and defends stoutly into the leg side. No run.
Yes, because we all want children to play with mesothelioma.
Correct.
Slightly more on leg stump this time by Rehan, and Sarfaraz just works that round the corner to the deep square leg for an easy single. Yes, but it does depend. I mean, neither form of asbestos is good, but there's blue and white asbestos, and one of them is much worse than the other. Last ball by Rehan, that's floated up wide outside off stump. Jaiswal throws the bat at that. There's no one in the in close. That rushes out to the boundary rider for an easy single, and that's the end of the over.
Nothing new on YouTube, and Twitter's telling me the last tweet is from approximately 7 hours ago. So I'm going to hazard a guess that's not correct.
What does he do with his $70 billion salary that he got from Tesla?
Oh, he's busy making shitty stainless steel trucks and rockets that don't necessarily always work.
It's an obscene amount of salary, isn't it?
Root and comes in. That's the arm ball that's coming into the stumps to Jaiswal. That's grubbed a little bit. Jaiswal gets his back down on it just in time outside of stump, and there's no run.
It's obscene because I'm not the one receiving it.
Yes, indeed.
Root again. That's floated up this time. Jaiswal can't connect with any force with that. That just dribbles out to Stokes, I think it is, at mid-off, and there's no run. Root, when Root took this catch, he immediately turned away, dropped the ball, and gestured to the changing room because his finger had been hit yet again. I think we're showing this in his bowling, which is again his third ball was dragged into the dirt a bit, and Jaiswal couldn't take advantage of it. That's better ball by Root. That's on the stumps, but it's a bit too leg side. He's just clipped the inside edge of the bat and worked round the corner for an easy single.
Looking forward to watching Sarfaraz bat. I didn't see him in the first innings. He's got a first-class average of 60, I think. So
he's got test average of 60.
Sorry. Yeah. And he's a mature age cricketer. He's 26 already, so he's got his chance here.
Yeah, the stocky and powerful Sarfaraz is waiting. That's a good ball by Root. That's pushed back with by Sarfaraz. Root fields that off his own bowling, just knocks it into the offside, and there's no run. And India close to leading by 400 now. They lead by 397. Last ball of the over. Root round the wicket. That's an arm ball that's gone on. Sarfaraz tries to push it past point but can't get it. Managed to do that. And that's the end of the over. India are 271 for 4. Sarfaraz on 2. And Jaiswal on 126.
Willow Moon asks, how does asbestos get mixed in with playground chipping? Probably due to cheapness and low-level corruption, I would imagine, he says cynically. Pokey Bumfinger asks, or says, kids these days, my entire childhood was sheathed in asbestos. So was mine, and probably mercury out of thermometers as well, and I grew up perfectly fine. Except for the 3 tentacles I have growing in the middle of my back, but otherwise, it's all good.
Yeah, I think asbestos has probably been used as a because of its fire retardant properties in some respects.
Would have been a lot of wall cladding and such with it.
Yeah.
It's going to be the hottest day of the test. It's heading towards 35 in Rajkot.
Rehan in. That's a ball outside off stump that Jaiswal just defends, and that just drops into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, it's looking like a lovely day in Rajkot, in lovely state of Gujarat. That's shorter by Rehan, and Jaiswal smashes that to square leg. But there's a man out there, so there's only going to be a single. Not a great look by Rehan, that ball. I know he's trying to bowl it quicker into the dirt and get something to happen off the pitch, but I think he's better off putting a bit more control on it. He's over the stumps now to Sarfaraz, who works it neatly down just behind square on the leg side. Wood comes in and fields it. It's an easy single for Sarfaraz to move to 3. We've not yet really seen Sarfaraz in full blaster mode. I think it can't be too long before he's been told to get on with it. Certainly Jaiswal seems to think it's at that time now. That's a floaty ball by Rehan outside off stump, and a flowing drive from Jaiswal out to the cover boundary fielder for a single.
I like your description. There's lots of floaty balls at the moment. from Rehan. Hitting the ball above the batsman's eye line.
Well, yes, flight is the only thing you can do if there's not a lot of turn, and that takes the Indians' lead to 400, by the way, that last single.
Time to go the long handle.
One would have thought so. Stokes is now trying to shuffle decks on the Titanic to some extent, moving people around. And ball on the stumps by Rehan to Sarfraz. Sarfraz, does he take a single? No, yes he does.
Does.
Just worked neatly into the leg side. Coming quick and fast, these singles now. It's another flatter, fizzing, faster ball by Rehan, but it's turned with the spin into the leg side by Jaiswal. And that's the end of the over. Yes, the end of the over. India 276 for 4. Leading by 402.
Jaiswal's bat can't be too bad if they're taking singles a lot. Jeff Perkins says, low-level corruption. Sydney has high-level corruption, I'll have you know. They do. They probably lead the country in just how terrible they are. Willow Moon says, anyone who went to the school in the 60s and 70s in the UK would also have been sheathed in asbestos. And Pokey Bumfinger says they only stopped using it in livestock housing in the 90s. Messi says, I think it's for others to judge whether I am perfectly fine. Thank you. And Willow Moon says, never mind livestock, we recently had some renovation work on our flat and we had to have an asbestos scrape. They got a free week in a hotel. That sounds charming.
Root, first ball, fired in, defended, no run. And Root comes in again, a bit more round arm, again fired in, doesn't turn. Jaiswal cuts that to gully, stroke backward point, and there's no run. As we watch Kumble having a chat in the commentary area. That's floated up by Root, slightly slower on leg stump. Jaiswal just turns it around the corner and walks a single.
Yeah, I think at this point England happy to give up the ones and twos, and they're just protecting boundaries at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah,
playing for time.
They're just trying to extend the game and saying, no, if you want to get on with it, you get on with it and take your chances. Root slightly flatter and quicker to Sarfraz, but Sarfraz can knock it around the corner, but I think he's gone straight to the fielder there.
Does the English team have wives and girlfriends with them on this tour?
They don't, I believe. I think they went to the UAE between the second and third test to have a week or so away with their family, and that was their rest and recuperation. That's worked by Sarfraz to square leg for no run.
Some of them might have their girlfriends, but not their wives out there with them.
Good.
Last ball, Root. That's Fuller, slightly slower. Sarfraz tries to work that, and there's no run there. That's the end of the over. India 277 for 4.
Over on the YouTubes, Jonathan Seafelt says, long-time listener, first-time chatter. American-born and raised in India. Live in Texas now. Have abandoned my India fandom over the last few years because of the BCCI bullying and drama. But Sarfraz and Jaiswal are drawing me back in. Hard not to root for players of their calibre and background.
Well, welcome. Yes.
Welcome to the fold. And Messi queries boyfriends. Just in case they want to bring their boyfriends with them. Perfectly fine. Except for the infidelity part. That's not very nice.
Analysis of the two leggies in the sides. Kuldeep for India and Rehan for England. And I think it's the release points they're looking at here. They're both quite stocky gentlemen, so I think their release points are quite low.
Rehan's a bit more robust of frame than Kuldeep.
I think the difference between the releases is the fact that I think there's more overspin with Rehan and slightly less with Kuldeep. He's more, rips the ball around his fingers rather than up and over with Rehan. Anyway, here's Rehan again. That's wide but turns in, and Jaiswal wanders into his back foot and defends that into the leg side. Round in again, another short ball that's just pushed off the back foot into the offside by Jaiswal, and they amble a single.
You mentioned before Ollie Pope is the vice captain of this team. Does he have leadership credentials in English county cricket?
He hasn't really, because his captain at Surrey is Rory Burns in the red ball format, and Chris Jordan in the white ball format. So he's not really had an opportunity to be a leader in that sense. Fuller by Rehan over the wicket to Sarfraz, and Sarfraz just pushes that out to the mid off, and there's no run. The second new ball, in fact, is due in just 2.5 overs. That's a fuller ball by Rehan. In fact, it's so full that Jaiswal has decided to take it on and has smashed it over the top of mid wicket into the distance, and we're going to have one of these. Nice shot by Sarfraz. That was definitely there to be hit. He's just managed to get his front foot out the way and just flick that with good timing over the top of mid wicket. The inevitable ball after that is a short ball by Rehan that's just been guided by Sarfraz. I think it's Anderson who just makes a half stop of the ball at sort of point, but Sarfraz is quick enough to come back for 2 after the chase and misfield.
Previous shot over mid-wicket before, Rehan was about to say catch, but then despairingly saw that there was no fielders out there.
He yells it loud enough, maybe one would appear.
Rehan in, ball's outside off stump, turning away. Sarfraz has nothing to do with it. It does climb on Sarfraz, but he doesn't essay a shot at it. That's the end of the over. India 284 for 4.
Pokey Bumfinger says robust of frame equals pie-eating bastard, so he's seen through my gentle euphemism for pie-eating bastards. And Willow Moon suggests that there won't be any boyfriends in the UAE.
Not if they've got any sense. No.
And Twitter is still festering away to itself and doing nothing.
So all fairly laid back on the balcony for the Indian side. Root is going to continue. That's well up to the batsman. Jaiswal gives it a full swing of the bat, but he's hit it straight at Stokes at mid-off, and there's no run. Oh, that's an absolute pie by Root. He's a floaty full toss, and Jaiswal has no problem in connecting with that one and taking over long on, in fact, for a nice big fat one of these.
One told over the line, sweet Jesus, one told over the line.
Was Root looking at his fingers out of ruefulness or out of concern then?
Root bowls a better ball, but it's still not enough to stop Jaiswal from bunting up to mid-off and taking a single. I don't know. I saw him looking at his fingers and gesticulating to the changing room after they took the catch off Kuldeep. And I think he's got a history of having the same thumb hit several times. Maybe that's happened again. And they've targeted Root now. I think the two batsmen. That's another ball that's been deposited by Sarfraz over deep mid wicket for another 6.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lip.
He hasn't looked happy all day, Root, and he's getting grumpier by the minute now.
Yeah, I do wonder about the wisdom of bowling him at this point. And that's worked into the leg side off the front foot. Sarfraz scampers to a single. Jaiswal easily makes the ground. This partnership was already up to 40 off virtually no time at all. A very powerful batsman, Sarfraz. And that looked like effortless for 79 metres for that 6. Root. That's plonked into the leg side off the front fad. But there's nobody there to do anything to stop the single. They're all on the boundary and they just amble through for an easy single into a 299 for 4 at the end of 79 overs and lead by 430, I think.
400 and plenty. Nothing to report from the socials.
I think Root is trotting off, or is he trotting to get treatment on the boundary edge? He's certainly not particularly happy with his hands. Ryan is bowling. There's nobody around the batsman at all. That's just plonked to the leg side, but the square leg is close enough to prevent the single. In again, that's a better ball, that's a better length. Turns quite sharply into the Jaiswal's pads, but there's nobody there to get any chance of a bat pad catch. There's no run. Jaiswal's been quite measured in his innings so far today. He's added another 30 odd runs to his overnight score, and that's shorter but grubs a little bit by Rayan. Jaiswal just drops a bat on that off the back foot and there's no run.
His overall strike rate in this innings,
he's still going 139
so
off 177, so he's 80% perhaps. There's a leg slip now for Jaiswal, and that ball is dropped into the leg side again and there's no run.
there might be a little bit of playing for lunch now. 5 minutes to go.
Shorter and worked down to the square leg on the boundary. Easy single for Jaiswal, and there's left Sarfraz one ball to try to see if he can hit another 6 in this over. It brings up India's 300. Last ball, and there we go. It's on a line, on a length, and Sarfraz has cleared the front leg, given it the Steve Waugh slog sweep, and he's definitely targeting mid-wicket boundary off Rayan. Well, that's plopped about 3 yards inside the boundary and trickled over the line for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
You almost predicted the outcome.
Yeah.
Stephen Koch says England can chase this by going harder. They won't, though. Time to start planning for the next one.
That's taken the 80 overs now, and the second new ball is due. Will they take it straight away? I wonder. No, it's possibly the best chance of taking a wicket at the moment, but it also means that the ball is harder and will go further.
They'd have what, 1 or 2 overs before lunch?
Which means you could have 2 bites of the cherry, but they're going to bring on Hartley instead to replace Root, which I think was what I had in my mind anyway was going to happen. I thought Root was being targeted and was likely to be withdrawn from the attack. So Hartley's going to bowl to Jaiswal. Still with the old ball. Round the wickets. And that's a nice controlled ball by Hartley. But Jaiswal just pushes it back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, so we will get 30 overs in this session, so it's a good session in terms of pace and over 100 runs.
We have got at least 2 bowlers out of 3 spinners who bowl the ball at about 90 seconds per over. That's on off stump and worked around the corner by Jaiswal, but it's straight to the fielder. There's no run.
The last half hour has seen a real acceleration, hasn't it, since Sarfraz came in?
Jaiswal's also picked up his rate a little bit. He's much more of a traditional opener's innings by Jaiswal, but he's not been backward in hitting balls over the top if he wants to. And he gives that one the full blade into the wide offside. Ahmed fields it from the boundary, and Jaiswal just walks a single.
He scores big hundreds, doesn't he? He's got 2 double centuries, and this is heading towards the 150 and only his 7th test.
Yep, my thoughts exactly. I was just about to make that point. Powerful Sarfraz waits for the ball. Hartley to continue. It's a good ball by Hartley, but it's a bit too short. It allows Sarfraz to rock back and play it off his hip into the leg side for a single.
Oh, it's Nick Knight in the commentary box. How exciting.
The fence sitter. If he's the fence sitter, he really should be in the middle of these two, between Shastri and Kartik. Hartley to Jaiswal, round the wicket still. That's pushed up into the rough. Jaiswal bunts it past. Hartley goes a dive to try and stop it, but doesn't get to it. That's an easy single thereafter. It's quite green, Rajkot. Far more green than I would have expected.
Where would sports broadcasting be without drones and the like these days?
Well, they would have had aerial shots before, but they had to employ a blimp to do it. Anyone remember the Goodyear blimp? They used to wander around and give you aerial shots.
Oh, the humanity.
And then Hartley's working out his plan to bowl to Sarfraz. He's turning the ball away from
6 minutes.
Yes, he's taking the ball away from Sarfraz rather than with the spin, and that one spits a little bit, but Sarfraz is up to the task of covering that one up, and that's the end of the 30th over of the session. They've scored 111 runs in it. India are 307 for 4.
Over on the YouTubes, Jonathan Seafelt says Sarfraz is reminding me a bit of a young Aravinda de Silva, which is high praise indeed. Are they having another over, or are they?
They are.
trying to delay?
Rehan is going to
They
have
are.
one more over.
I think all the players were hoping that they would go off for lunch, but there's still enough time for one more.
We didn't drag it out just enough.
Interesting, they've got a leg slip in place now.
Rehan in, and that's floated up, but that's just given Jaiswal an opportunity to plonk it very powerfully and very comfortably over the boundary for one of these. No playing for lunch for these pair. If it's there, it's going to go. And to be fair, that was aimed into the rough, and it did hit some of the rough, but it just meant, I think he got more bat on it.
Good shot. Really good shot over long one.
It's an old-fashioned 6-2 over the actual fence, not just the rope.
We wait for a moment whilst I retrieve the ball and make sure that it's in a fit state to be continued with. As that did land on the concrete of the and possibly not.
Some kid's done a runner with the ball.
As the third umpire comes out with a box of balls, and Stokes has a look at it, even though he has no say in the matter. Just seeing where it landed again. That has landed, yes, into the groundsman hut. I think it would be the what do you call that area, or the technical services area for the broadcasters. Lots of metal and lots of concrete in that area. So Rayan to continue. There's something happened with that ball straight away. That's turned and bounced. I don't know whether that's a new ball or not, or the new ball. In fact, have they taken the new ball? Surely not.
Oh no, I don't think so.
No, that's much more like it. That's on off stump, or just outside off stump. Jaiswal just drops the bat on it, and there's no run. Would seem a waste to put the new ball on. There were 4 balls before the end of the session, and that's again a repeat of the ball before. Jaiswal covers up and the ball just dribbles out into the leg side.
Maybe 4 balls of the new ball is a very Bazballian thing to do.
Short by Rehan, and Jaiswal has heaved it to deep square leg and wandered through for single.
Incredible wrist.
That is the end of the session. India 314 for 4 at the end of it. Sarfraz is on 22 off 23 balls. Jaiswal is just short of his 150. He's got 149 off 189 balls. And we've had 31 overs in the session. Gentlemen, what do you think of that? Definitely India's session.
Absolutely. England took 2 wickets, but one was a night watchman and one was a very poor run out, where Shubman Gill got burnt. Great session for India, 31 overs and 118 runs. And I think, they're really going to put more pressure on after lunch to see how quickly they can improve that scoring rate.
Very happy looking Indian side. Looking out as their batsmen come back in. Some fairly relaxed faces on the balcony there. England, by contrast, look somewhat weary and disgruntled as they trudge off the field.
It's been a good feeling for you, Jaiswal, to come out to bat this morning, wouldn't it? It's 104 beside your name.
I was surprised he didn't attack him more, given that he's a new batsman. I know he's got 100, but he's got to start again.
Correct, yeah.
But there was no real attacking intent from England at that point. And he's just played very nicely in the stream of the batsmen with him. And Sarfraz has come in and added some impetus with his quick-fire 20 off 20 balls. Kuldeep was getting becalmed a little bit towards the end of his innings, but India are in a dominant position in this Test match, and they should be pushing on after lunch with Jadeja to come, who doesn't exactly score slowly. Right. Do we have any more tweets before I go to the...
Just multiple requests for more Percy Fender for lunch. All the Percy Fender you can possibly cram in.
I'm not sure if you're trying to bait me or not, but...
I'm definitely trying to bait you.
I'm not going to play the Percy Fender this time. We're going to go to the latest episode of The Bishop and the Bear to see just how wrong they were with predictions for this test in particular. So let me just cue that up, and we'll see you back again in about 35 minutes.
See you, gents.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
We've got lots to talk about today. We've got a series against the West Indies coming up, and if there's a series against the West Indies coming up, there's only one man to talk to. Mash couldn't make it, so I'm thrilled. Actually, we didn't ask Mash, you're honest. I'll be honest, we didn't. It has to be the Babbling Brook himself. Hello, David.
Hello, Tony. Hello, Bear.
Hello. What can we get you to drink? I would hope it's going to be a Caribbean rum of some kind.
Oh, you like your dark rum, don't you?
I do like a nice Blackwell's dark rum, please.
Blackwell's dark rum. We have that. We have all drinks in our virtual pub, so you can have anything you like. Right, things to talk about as David settles himself onto the bar stool of bravado. Well, we're going to start with a little preview of the West Indies. What's going on with the Darren Bravo? And as of literally a few minutes ago, what on earth's going on with Shane Dowrich? And who might shine for England? It's all kind of interesting stuff there. One of the shortest of World Cup wraps, not so much about England, but we're sort of musing, did India dig their own hole by the grandeur of the final that popped and fell apart horribly for them and not so for Australia? The Cricket Writers' Awards, we got David Brook on, so we have to have a bit of Brook on Brook appraisal action, which we shall look forward to. Ben Stokes and the Battle of Wounded Knee. Is he really going to be fit? Will it do the trick? Who knows? India and Australia are still slugging it out. Why is a very good question. We'll ask that question. And it's been Shanto Panto time in Sylhet. Oh, no, it hasn't. Oh, yes, it has. So, big day for him. He's got a ton, and Bangladesh could well beat New Zealand in the first test there. So that's all exciting. But David, come on then. What on earth is going on with this West Indies squad? Is it like a complete start again after the failure to qualify for the World Cup?
Well, I think it's a curious mixture of starting again with some younger players, but also retaining some of the more senior players. Boston Chase, for example, is still there, though his batting has dropped off quite a lot. I think the main talking point is the omission of Darren Bravo, who hasn't done a lot for West Indies in recent years, hasn't played for them the last couple of years, but he was the top scorer in the regional 50-over competition, the Super 50, and he did extremely well in that. And he hasn't made this team. He wasn't given a clear explanation from the chairman of selectors, Desmond Haynes. Name for the past. And he's decided to take a bit of time off from cricket as a result. And he's saying, look, there's three teams being picked for West Indies. There's this team to play England. There's also an A-team tour going on in South Africa at the moment. We've seen this won the first unofficial test. And there's also an emerging academy series going on. And he's saying, look, if I don't make any of those three teams, despite being the top scorer in the regional competition, then it's clear that I don't really have an international future. And someone should have had that conversation with him so he didn't have to say this publicly. But that was his message on social media. So the Darren Bravo thing has been the main talking point.
What's the main sentiment? Do people tend to agree, or are they on his side, or do they?
How old is he?
Overwhelmingly,
he's 34, isn't he now?
Yeah, overwhelmingly on the side of Darren Bravo. But if you look at the actual stats, yes, it looks like Brian Lara. takes a stance like Brian Lara. His stats don't read like Brian Lara's. The question is, is the quality? So it's been said that the quality of the bowling in the Super 50, the pitches they were playing on, is no guarantee that he will do the business against England.
Yeah, but surely that doesn't stack up, because everyone else is doing it in the same competition, and he's still the best in the competition, and you can play what's in front of you, right?
I think it's a stronger team, with Darren Bravo in it, and it's certainly, give a bit more reassurance to West Indies fans who are struggling to understand that particular decision. There's a couple of other names missing that you'd expect to see, but that's because they weren't available for selection. Jason Holder and Nicholas Pooran have decided, Pooran has decided to focus on the T20 leg, which is the second part of the series. It's the ODIs first. Jason Holder is focused on the Test match as well as the T20, so he's going to take this ODI series off.
They haven't announced the T20 squad yet, though, have they? I don't think West Indies. I think they've only announced the ODI squad.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. And Carl Mayers who's probably the pick of the players on recent form, is unavailable for selection. And when Desmond Haynes was asked why that was, he didn't seem to know. So
wow, why are these people? Yeah, this is really weird. What about Rovman Powell? Or was he only a T20 player? And
Rovman Powell is a very good point there. He's had a poor Super 50. Jamaica haven't won a single match, and he seems to have lost out for that reason. Obviously, he didn't perform particularly well in the qualifiers either. But I think Rovman Powell should be in that squad because, he's got the experience. He's also got great leadership qualities. Of course, he saw West Indies through to a T20 series victory over India just last year. So, I'd like to have seen a place for Rovman Powell. But, the question is, West Indies have been written off so many times whenever in the tour Caribbean.
And we always lose.
Yeah, and West Indies always seem to find a way of winning. So this is, to me, it's all set up for the same outcome this time round. Bookmakers wouldn't agree with that because England are like hot favourites, 1-4 on. They're not even considering West Indies can muster a win. And if you look on the form book, West Indies lost to Netherlands, they lost to Scotland in that qualifying tournament in Zimbabwe. So you probably put them ranking number 14 at the moment. But we know in their home conditions, West Indies can pull out the stops. They've had a 3-week training camp under the recently appointed ODI coach, although he was there for the qualifiers, Darren Sammy. Yeah, and Darren Sammy is a great one at getting teams together and providing a bit of team spirit. So they've had a decent training camp. England have only just arrived, and I don't know what they've been doing since they got back from the World Cup, but I should imagine it's playing a lot of cricket. So
probably playing a lot of golf, and hopefully not getting injured doing it.
Not even that. I mean, what's the weather like in the West Indies at the moment? I imagine there's a northern hemisphere, so I imagine, although they're quite close to the equator, so
hell of a lot better than it is in Sydney.
Obviously, yeah.
and warmer.
Yeah. But that's it. What sort of? Well, let's have a look. What's the temperature and where are they playing first?
Antigua. But so you look at. Let me put the case for West Indies, because I'm sure you're going to really can't come back on this. Is this the weakest England bowling attack that we've sent to the Caribbean? The last time I think Strauss was in charge, wasn't he, briefly? And we didn't send Broad and Anderson to the Test match. And we ended up opening with Sam Curran and Wokes as the opening attack. Or was it Matthew Fisher, I seem to know, was playing from Yorkshire?
He was.
But the bowling attack on paper doesn't look like it's going to sort of frighten anyone. And
John Turner's everyone is excited about seeing. I think Gus Atkinson.
Is he the one who missed out on the World Cup because he got injured?
Yeah. The lad from Johannesburg who they sort of rather fast tracked.
Josh Tongue's all right.
Josh Tongue, but he won't play in the ODIs. He's already pulled out of those. He's only going to play in the T20s because of the recurring injury issue he had. If he's an England bowler, he's got to have a recurring injury issue.
Well, exactly.
It's on the job requirement.
Yeah, but the curious thing about the squad, Tony, being announced, is if it's not a clean sweep, because they recall the former ODI and Test match with people from Barbados, Shane Dowrich. And just 3 hours ago from when we were recording this, it's turned out that he's announced his retirement from international cricket whilst he's on the training camp. So not ideal, not an ideal news story to come out a few days before the first match. I don't know what's gone on there. Presumably he was talked to before he was picked. Are you up for it? But one can't take those things for granted. Our own Roland Butcher is on the selection panel, and he's kindly consented to be interviewed during the break during the interval on Sunday. So we might
excellent. Well, we'll get a few insights then, hopefully, on exactly what is going on with
I don't know if will he be able to do that whilst he's inside the tent, because it all sounds like typically. I mean, not being funny, but it all sounds a bit sort of Sri Lankan / Bangladesh kind of toss up between, even South Africa these days, toss up between corruption and backhanders and just not really knowing what's going on.
Oh, I'm not sure there's any.
I'm saying that. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying, but I mean, well, I always get. I mean, Sri Lanka decided to basically turn themselves in, didn't they, to the ICC or whatever it was at the World Cup, so they can get bans because of political interference. Maybe I mean more political interference, not corruption necessarily.
Yeah,
but
I don't think there's any political interference, but there's always inter-island rivalries, and the fact is that most of the selection panel, two of the main selectors are based in Barbados, and some would say, that's why there's so many Barbados players in the team, and the captain, Jay Hoper's from Barbados.
Definitely going to ask you about a few. I mean, we got Hetmeyer back.
Yes,
Hetmeyer's a good player.
Is a welcome
Yeah,
step.
I mean, if you're looking at the batting, I mean, are West Indies, the key thing for me is, are they going to be able to take advantage of this weakened England bowling attack? Who is going to score the runs? Well, clearly, the main person will be the captain, Shea Hoper, has a fantastic ODI record.
He does.
Brandon King, who will open the batting, Jamaican, he's been in good form. So you put him down, Shimron Hetmeyer. Yeah, then you're beginning to struggle. You're looking at some new names, Athanase, who's impressed a lot of people, young player making his way in the game.
Dominica, right? 24-year-old.
Yes,
youngster. All-rounder.
Yes.
Well, he's classed as an all-rounder.
He does bowl a bit of spin. Yeah, does bowl a bit of spin. I don't think we'll see him in action unless things really go wrong. And then you've got Otley, John Otley, who's been sort of recalled. He's no youngster.
No, I was going to say he's 33.
Yeah, so he's been given the other opening slot by the looks of it. So I can't see any other openers in the squad unless Shea Hoper opens, which would be quite a workload, seeing he's captain and keeper as well. Then you've got DC Carty, who is also sort of a young player on the way up. So, but Roston Chase, his form has dropped off a bit. So one can't necessarily rely on him further down the order. But you've got people who can strike the ball all the way down. I mean, Romario Sheffield has shown that he really is an all-rounder, and he's quite capable of putting. I mean, if Rian Ahmed, bowls a 4-ball and over, he'll take advantage of that. To me, the England batting looks very strong, but the bowling, it doesn't look so strong. And can West Indies, have they got enough firepower to take advantage of that?
Tell us a bit about the strength comparatively of the Super 50 tournament. I mean, we know what we've done over here is downgrade our 50 over tournament, and a lot of people might argue that had a direct result on what we saw in India. But how's the Super 50 scene? Sort of
I think the problem with it is that the pitches they've been playing on. Because inter-island travel is so expensive now. You don't get the old days. Jamaica played their home matches in Jamaica. Guyana played their home matches in Guyana. But now, because inter-island travel has become so much more expensive, they're tending to play all the games in one location. And the games that took place in Trinidad, particularly at the Brian Lara Stadium, by all accounts, the wickets were very slow and low, and you had sort of spin bowlers opening the bowling and that sort of thing. Not the case at Kensington Oval, but certainly all matches played in Trinidad. So it's hard to really assess what that form really means. The other batsman I'd like to nominate as potential rising star is Sheffield Rutherford from Guyana.
Ah.
who hasn't played a lot of.
We've half heard of him now. I've seen him before, haven't we?
Yes, he's been appearing in various franchises and is well known as a short form player. And yeah, so he's been given an opportunity to show what he can do in 50 overs. So yeah, I've named 4 batsmen. The other name that will be unfamiliar in the squad in terms of the batting is Matthew Ford, who's had a good tournament, a bit of a bits and pieces player, but very enthusiastic, and he'll give a good account. The bowling, one player I'd pick out there is Gudakesh Motti, who did take how many wickets? Had a huge Test match where he took, I think, 17 wickets in a match against Bangladesh, admittedly.
In Bangladesh?
I need to double check that, otherwise Mash will be on to me. But he's a very promising spinner. O'Shane Thomas, you'll remember from the previous West Indies series, given another chance with the new ball. But you don't have a lot of spinners. You've got Zawi Joseph. Yeah,
of course, Alzari, he's a decent batsman.
Decent batsman.
And bowling.
And he's been given the vice captaincy. He's had a very good Super 50. He was captain of Leeward Islands, and they did extremely well this year. So he's been rewarded with that, with the vice captaincy. Anyone remembers how Alzari Joseph played through that incredibly emotional period after the passing of his mother? Do you remember in the last battled through it? And he's tremendously committed to the cause. And I think that's what West Indies have seen in him, someone who's prepared to put their life on the line, as it were. So Alzari is going to be the vice captain and probably pretty key with the ball. And people I haven't mentioned, Yannick Correa, the spinner, and that's it. Yeah, we think we've covered it.
Taken a lot of wickets in that Super 50 tournament. I think he's the top wicket taker or something.
Absolutely, yes. And the question now is, will they take the opportunity to, now that Dowrich has dropped out, that does leave a place. He was backup wicketkeeper, so will there be a place for Josh De Silva?
They've said they're not going to. They mentioned they're not going to replace him. Maybe that's just it's going to take some time to think about it, but they haven't got a lot of time.
Yeah.
Not for the ODIs, they've got 2 days.
Oh, you're ahead of me on that, Tony. Yeah, I thought they might sort of take the opportunity to get someone else into the squad. But as you say, it's only a squad for the 3 ODIs, and then the T20s, there's 5 of those, aren't there, to follow.
This episode is brought to you by Kraken. Crypto is like finance, but different. It doesn't care when you invest, trade, or save. Do it on weekends, or at 5 a.m., or on Christmas Day. At 5 a.m., crypto is finance for everyone, everywhere, all the time. Visit kraken.com/see what crypto can be to learn more. Don't invest unless you're prepared to lose all the money you invest. This is a high-risk investment, and you should not expect to be protected if something goes wrong.
Collectively, is there a sense of a point to prove? I mean, England have got a point to prove, although there's only 6, I think, of the World Cup squad are appearing across either of the formats here.
Well, they have. Especially the leadership team. I mean, Rob Key was pretty measured in what he said. It sounded like he's giving them a stay of execution and saying, right, we've got one more tour. Because obviously,
he tried to take the blame on himself, didn't he? And said, blame me for.
But then he subsequently made that point about, maybe we should have had a local coach who could have told the rest of the team that it was going to be hot in Mumbai that day.
Overthinking.
Yeah.
Which is
England got their own problems, haven't they? Because the leadership team's untested. Well,
I was thinking about the West Indies, though. I mean, having not qualified at all, had the pretty disastrous qualifiers in Zimbabwe mainly, wasn't it? And played a lot of games in Harare. It does sense. It feels like you've got 2 teams who with points to prove, both with a lot of different talented. All who it could. To me, the interest in this series is any series that comes immediately after a World Cup. If you've spent many early mornings and late nights putting the highlights together, which apparently the Bear did, though he won't mention it. But if you've done that, almost as a player as well, possibly the last thing you want is another series. And yet, I think what England have done, and I think probably the West Indies as well, is mix up their teams to try some players who are on the cusp of potentially something big, the way England have done it. And I think it's really they've kept Butler in.
Well, he's a skipper.
If anyone deserved, well, they did it to him after
Well, that's unfortunately when you're the skipper, unless you're prepared to hand it in, that is your job, isn't it? You're the unlucky fucker.
So he's either got to get back on the horse, or he's just gonna be more mentally shot than he was after India. But he's there. But other than that, there seems to be a lot of what I would call multi-format players. So if you look, you've got Will Jacks, who I think England have high hopes of being able to perform with that and ball. Probably more of a bit part player with ball at the moment. But they see him as playing more than just white ball cricket. Zach Crawley has proven his case to a lot of people's surprise, including many of us, with the red ball. And now they're saying, can you do it? His game possibly is very well suited to white ball.
Certainly ODI.
Ollie Pope, who I don't think, if I'm right, has played an ODI. I'm not looking at my notes now.
I don't think he has. Well, Ben Duckett's obvious, isn't he? I mean, Ben Duckett being a top. I mean, this is it. I mean, if you say Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, the way he's certainly gone into Test matches, you'd say, right, okay, Ben Duckett is. Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett could open. Phil Salt could be relegated to not being in the side unless Joss decides he actually going to take a couple of games off and just captain from the sidelines. I mean, I would go probably Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett. 3, you might put Ollie Pope in at 3.
Yeah.
Harry Brook at 4. And then maybe Will Jacks at 5. No, I wouldn't have Butler until 6.
Well, then if you look at the
pretty strong. That's a stronger batting lineup.
That's a strong batting lineup. And then you've got Phil Salt, who is more of a white ball specialist, but absolutely has got a point to prove. I think Livingston's in there, isn't he?
Yeah.
So you've got a couple who I think are being told, if you can't do it here, you probably won't get that many more chances to do it again. It depends how much England are hamstrung by those central contracts that they've gone willy-nilly handing out to people and then thinking, oh shit.
You don't have
might
to
have been a bit better if they'd had a decent World Cup.
Well, possibly, but I mean, also you've got to pay people from outside the scene if you're not going to take people, and they can afford it, I guess. I mean, I don't think this squad looks too bad. I mean, I think England have sort of depth in there.
Very strong batting lineup. Very strong.
Yeah, very strong. And I don't think that bowling is too light. They're unproven. What I want to know is that West Indies. There was a left-arm spinner a couple of years ago. He was really young. He looked like he was going to be the next big thing. I can't remember his name, but he's not anywhere near the squad anymore. No.
Yes. You're talking about Akil Hussain.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yes. And again at the press conference, Desmond Hayes did not know of his whereabouts and had not spoken to him. So again, it's sort of it feels a bit amateurish.
It does, man. It feels really amateurish. They need to sort this out. Get rid of their bloody inter-island. If you're serious about being, getting back some sort of power, you got to put that behind you, haven't you? Desmond and some of the young. If Desmond doesn't want to travel because he's too old, but there's got to be able to hop between the islands.
They need something like the ghost of Tony Gregg. To tell them they're going to be made to grovel, and that seemed to do the trick when they really needed.
Well, in the last Colin Graves in the last talk described them as mediocre opposition, and that was, I remember that quote got put up in the West Indies dressing room, and they used that as motivation. Mark Nicholas in the past has called them brainless. That also had a galvanising effect on Darren Sammy and the team. So they might take some motivation, from that. As well.
Well, you look at the bowling for England. You see, again, I think you're thinking multi-format. You've got Gus Atkinson, who's made a promising but obviously very unproven white ball start, but he's got some genuine pace. Bryden Carse, of course, has done phenomenally well for Durham in county cricket and has made a promising Test start. So now it's more white ball exposure for him. Rayan Ahmed clearly is been on the radar for a while. We do fancy him, but he's just quite young, isn't he? But whatever he is.
Totally. I think they need to throw players like that. I think in series like this, you really just need to throw them in and give them the bloody chance to.
Tom Hartley. I mean, that is quite an interesting one.
Well, he's one I've heard. I've never seen him bowl. He's one I've heard about. Seems to be quite well thought of.
His figures don't stack up wonderfully well in any of the 100, the blast, or
well, I wonder whether they're looking at him because there isn't a lot of practice to come between now and the Test series in India. Because look, is Jack Leach going to be ready for the series in India? He's our left arm bowler who hasn't had any practice because he's had a bloody, stress fracture in the back. We need to take 3 spinners to India, so they've got to at least 3 in the squad.
So he will definitely get a bowl. He's the son of I don't think he's the son of Donna Hartley, the athlete. He's the son of, his dad was an athlete. He was a 400-metre athlete, was Tom Hartley. Who was he the son of?
Rian Ahmed, proper cricketer. When you see him in the field, great cricketing brain, he really is, you're Mr. Cricket, really. I mean, a real enthusiast for the game. And I'm sure he'll have a really good series.
And then you got Potts and Turner. Matthew Potts is again another one from Durham. Also very promising county championship. Started to transfer it into the England squad. So
it's a promising county lineup, but I don't think it's going to strike fear into the West Indies.
No, probably not. John Turner is the interesting one. He's not super quick, but they clearly rate him a lot. I mean, he took 21 wickets in just over 11 in the blast. The championship, 5 wickets at 15 in just a couple of games. National stage. I think how they play is probably as important as the results they get in a series like this, and that's what to me that's what makes this series quite fascinating. Normally, a series on the fag end of a World Cup, you think, well, why would we bother? And we actually have had that discussion amongst ourselves.
Yes, very much so.
As we know, but this one to me just has that little that the interest is because both sides are in such a evolutionary, but also sort of rather bruised state.
Absolutely.
West Indies on the that's an interesting combination, I reckon.
Yeah, West Indies on the bottom. I mean, they weren't in the World Cup, not really in the Champions Trophy. Imagine support is at a low, morale is low. I mean, can Darren Sammy, who's got a track record of galvanising West Indies team, can he, in his capacity as coach, get the best out of this unit and really get them up for it? And England, without much preparation, no warm-up match, just come in. They only landed yesterday.
They'll be sitting around the pool right now.
Yeah, can West Indies exploit that lack of preparation? I mean, it's a bit of a wish list. The bookmakers would say they haven't got a chance. England are 1-4 on, West Indies 11-4. I think that's a decent price to take on West Indies. I'm not saying they'll win, but there's no value in supporting England.
No.
And people would have lost a lot of money if they had been backing England over the last few weeks.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So I don't think it's going to be a straightforward. Yeah, West Indies on the bottom. I mean, they weren't in the World Cup, not really in the Champions Trophy. Imagine support is at a low, morale is low. I mean, can Darren Sammy, who's got a track record of galvanising West Indies team, can he, in his capacity as coach, get the best out of this unit and really get them up for it? And England, without much preparation, no warm-up match, just come in. They only landed yesterday.
They'll be sitting around the pool right now.
Yeah, can West Indies exploit that lack of preparation? I mean, it's a bit of a wish list. The bookmakers would say they haven't got a chance. England are 1-4 on, West Indies 11-4. I think that's a decent price to take on West Indies. I'm not saying they'll win, but there's no value in supporting England.
No.
And people would have lost a lot of money if they had been backing England over the last few weeks.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So I don't think it's going to be a straightforward assignment for England at all.
No, I think I can't speak for the Bear, but for me, I completely agree with that. I don't think it's anything like a right over, given the experimental nature of the side and the time since a few of them have even played. A couple of them haven't played since the 100. And the reason for that sometimes has been injury. Like John Turner, as one example, was picked to be playing for the New Zealand series, wasn't he? And everyone was going, yeah, and then he did the classic England quick bowler thing and got himself injured, which has to happen. Let's have a quick chat, not about England. I think that's been done to death. It is what it is, and we are moving on. But the thing that really struck me after the World Cup, was that World Cup final. The Pat Cummings stood on his own as Modi threw the cup at him and basically said, Pat, can you turn the lights off before you leave? And I just wondered a little bit if did India, with the expectation and grandeur and size of the stadium, did they slightly dig their own hole in the end?
I mean, they went into it unconquered, unblemished, as it were, but also untested, in that they hadn't had a tough match, and nobody below 7 had really had an innings, and so there was always going to be and when you've got a winning run of 10 matches, I don't think any team's ever won the World Cup without losing a match.
Yeah, Australia have done it a couple of times.
Without losing them? Okay.
Yeah.
Can we edit that out?
No, we can't. It's fine. I'd have said the same thing. But I mean, this
like life, David. You can't change things once you've done them, especially not in this pub. You've said it.
The Indians. Yeah, sorry.
No, what I was going to say, my point was, I said that all the way through the tournament, didn't I? I would hate to go into a final unbeaten in any game throughout, because it just generally doesn't happen. You go unbeaten for 11 games in a row. At some point, you come unstuck, and you're better off coming unstuck against some minnow, or whatever you want to call them, in a group stage game and having a shocker. Nothing better to get the team juiced up a little bit more and go, you can't let that happen again, and concentrate, sort of business. Then it was a parade, wasn't it, for India? They thought they were going to waltz through their own competition, waltz through the final, and everything was going to be hunky-dory. They were going to play in front of Prime Minister Modi, all bowed down to the fucking nationalist bollocks that's going on over there now. In front of 140,000 people, and it would all be bloody blue and orange or whatever the colour they want to be, and we're the fucking greatest. But unfortunately, shit happens, and in some respects, I quite like that, even though I can't stand Australia.
Yeah, I mean, the eerie silence that descended over the stage of 120,000 people, and it's just completely quiet. I've no doubt that those Indian fans, 120,000, would have much preferred if the final had been India versus India A.
Yeah.
There were no away fans because of the way the tournament was scheduled. Scheduled too late to really get many away.
And the ticketing shambles as well. The whole thing.
The two moments that stuck to me in my mind, still, it was only a couple of weeks ago, but still, is the Kohli dismissal, chopped on, and the fact he didn't walk. He just stood there. It's like, this hasn't happened. I don't believe this has happened. This is not in my script. Where's my 100? And just the deathly silence that must have fallen over Ahmedabad when that happened. That I think was the moment the game was lost.
That and Shreyas Iyer, because Iyer had scored 2 tons in 2 games in a row.
Yeah, Shreyas Iyer as well. And then the other abiding memory was Pat Cummins just stood there with the cup going, is anyone going to come and join me? Where did the Prime Minister go? And all these fireworks going off and nobody caring, except of course for Australia, who had thoroughly earned it, played magnificently, and I have to say been very well captained. It just seemed to be so lacking in class. India's script from the government downwards didn't have losing anywhere in it. Didn't even have the what if, but did it? And you could tell. You could just tell.
That's my point about I slowly I don't know if I can say despise India, because I guess a lot of Indians aren't like that, but you see them sliding into something, and this is nothing to do with cricket. It's just the way the nation is being led and the way that they're going about their business these days doesn't feel very pleasant. Now, I'm sure there's loads of people that say that about England, and they'd be damn right with the Tory government, etc., etc. But I've always felt like India was a kind of jolly, I don't know if this is fucking racist or not, I apologise to everybody, but I always thought of it as a kind of, but I don't mean that, I just always thought of it as kind of a happy place. People got on with life even though it was hard, and it was it was a kind of place where you went and tried to enjoy your cricket and enjoy life, whatever it was of it. Whereas now I get this kind of feeling that everything is kind of political, and it's all put on. The cricket team is very political now, and it's all entwined with the politics.
India would not be the first government to use a sports event to try and glorify itself. Let's be honest. I mean, Qatar as one example.
I'll put the other side, which is they lost the final. Indian cricket is probably the strongest team India have ever put up. The depth of talent. The way that I think credit to Rahul Dravid, who's served his time as an academy coach. He's done the A team, he's done all the junior teams, he knows all the players. you have to say that the bowling of Mohamed Shami and the batting of Virat Kohli stand out in the tournament.
Yep.
Kohli's sheer volume of runs and the way he scored them.
He was player of the tournament in the end, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah,
and Shami, having not been picked, for the first 2 games, don't forget, he's not. He's like a little bit of an outsider. Comes in the 3rd game, and then 3 fifers in that 7-wicket haul. And those spells of bowling that him and Bumrah produced would have tested any opening batting. I mean, Bairstow didn't have an answer to it. Some of the point that I thought was interesting in the final was the failure to accelerate at the end. And you've got one of the best T20 players, Surya Kumar Yadav, the man they called Sky. And he was just out-foxed by Australia, who really got their plans for him. Pace off the ball, very straight 3rd position behind the boundary. That's what he does at the end of the game. He puts the ball behind him and scoops it over the fence. He couldn't do that. And he got outmanoeuvred, and he hardly put on any runs at the end of the tail. And so there was a complete lack of acceleration. And it was all geared up for the acceleration in the last 10 overs. Never happened.
Well, yeah, and also your point earlier is if you look at a lot of other sides in that competition who were competitive, England weren't. But I mean, even if you look at England, you're right. Basically, after 7, they really don't bat at all. I mean, their bowlers genuinely aren't anywhere near all rounders. They can.
And we move from Dave Brook in the past to Dave Brook in the present. Welcome, David.
Do I thought that fellow was talking a hell of a lot of sense. Falls into place now. Welcome back, everyone, to the post-lunch session. Messers is joining me, and also Krishna. Good morning to both of you.
Hello, David. Lovely to hear your voice. I sense that you're much happier moving into the spring than you were in the middle of winter, to be honest.
Well, it has been a bit spring-like the last couple of days, yeah. And it does lift the spirits. And Krishna, where are you joining us from?
I'm in Melbourne as well.
Right, okay. And
I've been waxing lyrical about this is the town for Taylor Swift today. My daughters are at the concert today.
Right, everything stops for Taylor Swift in Melbourne.
Oh God!
Well,
I'll listen to one of her songs one day, I suppose. But I tell you what, everything stops for these two. You notice how well these two have been batting, Jaiswal and Siraj.
Sarfraz, yes.
Sarfraz, sorry. It's just been a masterclass, really, in terms of how to make runs without appearing to go particularly fast. They've made 56 runs in the last 10 overs without looking to take any serious risks. Which is what India needed, because they'd actually fallen into a bit of a hole when Kuldeep was still there. And now they've just put the foot on the accelerator just gently and put England in a really difficult situation. But the one good thing for England's point of view is that the pitch seems to be holding up very well. So batting-wise, it's the spin that's going to kill.
Yes, anything is chaseable.
Session... Sorry, David.
After you, Krishna.
Yeah, I was just going to say, why is this session starting so late?
They finished late because they had to replace the ball in the final over before lunch.
It's Jimmy Anderson.
I thought that was irrelevant, though.
Well, a good point.
No, they always do exactly 40 minutes.
Yes, the ball had to be retrieved from the rafters after a huge 6 from Jaiswal, who resumes on 149 not out, Sarfraz on 22 not out. The lead's gone to 440. The 2 wickets that fell earlier will fill you in a moment, but it was a hard morning for England, and this session's going to be challenging for Ben Stokes as well. Do you think, guys, that they'll go the distance that we'll see India batting for the whole of this session? I'll just wait until after this ball, and Jimmy Anderson is bowling to Jaiswal, who that ball doesn't get up at all, goes second bounce to folks behind the stump.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to some T20 style batting and
Right.
India to bat for about 20 overs and then declare and put England in for 7 or 8 overs before tea time.
Right.
That's exactly what I would have said, yes.
Get a couple of cracks at them.
As you say, Messrs, these two have really entertained since they came together, with Jeswell returning, picking up his innings. Anderson, that's wide outside the off stump. Folks must be sent. Yes, he is in there. Indeed, signalled a wide. And Jason might want to. Do you want to give us a wide? I couldn't reach the note. Couldn't sustain it that length of time.
When was the last time Jimmy Anderson bowled a wide?
Oh, that's a good question. I'll endeavour to answer it. You see what he's trying to do. He's looking to keep a very off stump, outside the off stump line. But Jeswell reaches for this next one, and that takes him to his 150. He raises his bat to acknowledge the crowd, does a full rotation, but not such a strenuous celebration as the one that got him into trouble when he got his century.
You shall not shift me. You shall not shift me. I have made it to 150, and you shall not shift me.
Very appropriate lyrics there. No one's going to shift Jeswell at the moment. 30 in mother is on course potentially for his second double century of the series on now 150. Here's Anderson to Sarfraz, who's played that defensively back. Yeah, because it was his celebration when he got to the ton that caused that back spasm, wasn't it? In yesterday's session.
Yes. He'll look back on that when he's 35 and be pretty embarrassed by it, I think.
Yeah, who else was it that there was someone in the Ashes series who did the same thing and got injured from celebrating? Was it the Ashes? I don't remember now. Who was the last person you can remember who actually injured themselves celebrating?
Didn't Imran Dahir do himself in?
Yeah, that could be it. Yeah, that's down to long leg for a single to Sarfraz, goes on to 23.
I think it was Keshav Maharaj who celebrated. And
oh, that's right.
Yes,
it was
thank
too.
you. Thank you.
All South African spinners look the same to me, you know that.
Yes, that's right. The Maharaj celebration. Ben Duckett would never be accused of that, would he? When Duckett gets to his milestones, he doesn't even raise the bat fully. Jeswell goes back onto the ground and plays this one in the manner of, well, I was going to say Roy Frederick, but he gets it all the way to the boundary for 4. It was an astonishing shot if he fell over executing that.
Definitely T20 mode now.
1, 2, 3, 4.
What a shot from Jeswell. Messrs, how are we doing on the socials?
Dan De Castro says, I expect India to reach 550 lead, declare in about an hour. England can draw this if they bat sensibly. If they think they can beat the world record chase by 100 runs, then ... easy India win, he actually says at the end of all that. Oxymoronica posed an interesting question before lunch. Could England draw this match by not going harder?
I think that is an interesting question. Draw is not in the vocabulary, but surely there's going to be, if India bat any length of time, is going to be an option for England.
Well, England are capable of making 180 runs per session, of course.
Yes.
Just whether they can sustain it.
Yeah.
Does Ben Duckett have an IPL contract?
I don't think he does at the moment.
Because, I mean, his 100 was magnificent and he's scoring at over 100 strike rate, so I reckon he'd be a good T20 player.
Well, I mean, a lot of players tend to come in as replacements during the course of the IPL, so I wouldn't be at all surprised to see that.
We've got Rian to open the bowling from the other end to resume. And we're going to jingle him up. Yes, we are.
Here's a mission from the original squad.
And his first ball is just dabbed delicately by Sarfraz, and it's a valiant effort by two England fielders, and they do manage to put it in, and Sarfraz showing his athleticism despite first appearances, runs through for 3. That was Jimmy Anderson. Who else was who was he partnering with down there on the boundary? It's a good team effort. It was pulled in by Jimmy. Just got there in time, I think. Just a great replay. Just going to confirm that he did manage to get rid of the ball before he hit the boundary ropes. And
great effort by Jimmy Anderson for a 42-year-old.
And it saves a single. Could that be vital? Because it means that India only led by 450. And could that be the run that is vital in this test match? Rare defensive shot there from Jaiswal, plays it down onto the onside. So what did you make of Rian's bowling in this first session?
Too many bad balls.
He was still spraying it around a bit, wasn't he? That's driven to mid-wicket and there's no run. It's just not quite the consistency that England will probably be looking for from him. Jaiswal looking around the field now. Where's his next? There's one that he goes, that's short, and was a bit of a freebie. Doesn't quite connect with that, and they don't get a single. Just goes down to the fielder at that short fine leg.
Even Tom Hartley looks like he's getting tired.
That one is given a lot of air, but it's a full bunger, and it's driven gratefully by Jaiswal down to the long off boundary for 4. It was given a lot of air, met on the full bounce, and Jaiswal's not going to miss out on that opportunity. This one is just flicked down to that fielder at short fine leg for a single. And Jaiswal moves through to 159 at the end of that over. India 329 for 4, and they lead by 455.
If Ben Duckett does play in the IPL, I suspect it won't be for RCB. I've just found a tweet of his from 2018 where he just tweeted, RCB's team is a joke.
I'll totally won't have him then, that's for sure.
Stephen Kelk's with us. Good morning, all. He says, good morning, Stephen. I hope Denmark is sunny and crisp this morning. Leah says, sorry I couldn't tweet in earlier. I was listening on earphones from the bed. Yesterday was really stressful and I needed the rest. Well, I hope you're feeling better today, Leah.
Jimmy Anderson to pick up again, looking for that channel outside the off stump. Gets away with that one. He actually missed
very lucky.
Missed the tram lines, but it's not been signalled wide. Yeah. We can see what we're in for here, what Jimmy Anderson's going to do, because he's got a mid-off extra cover, point cover, deep back of point, and a fly slip, so he's just going to be bowling outside the off stump to the left-handed Jaiswal. Only 2 fielders on the leg side for him. Is there a change here? Ben Stokes indication that he wants the man down deep square to move around a bit. He's around behind squares. There's no actually, only apart from a fairly deep mid-on, there's no one on the leg side at all. But, 2 people in catching at the short extra cover. But it's actually down the leg side and lifted down to the long long leg boundary for 6 runs by Jaiswal. Bowling to your field there, Krishna.
Yeah, that's a case of not bowling to your field for the veteran, isn't it? It's quite surprising to see Anderson do that.
He's not had a good innings this test, has he?
Here he is again. This one is in the channel, but Jeswell accepts the challenge. He's gone over those two close fielders at short extra and launched it for another 6. This time over extra cover. What an acceleration from Jeswell.
Great shot.
And 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row.
He's not worried about the dry line Anderson's bowling or all the fielders being on the offside.
Caring nought for his reputation. Anderson again. This one he deposits straight. Has it gone for another 6? Yes, it is. 3 6s in a row from Jeswell. The crowd are absolutely loving this. What an exhibition of stroke play from the new superstar of Indian cricket.
Anderson wouldn't be used to this sort of treatment in his career, would he?
Stoke watching that sail into the boundary. Absolutely not. I've never seen, don't think we've ever seen this. We don't have to look at the statistics books to know that Anderson won't have been hit for 3 6s in a row that we can remember. A little conference taking place between the bowler and the captain now, but Jeswell just looking completely unflappable here. So we've had 6 over long on, 6 over extra cover, straight 6. He goes on to 177, and the crowd are going to be
in this innings.
Amazing. What's he going to do with this one? That one is fuller, and he can't get underneath it, but he can stroke it out into the towards the long on area, and they run through for two runs. He gets turned to 179. Which was your favourite of those 3, Krishna?
I think the one over the offside that he predicted where Anderson's going to pitch the ball, and he drove it through, lofted it over the cover region.
Given Anderson more to think about, and given the captain more to think about, they have a little discussion here. Last ball of the over. Another conversation, and has the field changed? No, still keeping the 2 catches in at short, city mid-off and short extra cover. Yet another conversation. Jeswell moves towards square legs if to say, when you're ready, let me know.
Clearly time wasting going on here.
A little bit, it is a bit of time, yes. Yes, indeed. It's the only strategy left in the draw. Is Jimmy to finish off his over around the wicket to Jeswell. He takes aim, plays that one, strokes it. Down, there is a fielder down at deep cover point, and they just take a single. So a lot of damage in that over. India's lead moves on to 476, and Jeswell moves on to 180, and it's 350 for 4.
Stephen Kelk says he's hoping for a Baz draw. Jonathan Seefeld says Jaiswal equals Ganguly minus ego plus shirt. And Dan De Castro says Jaiswal 200 time. Oh, I can't see it because there's a stupid heart that keeps getting in the way of things on here. A Jaiswal 200, B time something. C score, A, B or C / December. I'm not quite sure I can interpret that, Dan, sorry.
I think the most disappointed person in that over would have... Sorry, Missy, I think the most disappointed person in that over would have been Sarfaraz for not getting a piece of that action.
And he's not going to get the strike this over either, because Jeswell took a single off the last ball. So, yes, Sarfaraz must be itching to get down to the striker's end. Or he's going to have a chance now. Oh, a bit of a confusion here. No. Jeswell wants the single, and Sarfaraz quite sensibly sends him back. And this, I think, there's a bit of a disagreement going on there. That was comedy running.
That could have well be the third run out in similar style if Joswell had actually taken off, because it
Yeah,
went to
imagine
mid
what-
off.
Imagine running a guy out on 180.
Yeah.
Cut Joswell to come a long way down there. This time there is an agreement to take the single, and they jog through. Do you think that Joswell Sarfraz would have made his ground if he'd set off straight away there?
Yeah, I think so, because Jacewell looked like he had made more than half the pitch.
Yeah.
Well, a direct hit might have got him, but the fielding wasn't great in the end.
No. So Joswell actually wasn't hot on the strike there. He was looking to give Sarfraz a piece of the action, and Sarfraz didn't take the opportunity, but he is there now on strike. Loved his innings in the first innings. It was cut short by the run out, of course. This time he launches that one. There's going to be a chance. No, it just bounces safely in front of Wood, who runs in from long leg. It was aerial, didn't have control over that, and very nearly caught by Wood, but it landed safely in between two fielders. Stokes shakes his head, he can't believe it.
So, gents, would you make, if you're an England collector, would you make any changes for the fourth test?
I'd rest Anderson, I think, because it starts on Friday, so there's not a big break.
That's straight into cover, and there's no run. Yeah, you got Ollie Robinson in the hutch. He must be given a go at some point, surely. And I think after another session in the field, Anderson's going to want to rest. I think this one, his game is full, and it beats the bowler, almost beats mid-on. He takes some of the sting off it, and I think it's Duckett who does some tidying up down there, but they go through. Bairstow does tidying up. They go through for 2. Sarfraz moves on to 27.
Would you
changes.
rotate
Let's
one of
think
the
about
spinners?
that. Changes for the next test. What are the other options England have? Round the wicket, Rian, and that's just helped on its way down to long leg for a single to Sarfraz. Goes on 28. What are the other options? Who else have they got to choose from? That's the question. Christian, I'm going to put it back to you. What would you like to see?
I think I would rest Hartley. I think he's showing wear and tear now after 3 tests as a young spinner. So I'd rest him and possibly drop Bairstow and bring in Rob Lawrence. I mean, he might score a 200 tomorrow, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, Lawrence for Bairstow's looking vulnerable. Yes, hasn't put a score together in the series. You got Dan Lawrence there. Be a good option. Hartley. So Bashir for Hartley, because they haven't called up anyone to replace Leach, so that's the option they've got. And Joe Root looks like he's been he's on and off the field. I know, with a finger injury. Does that mean he's going to be bowling less in the next test potentially as well? Anderson's round the wicket to Sarfraz, who lifts him over mid-wicket. The runs are flowing here now. That's first bounce, second bounce in for 4 to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Lovely flick of the wrist from Sarfraz. 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
This will be one of the more entertaining 100 partnerships that you'll see. 100 partnership in no time at all, and it really has been. It's now turning into a real exhibition of stroke play, these two. Unless, as you were saying before, that 50 partnership was entertaining enough in the last session.
Yeah. Sarfraz is really interesting. He scores his runs without being spectacular about it, in a Joe Root sort of way.
Yeah, he's that's a strange defensive shot there. Ball's played with an angle back, but one of those players that looks. Well, he was looking to paddle it round, wasn't he? Then changed his mind.
He was.
Ended up
playing
very strange defensive shot. He changed his mind, pulled out the paddle. But a lot to like about him. Pulls 14 first-class centuries behind him before making his debut in this game. You can see why the selectors have picked him. That one's drilled back. A bit of nifty foot back footwork from Anderson, stops the ball from going through for any runs. Sarfaraz certainly likes to get on with it. Selflessly ran out in the first innings, looked sick, didn't he, when he was out in that. But very confident debut.
Absolutely. And he's a mature age cricketer at 26, I think, so he's got a lot of first-class experience.
A lot behind him, 14 centuries. Anderson bowls to him now. That's tucked away nicely, little flick of the wrist down to long leg, and they just go through for a single. Before I saw Ben Duckett warming up there for a moment, he seemed to suggest he was going to be having a bowl. Then I realised he was just playing a few shots, so he's warming, anticipating opening the innings. But no sign from Rohit Sharma. Puts the shades on. This is the stage of the innings where the camera falls onto the skipper, the batting skipper, as if to say any sign of declaration, but it's not going to come for a while. Certainly, the first landmark India will be looking for will be the 500, and the lead is currently 485. But I agree with what you were saying, Krishna. He won't stop there. They'll certainly take it through till close to tea, maybe even beyond. Here's Anderson, who's come over the wicket now, and that's angled down by Jaiswal, and it beats the fielder down at third man, beats Rian down there, and that's 4 more this time. Gentle glide from Jaiswal.
It's Nissan Shi. It's Nissan Shi.
Very clever shot by Jaiswal, just to glide it down through the vacant slip region. There's not many gaps out in the field, but he managed to find it.
Yeah, Jimmy's got that pained expression now. He even had a rueful smile. He's looking to try and get out of this over without any further damage. He bowls and almost a little caught behind, a little dab there from Jaiswal. Goes through to the keeper. India's lead up to 489 as they've gone to 363 for 4. Nessers?
Leah says, here's the trick to know if it's Imran or Keshav you're watching. If he turns into Speedy Gonzalez upon taking a wicket, it's not Keshav. Nitin Bajaj is with us. Says, hello folks, rather enjoyable this, what? Don't recall the last time Jimmy got pasted like this. No, nor do I must admit. That was quite spectacular. And Stephen Kelk says he'll be back later for the Baz blocking. I don't think that's going to be the thing. I really don't. I think, strangely, the person most capable of blocking out for a draw, I suspect, is Stokes.
So, the keeper himself, yes. New over, Rian bowling round the wicket, played defensively, yes. But is it going to be consistent with the philosophy of chase any target? That one is swept. There's an appeal for a catch behind. The umpires aren't going to have a word. Joel is going to have a conference here with his colleague, and Sarfaraz.
Look, I think you might have got that.
It's going to go upstairs for a review.
I think it's an umpire's review rather than...
Oh, it's an umpire's review. Okay, yeah. Ball coming off, looked like it came off the arm, could have come off the glove. What did you make of that, Krishna?
I thought he hit it into the ground on the first viewing. But Ben Folks was pretty animated and appealing.
I thought it might have gone up, actually. But I'm not entirely sure whether he hit it.
Sarfaraz, the batsman, in danger here. Sort of came down the wicket, looked sweet, got a top edge. Or did he get a top edge? That's the question. Folks tumbled in and took a catch. Oh, it is a review. It is an England review.
Oh, right.
It's the original decision not out from Joel Wilson. Pitched outside leg. Looks like it.
Off the glove.
Looks like it came off the glove. Did it hit the...
No, off the arm, I think.
Was it off the arm? Yeah.
Depends whether it's touched the glove on the way through, doesn't it?
Mm. Ultra Edge is coming into the equation now.
No bet. It's missed everything except the arm.
Yeah, arm onto shoulder.
I
So
think
it
that's
looks like,
England's last review.
yeah, looks like it's going to be staying with the umpire's original decision of not out. And there's the sign from...
So to add more pain to England's fielding effort, they've run out of reviews now.
Yeah. India still with full three remaining. So Sarfraz is still there. He's on 33, waits for Rian, who's bowling a leg stump line to him. This one's pushed out, and there's no run defensively.
We should just pause for a moment to reflect that Joel Wilson actually got one right there.
Yeah, fair point.
In leg stump, drilled out to long on. They're going to just jog through for a single. Sarfraz removes his, replaces his glove and has a chance to recover from the non-striker's end. Meanwhile, Jaiswal moved on to 186. Really have been treated here to since he came back out after the fall of Shubman Gill. That's a good ball from Rian. Pushed it through a bit quicker, kept quite low, but just managed to get a bat on it. Yeah, Shubman Gill was run out for 91, and Yadav hung around for a while. Night watchman, he was caught root bowled Rian for 27. Those are the 2 wickets to fall. This one's drilled up by Jaiswal to long on for a single. That run out was a decent effort, wasn't it? From was it Hartley and Stokes combining?
Yeah, great piece of fielding by Ben Stokes. He's done a great job at mid-on, mid-off.
And that brought Jaiswal out to resume his innings, and then Yadav had hung around for a while, didn't he, for his 27. That's the end of the over. 365 for 4. Sarfraz is on 34. Jaiswal 187, the lead of 491.
George Young has a good memory. He says Jimmy got carded for a record score off an over of 30 plus by George Bailey at the Wacker. I think it was the 2013-14 series that came when Swan retired. And Farong says, I think Team Tata will go harder and keep the English in the hot sun. Send them in with 20 minutes to face before tea. Will we ever see Jimmy with some gentle shades of grey? Sort of quiz, very easy. Who's this picture of? And no, it isn't Duckett. Picture of someone keeping wicket. It reminds me of a pop star. I don't know who it is. It's on our Twitter timeline if you're interested. Anyhow.
What
score do you think India will declare at, says John Zena? I'm thinking they're looking for a lead of 550 odd.
We're due a change, aren't we? And Jason's going to take over the ball by ball. And I think...
You're moving to summarising, Dave.
Yes.
And we should be joined by Mog, who is there, so...
We'll leave that question hanging in the air. What score do you think India will settle for here?
I think it's more a question of time, to be honest, than the score. I think they've got plenty already. The question is, how much do they want to bowl at England before tea, if at all? And I think I would go, actually I think I'd go 45 minutes. I think I wouldn't go much more than beyond drinks in this session. So
Jaiswal 300, that's where they would stop.
It's not going to be a Karen Nair 300 that actually drained the soul of everybody. Anyway, Root's coming on to bowl, and they've floated up wide outside off stump, and Jaiswal has just swept that away with the flow of the bat to cover field on the boundary, but he's only going to get a single for it. We resume to 188 as we see a selection of the aggressive shots that he's played during today and actually most of his innings. 188 of 2 on 3, no, that's not a traditional opener's scoring rate. That's very much in the pinch hitter, or in fact probably the Verinder Savag mould as well.
Unless you're Ben Duckett.
Yeah. Yeah, since he's come back in, he's just played the ball to all parts since Jeswell's part 2 of his innings.
Root again round the wicket to Sarfraz. That's outside leg stump, and Sarfraz just paddle sweeps that round. Fine, not fine enough to beat the fielder, and they run through for single. And Jaiswal's got a record already in this innings. It's the first Indian to hit 10 sixes in the Test innings.
Wow.
I'm surprised about that. That's Root has tried something different. He's gone for the Kedar Jadhav dart from around the wicket. It hasn't worked. Jaiswal dropped a bat on it and scampered a single into the leg side.
I mean, this must be one of the most outstanding starts to a Test career. I've got that 170 odd against West Indies.
I'm trying to think of the only other person I think who has an equivalent meteoric start, but then didn't get much after that, was another left-hander, Vinod Kambli. That's leg glance by Sarfraz, past despairing folks who didn't really have a chance at that. But it's only a single. India now 369 for 4.
Who was the New Zealander who started with a double century? Was that Matthew Sinclair?
I think it was. That's floated up into the block hole by Root. Jaiswal waits for it and then belts it underneath his eyes all the way down to the boundary where I think Duckett fields. No, in fact I think it might be actually the captain himself was on the boundary there. Anyway, last ball of the over. Root's round the wicket. That's short, and Sarfraz can't take advantage of it. He hits it into the ground and straight to the fielder mid off. That's the end of the over. India 370 for 4, lead by 496.
Nothing new to report off of YouTube, and I'm going to give up on Twitter. It's a horrible, horrible thing today.
I mean, I'm thinking about batsmen that have scored 2 doubles. I mean, this is his 6th or 7th Test match, Jay, as well. Has anyone else got 2 double tons?
I think it's his 6th Test, I think.
Yeah, and if he does get another double today, 10 runs away, can't be too many people who've scored 2 double centuries in their first 6 Tests.
Well,
the stats machine.
The only one I can think of is Kambli. So there must be others, surely. Didn't Gavaskar start off with a lot of runs in his first tour, which I think was to West Indies in the 70s? Got something like 750 runs in the tour.
Right.
I'm sure he had a double in that, but I'm not sure if he had 2 doubles.
And he had that big century, 173, I think it was, against West Indies. And he's already, as you say, he's already broken the record for the most sixes in an innings. So.
Yeah, but he's also broken the record for most sixes in a bilateral series as well, with 20 sixes. So yes, he's very much a man of the age in hitting the ball over and around fielders when the situation demands and is available to do so. The reason we're waiting for a little bit is because he's just taken on some fluids and electrolytes, I think, to replenish himself, ready to belt another few balls over the boundary.
We've got a few landmarks coming up. 4 runs away from a 500 lead and 10 runs away from his double ton.
Ahmed's coming in. That's a good ball outside off stump. Jaiswal covers up and protects his wicket. Can't get a single into the offside. Yes, I think he's very much in the mode of it's right up there, he's going to have a go at it, but if it's not that much, he's going to wait and see what happens. And that one he plays back off and takes the spin off the pitch and knocks it into the leg side, but he can't beat a fielder and there's no run. Ahmed in again. That's better. That's flighted Fuller. but Jaiswal works the ball wide of the solitary fielder inside the what would be the fielding ring, and trots through for an easy single. Stokes playing a waiting game, trying to take all the emotion and energy out of the Indian side. Ahmed around the wicket to Sarfraz. Sarfraz plays it neatly along the ground, just beats the Bannerman wicket, but there's a man behind him to sweep up the mess, and that's another single, an inevitable single.
It's interesting that the captain's terms keeping going with Rian and with Root, not with Hartley since lunch.
And that's short by Rihan, turning, and Jaiswal's waiting off his hip to the man at square leg. An easy single there.
Still no. Why no Hartley?
I think it's the bad balls are too easy to hit with Hartley. I think
Right.
Rian, he is getting it to fizz a little bit. He's getting a little bit of bounce as well because he gets overspin. That's the last ball. It's a good ball. It's on off stump, but Sarfraz just dabs it down wide of the man at short third man, and that's an easy single to complete the over. India 374 for 4 off 90 overs in
That's
the
the
box
500.
seat. That's the 500 lead.
Messi tells us with not at all the power of future jinx. Players who have scored 200 in consecutive tests: Wally Hammond did it twice, Bradman, Camberley, Sangakkara, Michael Clark, McCullum, Coley. That is it. Doesn't say who did it in the fewest number of matches, though.
Well, given that Camberley only played 15 tests, I think 2 in his first 3, I think was pretty impressive. It might even been a 4-test series in 1993, I don't recall. Root in, that turns a bit off the pitch, but Sarfraz is up to it, works it to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Didn't Graham Smith do that against England at some point?
There were 2 doubles in the same series, but I think it was a 4 or 5 test series, and they weren't consecutive.
Okay.
259 and 253, I think, if I remember correctly. That's pushed back up to Root by Sarfraz, no run. That would have been.
They've only done it in 6 tests.
That's onto his front pad again by Root. Sarfraz just knocks it again to mid-wicket. Yes, Root's bowling quite tight defensive line here. Seems to have a plan at least against Sarfraz. That's Fuller, and Root's. The ball's drilled back to Root. I said he was going to catch it. He did catch it, but he deflected it onto the stumps. But I think Jaiswal was in his crease. There's not a question of any run out at all there. The only question is whether he's hit his poor little bruised finger yet again.
It's taken a hammering, hasn't it? It's been on and off the field. He took that.
Well, I think he's taken. It's been hit 3 or 4 times in 2 tests. Anyway, he's continuing. That one's outside leg stump, and that's neatly guided by Sarfraz. Anderson, all he can do is pick it up and push it back to the keeper. Short, fine leg. Don't see that whether Root grimacing or not as he tried to stop that. The previous ball, and there's the Kadadia Dav wide arm dart, and that's just pushed off the back foot by Jaiswal for an easy single. That finishes the over. India 376 for 4, lead by 502. Jaiswal on 193. Sarfraz on 38.
Sergei Parker says Jaiswal already in august company of the 2 second quickest in terms of tests to 3 scores of 150 plus.
Did you say who the quickest was? We should. Second.
No, Sagir, if you could tell us who the quickest was.
Ahmed, short and wide, but Jaiswal can only hit it into the deck with no power to point, and there's no run. Lots of people still grinning out their head, enjoying themselves. Beats working in office on a Monday morning, and that's pushed up to long on by Jaiswal, and they walk a single.
Sunday afternoon.
Oh, that was a chance by Root, and he's put that down. That previous over.
It was very low, wasn't it? And yeah, it was technically a chance. Sharp caught the ball.
It's a good ball by Rehan. He's got Sarfraz to knock it into the offside, off his back foot, and try and scamper through for single. I think it's Bairstow or Stokes that fields and tries to rush a throw back into Rehan, but it's not there in time.
You had to get the hurry up there, Sarfraz, didn't he? Suddenly it was you had to race to make his ground.
Good ball on off stump by Rehan, and Jaiswal just defends. And they're coming thick and fast here. That's outside off stump, turning in. He's just beaten the man who's jogging around to try and stop that in a putative ring. Anderson fields out on the boundary, and they walk through for a single.
Managed to temporarily stall the flow of boundaries here. Rian with his leg stump line.
I think India are just picking off what they can at the moment, waiting for a bad ball. So if a bad ball doesn't come, they're not going to go over the top aggressive against something else, because the pitch isn't that bad yet. Oh, that's outside leg stump. Sarfraz tries to sweep that, doesn't connect, and the ball balloons off him past folks into the offside, and they scamper a quick single. That's the end of the over. India 380 for 4, leading by 506. Mog.
I can confirm that Neil Harvey was the quickest to that landmark. Thank you, Sagir, who's on later, I think.
He is later on in this session.
Nerd Schnack.
To book Neil Harvey.
Neil Harvey's probably looking to give a comment about it even as we speak. Leia says, or agrees with Sagir, that Jaiswal's certainly the find of the series for India, but hopefully Sarfraz can also reach some milestones in the next couple of tests. And Sagir responds with, been waiting to see Sarfraz play for the national side for over a year now.
Oh, that's a low full toss by Root. Didn't get hold of that at all. And Sarfraz just takes one step out, and just punches it very neatly over the top of Root, back over his head, back to the boundary. One bounce for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, he made some smart contact there. It was very skillfully played.
And that one's more of a heave by Sarfraz into the leg side. He did to clear his front leg. That was neatly placed between two fielders, just bounced about 5 yards inside the line for another boundary. Sarfraz accelerating towards an own personal milestone.
Poor Jimmy Anderson there on the boundary, put out a hand. Didn't look too happy when picked himself up and went back to his position.
And dot ball to follow from Sarfraz. Didn't quite manage to get 3 in a row.
Jimmy will be wishing that the rotation policy had kicked in for this match.
If he keeps getting hit for consecutive sixes, he's sure will.
Yeah, 3 in a row.
Root.
Again, wasn't it?
That's turned, but is that off the pad? That might be off the bat, because it's gone quite quickly down to fine leg. Ahmed has fielded it eventually after a failed first attempt. No, it's just leg buys, but 2 leg buys, I do believe.
So Duckett at the end of play yesterday said they'd chase anything, England. So
good
there's no
fucking
real
luck.
incentive for India to call it off soon.
And that's another dot ball by Sarfraz, who's taken all the strike this over. Is he going to nick the strike at the end of it? And pay back Jaiswal for the 21 he took off one over and then nick the strike. For those that are interested, the bishop is in the house. He's just literally poked his head round the door, and that's an awful ball that Sarfraz doesn't even bother to attempt to hit, although he could quite easily have smeared that past the fine leg. That's the end of the over. India 390 for 4, leading by 516.
Lee is complaining about YouTube in that it's so annoying that YouTube doesn't allow you to be logged in on more than one account per device at once. Need to do some scheduling and stuff, so this is the account I'm stuck with for now. She's doing that under her nerd schnack logo name.
Rehan to continue. That's flat and fast, and Jaiswal just punches that up to long on. Walks a single to take him to 196. Just one boundary away now from a milestone. Sarfraz himself is on 47, so he's one boundary away from a lesser milestone. Rion operating almost exclusively from around the wicket. Bowls one that's going across Sarfraz, who tries to just dab it down, doesn't get good contact with it and just dribbles out to the offside. No run. And it's a flightier ball by Rehan. Sarfraz tries to repeat the slog sweep over square leg, but doesn't get contact with it this time, but there's no chance of being dismissed because he's outside leg stump. That's shorter by Rehan onto the offside, and Sarfraz just rocks back and punches it for a single. He was looking for two, and Jaiswal had nothing to do with that. And there's a remonstrating now between the two batsmen as they look at each other and think about the confusion that ensued briefly for Sarfraz. Well, these weren't the pair that ran Sarfraz out in the first innings, were they? I don't think so.
No, that was
Jadeja.
Jadeja, yes, that was the Jadeja.
Anyway, that ball is off the back foot, punched up the ground for a single.
No, this is the replay, I think. Yeah, that was the. This is the replay where Sarfraz thought there was definitely two, and he was still remonstrating about it now.
He was most of the way down to the other end, so probably was two.
Yeah.
The Rohit's even got his hand up in the balcony going, what's going on here? That's a good ball by Rehan. That's attacking the stumps, but Sarfraz just drops the bat on it. There's no run. That's the end of the over. India lead by 519 with Sarfraz on 48 and Jaiswal on 197, both looking to get to milestones in the next over.
Jonathan Seafelt says a fairly good Sunday crowd in Rajkot today. Do they publish the actual crowd numbers at the end of each day?
I've seen them.
I think they do. I've not seen them. They might come from an official ICC account. Yes, Sarfraz is steamed by Jaiswal. Still
giving him a look.
Root comes in, bit round arm, angling into the stumps, and Jaiswal gets sent back by Sarfraz.
What we need here is a revenge run out. What a learning.
There's lots of chat going on. I don't know whether it's batsman to batsman or batsman to keeper or batsman to umpire even.
Yeah, I think they're still having a chirp at each other, but should be enjoying this. It's almost like the new era of Indian cricket, these two together, isn't it?
A wide and full by fact 2 full by Root. Jaiswal gives it the full swing of the bat, but he can't beat the fielder. But Pope, don't think that was a catch. It was low down to his right hand side. Another round arm ball from Root. Jaiswal just knocks it into the leg side. There's an easy single there, but no 2, and not even an attempt this time. He moves to 198.
Wonder if they'll be keen for 2s now that they're both 2 away from their milestones.
Yeah. Some very lackadaisical running by Sarfraz. He only basically put his bat into the ground when the ball almost arrived at the stumps. Root in. That's slower, flightier. Just worked around the corner by Sarfraz, but there's no run.
Yeah, you sort of feel with Sarfraz that this won't be the first match where he's involved in a run out. I bet there's going to be a few in his career, which I'm sure will be a long one.
More round arm by Root. That's gone quite quickly to mid wicket, but he can't beat him. There's no run. This current partnership is 136 of 144, so they certainly got on with it. Last ball of the over, that's worked around the corner by Sarfraz, and he nicks a strike for the next over. I'm sure Jaiswal is not happy about that, but the score's gone on to 395 for 4. Sarfraz is 1 away from a 50, and Jaiswal is 2 away from a double ton.
What did Sarfraz make in the first innings?
62. And was absolutely sold up the creek by Jadeja.
At least Root and Rian have slightly put the brakes on. Certainly the number of boundaries has reduced the last few overs.
Rian, that's a nice loopy ball. Drops on a length, outside leg stump, and Sarfraz should just put his bat on it.
As you say, it could be reflecting the fact that they're both close to their individual milestones, and then once they achieve those, we'll see lot more boundaries.
It seems more likely, I think.
Another good ball by Rehan. Outside leg to start with, but angling in at the stumps, and Sarfraz just pays back and covers up. On the basis that a bad ball will come along in a minute. That's another good ball by Rian. He seems to be finding his line and length here. That's Sarfraz lurches forward and tries to sweep that, paddle sweep that, but he can't get a bat on it. There's the short ball that he wanted. He works off the hip. And that's Sarfraz's 50 off 64 balls, well batted, well deserved, having been sawn off in his first innings, and they've had a congratulations and a big hug from Jaiswal there. That's good to see.
Just as fucking well I got to be 50, you prick.
5 fours
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty. On a bowler's pitch.
And can't put on quick jingles here because as soon as they're in straight away. That's knocked away by Jaiswal into the offside. And it's Sarfraz back on strike again for the last ball of the over. Again, outside leg, angling into hit leg stump, worked off his back foot into mid wicket. There's no run. That's the end of the over. Sarfraz on 50, Jaiswal on 199, India 3974.
How did we end up going with the GPL out of interest?
I can look at that in a minute. I think we've got about 8 or 9 entries. Let me just check whilst we're going in the competition.
I have a personal interest today, that's why I'm asking.
Oh. I'm just on Sarfraz's 50. I mean, not as... He take the main role of playing second fiddle to Jaiswal today. Just as impressive, isn't it? He's really settled in nicely into that middle order.
Root gets the ball to Jaiswal, who just pushes that out to the offside. That's Jaiswal's 200. He takes his helmet off, holds his bat aloft, and he's now running down the wicket with both held up high. Congratulations, Jaiswal. You are a centurion, double centurion.
100 runs and then some more, hitting an impressive score. All the fans, they scream for more. Double century batting man.
531 runs in the series, averaging 106, 2 double tons. We found out that Neil Harvey was the last person to score it in so few tests. Amazing.
And next ball by Sarfraz. He's muscled out to mid wicket for a single, bringing Jaiswal back on strike.
An extraordinary start to your test career from Jaiswal.
Who needs Kohli?
Yeah.
Oh, and that's aerial. That's very aerial. And that's aerial into the crowd by Jaiswal. It's a fantastic shot over extra cover. And it's going to be one of these. Proper golf shot of a swing there. That's a lovely sachet down the ground and giving that the full 360 degree arc of a swing.
Now Root's got the yips and he just can't face bowling anymore.
And it's taken Root to a ton. Not the kind of ton that you want though. And again he's going for another smack. And that's over the boundary at mid wicket for another 6.
2 6s in a row, 2 6s in a row, 2 6s in a row.
We suspected now these landmarks have been achieved. It's
game on.
Yeah, game on.
Very flat and full and darty by Root. And Jaiswal just drops the bat on that. He's done the damage already. He doesn't need to do anything more. Ball dribbles back to Root. You can see Jadeja and Siraj getting ready. And that's another dart from Root that's just worked into the leg side by Jaiswal. That's the end of the over. India 412 for 4.
I'll let him go for his 300. Don't declare.
Well, I felt like that when Karan Nair was bowling. When he got to his 200, I thought they're going to declare soon, and they just kept going and going and going.
500.
Had a avuncular chuckle.
I think we're due
avuncular.
And we are due a change. I'm moving to do summarising. Message is on, and David, you're back on ball by ball.
Oh, okay.
Bye.
Oh, thanks very much, Mog. 412 for 4. We're now seeing absolute explosion from Jaiswal. 213 not out, 14 4s, 12 6s. The records are tumbling. Most 6s in a test innings by an Indian player. Surprised that no one has achieved that before. And it's on 12. That's when it was on 10 6s, so he subsequently hit 2 more. 213 not out with 235 balls. I mean, this is it. We're seeing the arrival of someone who's going to be a fixture in this India team for a good time to come, wouldn't you say, Messrs?
Absolutely, he really has been superb. And some further stats from Sagir. He says Jaiswal's first 3 tons now are 150 plus scores. Only Graham Smith has one more. And also, he's also chasing another record. Wasim Akram's 12 6s in one innings versus Zimbabwe. Stephen Kelk says, bring on the Bazball. I don't think Bazball will be very exciting if it exists. I don't think it does. And Nitin Bajaj says Jaiswal's showing a Sehwag-esque appetite for daddy hundreds.
Well, Sehwag famously almost scored 300 in a day, I do recall.
I mean, talk of the Bazball. Will there be a score that's too big to chase? I mean, Ben Duckett at the end of play yesterday was talking about chasing 600 or whatever, but I mean, surely there's a point at which you can't chase a score, and you do have.
Well, there's a point at which you can't chase a score because there isn't enough time to do it in, even with Bazball's rates of scoring.
So in those circumstances, do you put up the Bazball?
I think if India batted to the end of the day, they would have 550, 600. No, hang on, more than that. 600.
No. If they bat for another 20 minutes, they'll have 560 lead, and that will be enough, surely. I reckon they'll give themselves half an hour before tea, and that'll just be nice.
What's happening now? No. Batsmen are coming off, but Sharma's sending them back, saying, I haven't declared yet. What's going on?
No, it's not playing up enough yet. Go keep batting whilst it's good. Go fill your boots.
Yep. Why wouldn't you? I mean, why wouldn't you add another 40 runs in 20 minutes just to put a further nail in the coffin?
I think he wants the psychological lead of 600 at least before he contemplates bringing them back in.
But,
Jaiswal for a 250 then.
He's probably got enough time. Just.
I mean, they both started walking off then, didn't they? And,
they did.
Sharma had to send them back.
Maybe that was their plan at lunch, is to bat till drinks and then assess. And Rohit, as assessor, says, no, keep going.
Have the drink and then walk off, is the old thing.
Anyway.
Well, they're going to continue. 412, and it's not enough. 538 is not enough, so Sharma sent them back out there. But Sharma's in the whites. There's plenty of signs of life in the Indian dressing room. But I suppose my question is there a point at which England, if they can't win the game, will not want to lose it? Or
I think
is that inconsistent with the Stokes philosophy?
I think there's a point in where you think, can England bat long enough not to lose it? And I think probably 4 sessions is about their limit, maybe even less than that in India. They've got decent scores in every innings they've played. I mean, I think the lowest score they've got is the first innings 246 in the first test.
Yes. So the action will continue now after that drinks break. Rian continues outside the off stump, played away by Jaiswal for a single. But if, say, they're still 400 runs short, and it becomes a impossibility, do you actually try and defend your stop? Do you try and defend your wicket, and on the basis that it's better to stay at 1-1 than go 2-1 down? Was that does that transgress the
I would
rules
do. No, if Bazball is doing what the opposition doesn't want you to do, try something different.
It could be a double bluff. This one is deposited over the mid-wicket boundary by Sarfraz. Lovely shot, picked it up nicely, and another 6 for him.
There's no constraints now. This is death overs batting, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes. Wouldn't want to be throwing the ball at this stage. A lot of imagine if Hartley is still out on the field, I think he is, probably be not wanting the ball.
There'll be some shrinking violets, I would imagine.
Rian, it's going to be a century for Rian. Yes, it is. He's gone now for 101 runs. That's drilled over mid-off for 2 bounce 4 by Sarfraz.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1 for 101, Rian. I mean, it's a thankless task this is, bowling to these two. Now that they've got their individual landmarks going for it, he goes again over the mid-wicket. bisects the two fielders out there, beautifully placed by Sarfraz. What a debut this is from him. He was on the 67, another 6.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocker, super shatter.
A very pleasing lead by 555.
This is when a 5-test series starts to feel like quite an assignment. Someone like Rian, bowling to batsmen in this mood.
Yeah, they've got nothing to lose at all.
Well, I think Sarfraz is eyeing up an unlikely ton.
Yeah.
This one, he looks for a little poke. Did you get a bat on that?
I'm wondering if you got a little tiny little flick on that, but I don't believe folks would have dropped it if that was the case.
Well, we'll see on the replay. He was just going for a little dab. Does he dab it straight into?
Oh, he does.
Yes, he does, straight into the arms of Folks. It went straight out again. So a drop catch from Folks to add to the misery, and that is the declaration. Sharma is now calling them in with a lead of 556, with India on 430 for 4. Sharma said, "That'll do." Sarfraz comes down and hugs Jaiswal. Sarfraz on 68, Jaiswal 214. Even Rahul Dravid's makes him stand up and gets at least 6 clats from Rahul Dravid, which is the most you get at any time. But Jaiswal will stroll off the field now, and it's given this crowd, people who've crammed in down here in Rajkot, have been royally entertained, haven't they? It's been a fantastic knock from Jaiswal, who leaves with both arms aloft, holding his helmet one, gets congratulated by the support staff. Siraj gives him a big hug. The Indian players line up, support staff to congratulate him. But
and a batting average of 71.75. And of course, Sarfraz has an average of 130.
Yeah.
Maybe he should quit while he's ahead.
Sarfraz allows Jaiswal to go into the pavilion first, but
of course he's got a mad dash now because you've got to go up there, get his fielding shoes on, and
it was all so different at the end of day 2, wasn't it? When England was sensing
how quickly the game changes. I mean, the game changed in a session for England. Basically, when losing going from 200 for 2 to 264. Well, a session and 2 overs basically. 262 to nearly 280 for 7.
130 for 4. It was 2 wickets to fall today. That was Gill. Subman Gill was run out by Stokes for 91. Kuldeep, a night watchman, hung around for a while for 27. And then these two, Jaiswal 214 not out, and Sarfraz 68 not out. Let's have a look at the damage, shall we? Anderson, no wicket for 78. Joe Root, 27 overs, 1 for 111. Hartley, we didn't see at all since lunch, so he escaped the main damage. 23 overs, 1 for 78. Mark Wood, 10 overs, no wicket for 46. And Rian, well, he did get some tap. 25 overs, 1 for 108. But
he kept running in.
He did.
It's not often that you see Jimmy Anderson as the most expensive bowler.
Yeah.
He went for 6 and over. The next highest was Mark Wood at 4.6 and over. Wow.
It was that 3 sixes in a row, wasn't it? That over that went for 21, I think it was. But yeah, so this is a series where England have failed to get matched, have always lost out on first innings, and now they're really facing what would appear to be.
It's an uphill struggle, and then some. They're going to try and climb Mount Everest here. No.
Well, I mean, the thing that England have
job
done
for them to get even
under Stokes is take 20 wickets, generally speaking, and failing to do so here has obviously cost them hugely.
Do you think there's anyone who could have made a difference on the bowling front that wasn't involved in this?
If Leach had been fit, I think it would have been a little less painful.
Yeah.
Not hugely so. The difference is that I don't think England have had a pace bowler that can contain and take wickets, in the same way that India have got Bumrah, and Siraj has come to the party as well.
Yes.
Indian seamers have definitely outperformed the English ones.
So there's 43 overs remaining, probably 41. So by stumps tonight, I anticipate that England will be 220 for 6. There you go.
It's a bold statement. If
220.
Duckett has any word with it, that may well be true, but I'm not sure that'll be the case after they lose the third wicket.
Yeah, possibly. But I think they will still score fast, which will put all the GPL picks way off the agenda.
I'm getting the feeling that this is actually a pretty quick scoring ground in general.
I mean, this is a really interesting test for the new regime, because any logic in a 5-test series would say that you bat through 4 sessions and you protect the series. You don't go 2-1 down. But it's not going to happen, is it? England will, under this philosophy, you have to, if you're going to follow it through,
well,
you have to go 2-1 down unless you can do a double bluff. But most captains, 99% captains, would surely aim for survival.
Well, the thing that has to happen is there has to be a realistic assessment of whether they can bat for 4.5 sessions or not. If they can't, they may as well go at it.
Yeah. I think the other thing that we need to consider is the fact that this wicket is turning quite a lot. It's just that England spinners haven't been able to take full advantage of that. But when you've got a spin attack that India has, now that Ashwin is back, it's hard to imagine that England, although they'll go aggressively against them, is going to survive for all that long.
And today it didn't even bowl very much in the first innings. I mean, it was all damage was all done by Ashwin and Kuldeep and Siraj.
It will be interesting. I mean, we've seen very little movement from the ball at all throughout this match, have we? As far as the fast bowlers are concerned, and yet Siraj in particular was very successful. Although
he bowled a couple of absolutely
tail involved.
Beautiful Yorker Siraj, which to tail enders, which no man's keeping out in a million years.
And went into this match thinking it was the difference in the quality of the bowling that was the difference between the two sides. Having now seen Jaiswal in action as well, would you say India had all-round superiority?
India have the better players for the environment.
Yeah,
without a doubt.
Yeah.
So you just play on a good pitch in that environment, and you make that experience count. I think that's the difference.
Yeah. Sagir Parker says, I agree with him on this. He says, if England bat for a draw, they will put themselves at a disadvantage and they are more likely to lose wickets. If they bat for a win, improbable as it is, they can draw this. Rohit could have let these two play for a bit longer and allowed Sarfraz to score a maiden ton too, especially given how he was going. And even if England lose wickets, they will still score quickly. I agree with Messi on this one.
I think Rohit wants it both ways. He wanted the extra 10 overs they would have got if he bowled for 5 more overs.
What did Ben Duckett say at the end of play yesterday? He said,
chase anything.
They can have as many as they want and we'll go and get them.
Dave Barrett says 110 overs at 5 and over, won't even have to go that hard. And Indo just tweets 556 reasons to love Test cricket.
557 the target, yes. So on the basis of 100, it's going to be about 110 overs, isn't it? So I mean, Alex Chamberlain tweets, are England allowed to play for a draw under Bazball rules? say if they maintain a scoring rate of 70 plus, strike rate of 70 plus, will they go all out for the 5-5-7 to win? Well, I think that last tweet answers that question. Basis that England may not have the equipment to defend, they may as well go for the runs, but yeah.
Well, the only way they defend for 110 overs is if Root comes to the game and actually plays a proper innings for a change.
Puts away some of his new shots. What was the stat? I know that there was talk about, the sort of the Root dismissal, that was the talking point, being the catalyst for the collapse. And there were a couple of different views, weren't there? One was that Root's average has gone up, since Stokes took over the captaincy. The other statistic, though, was that 9 out of 13 dismissals have been to that shot, or to the reverse sweep, whatever.
I think
what's your view on
there's
that?
a bit of both in it. I think that certainly in the Ashes there were some shots that Root played that he probably wouldn't have played in a previous era and had success with them. But I also think it's not just a pre and post Bazball thing, it's a pre and post captaincy thing for Root. And I think the burden of captaincy probably was very heavy on him, and the freedom he felt wasn't just Bazball, it was just not having to carry that load any longer. And he looked free and easy when he was batting, but I just think he's such a good batsman, he doesn't need to resort to anything different.
Yeah, no, indeed, that's a good point, that when you talk about his average pre and post. Well, so England start their innings. 5-5-7 is the target, and Bumrah's going to bowl the first ball. He bowls now to Corley, lets it go outside the off stump. And they're going to have, this is Dave.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
So how many overs are we likely to see today? What did you work it out at?
41.
41, yeah, 41.
Yes, that's right. 41 at 5 and over is 205. There you go.
And Corley has a wild go at that one outside the off stump, making his intentions clear. Real thrash, nowhere near that. So Mess's prediction was 222 for 6 by close of play. What about everyone else? What do you think? What's going to be? Tweet us and let us know what your prediction is for the end of today. Score at the end of today. On the basis of that shot, Mess's, you could be onto something there.
It'll be fun, whatever it is.
Bit of a movement there for Bumrah. That one seemed away quite nicely.
I was just thinking, can you imagine if guerrilla cricket had existed for 60s Test cricket? How painful that would have been.
We'd have been swearing at the TV and completely drunk on air, I think.
Well, that's going to happen anyhow.
And that's paid out to mid-off. Didn't time that one poorly, so no run yet. First 3 balls. So
while I think of it, I just want to compliment Jason on having done a solo stint in the studio for 5 hours today and getting us on air absolutely seamlessly in the absence of the Bear and the Bishop.
The Bishop is in the room. The Bishop is in the church. He's here. He's going to come on in about 5 minutes' time.
Up till now, it's been a solo effort, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely seconded their message. Yeah, well done, Jason. It's been a Herculean effort from Jason and Tony.
And he's just blessed me, in fact. He's just...
This one's played out for no run by Corley. So 5 balls have happened, but yeah, we're all indebted to you. Great effort today.
Yeah. The Bear for once can have a lie in.
Yeah, absolutely.
although it's not in Gran Canaria, which is where he was hoping to be.
Yeah.
And Bumrah, and that we have indeed started with a maiden over. Who would have predicted that?
Wow.
Bumrah's bowled a maiden over to Crawley, and after all the feast of boundaries we've just seen from India, it's back to
boring cricket.
England and all for all.
Seems all our correspondents are having a little break. Oh, Leah says, according to Cricket Info, Ashwin could be back in the match by lunch.
Yes, he was said to be coming back today,
yes.
and would be available now for the same amount of time as he's off
I
the
think
pitch.
he's on the field now, isn't he?
Or the fall of the fifth wicket, but now there's been an innings change. I think he's available full stop.
Yep. One thing we haven't mentioned much is ways of supporting guerrilla cricket. It does cost a fair bit to keep this show on the air, and if you'd like to support us, you can do it via super chat on our YouTube channel by clicking on the $sign, or going to patreon.com/guerrilla cricket and becoming a regular contributor to our maintenance. You can start as low as $2 a month up to $10 a month, which gets you on the screen of honour, a scroll of honour that goes across the bottom of our screen the whole time.
It's Siraj who opens up from the other end, and Jason might be able to jingle him up for us at some point. I thought I wasn't.
When you're gonna find your way from the streets, gonna find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who could save us now. It's Mama Siraj.
Siraj to bowl his second ball. That's defensively by Duckett. So this must be a record for Crawley Duckett opening partnerships. We've had 8 balls with no run. I mean, they managed to get 6 before there was a legitimate ball in the first innings because of the 5 penalty runs. But we've had 8 balls and no runs. The records are tumbling today. Here's Siraj, defensive again from Duckett. So interesting start by England here.
Interesting looking at Duckett's stance side on. He really doesn't get much out of his crease at all. There's barely a half step when he plays his defensive shot. Like all compact players, he's quite much better off the back foot.
Goes bowls to him now. That's tucked away. Oh, are we going to get the first run? No, it's an acrobatic bit of fielding there by Jadeja and Yadav, I should say. And there's still no run. So if you're just joining us, we saw a brilliant double century by Jeswal, and has left England chasing 557 as India made fantastic progress today. Being flayed to all parts of the ground, and India declared at 430 for 4. 430 for 4. Siraj, and that's still no run because that's played to the Slim fielder. Will be 1 ball away from 2 maiden overs here. I'm excited about this, guys.
Who would have thought? Keep the scoring rate down. It makes my GPL picks more attainable.
Yeah. What was your GPL pick?
I think I started at 303 and went through to 383. Every 3 in between, something like that.
And we do indeed have 2 maiden overs as that next ball is drilled by Duckett into the ground, doesn't get up, and it goes to extra cover. And England remain 0 for 0, off 2.
Matthew Cullen says, got them right where we want them. Go harder, bucket hats. Yeah, it's this reverse psychology that's going to kill India, isn't it?
Yes, we're just luring into a false sense of security here.
Yes, it was an incredible double bluff. We're going to chase anything, says Duckett. Meanwhile, they play out for the draw, having managed to persuade Sharma to delay the declaration.
Indeed. And Mog says, good to see Dave extolling the virtues of two maidens. Do you want to look in the waiting room, Jason, and see if Sagir is waiting?
He is. I'm just about to let him in.
New over from Bumrah. That's played down to mid-on by Crawley, and still no run. Yeah, I'm getting excited about this. We're such a run fest. And we're now returned to previous test normality. Very, very big crowd in today. It's a Sunday Rajkot. It's a Sunday everywhere. But they've really enjoyed that partnership between Jaswell and Sarfraz, and particularly the feast of sixes from Jaswell. He hit more sixes than any other Indian in the test match, and he's also broken the record for the number of sixes in a series.
He's broken everybody here because we'll have a changeover at the end of this over with some fresh blood making their debuts for today.
Fighting. Tell us more in a moment. As Bumrah comes in.
If you could keep your video off for the moment, Sagir, that would be good. Thanks.
That's just tucked away. That's runs for England. It's the first runs. It's nicely played by Crawley. He's going to get a boundary flicking off his legs. Nicely timed. 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So Sagir, our debutant for Gorilla, our own debutant, coming on for Gorilla shortly, and I think Tony's going to be taking over the ball by ball.
He's hoving into view.
He's limbering up at the moment, his usual vocal exercises.
Yes, he's singing Rawhide at the moment.
That's nicely driven by Crawley, went straight to Yadav at mid-off, and there's no run. So a measured start from England here at Bumrah.
Sorry. I was going to say, I think if Tony's singing Rawhide, he should save it until he's got a microphone in front of him so we can all appreciate it.
Let's get the wickets, says a banner in the crowd. A hastily produced home banner. Crawley waits for Bumrah, and he was going to think about playing that, and then the end just taps it down defensively.
Yeah, he's just tapped it on its head into the ground, hasn't he? Which won't do the ball much good, but doesn't do the score much good either. Yeah.
So what was the calculation for the number of overs that England will face in total?
90 tomorrow, 41 today, 40.
Right,
130 in total, roughly.
Yeah.
So he scored just over 4 to get us to 557.
He's played that out by Crawley down to a long leg. They're going to take a single there as Crawley moves on to 5. And an opportunity for Crawley. He's been one of the most consistent batsmen for him. Another opportunity for him to get a big score here. So it is going to turn. So I think Yadav could be the danger. Who would your money be on for the wicket taker for India in this innings, do you think?
I think they'll be split fairly evenly around. I think Yadav will get 2 or 3. I think Bumrah will get 2 or 3.
I think Ravi Ashwin will come into his own. We got no idea.
Is it going to be Bumrah? He bowls around the wicket now to Duckett, who plays that defensively. Back, so we're going to have a change. My stint is over. Thanks very much, Messers and Jason, and I'm going to hand over
to Tony.
Tony and Sagir.
I shall do the last message on YouTube. Matthew Cullen said, "Shades of Blackadder. The last thing they will expect is us to bat too aggressively and collapse to a massive deficit. So that's exactly what we shall do." Quite possibly.
Lovely work, darling.
Tea.
Well. Jason's just gone off for his breakfast cider, which makes him sound like a alfresco drinker, but he's not, I don't think, normally. 5 without loss, England. Warmest of welcomes will, after this delivery from Siraj. But we're going to say hi to Sagir Pakar and to Mog, I hope, as this one's flicked nicely off his legs by Crawley. might make it all the way down to the square leg boundary. Yes, it does. That's England's first boundary. They move on to 9 without loss. And it's one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Well, gentlemen, Sagir, first of all, what a knock by Jaiswal. He's some player, isn't he?
He is a terrific player, and I think this is just him showcasing his talent at the international stage. He has been doing this in domestic cricket for a long while.
Defended by Crawley to mid-on. We're going to find out a little bit about you. You're from the Cricket Slouch podcast.
That's right. Yeah, so my friend Sandeep and I, we host that podcast. We've only been doing it for about a year or so now, so not too long. But it's just like a hobby project that we had.
Yeah.
And it brings us in contact with lovely people like yourselves who enjoy the sport and with whom we'd like to discuss and talk cricket.
In comes Siraj. Oh, it's driven, but driven straight to cover by Crawley. And when you're not podcasting, you're a psychologist, which makes me think that you're going to have a whole field of opportunity with the likes of Mog, me, and just about every other gorilla to study.
I've got to go somewhere else, Tony. I'll be unavailable.
But let me assure you that I'm not working at the moment.
Well, I don't think.
Because I'm not paying, so that works.
Mog, we've got to be careful, mate, because psychologists, they never have a day off. They just do it for fun. They do it for fun in their spare time, mate. We're in trouble. 9 without loss. Ah, England. It's a long, long road to 557.
It is.
My goodness.
Yeah, it is.
Early lyrics
a
for all
tall
the way to
score.
Tipperary.
Well, they're more likely to get to Tipperary than they are to 557, I suspect. But you just never know with this England team. You just never know.
No, I know they won't.
In comes Siraj. Solidly defended by Crawley. There is no run.
I mean, just on that point, in the last Test match as well, like even though England lost by about 100 odd runs, watching the game, you never felt as if England were out of the game. They still looked in the hunt, and they're still going on at almost 5 runs and over, so to speak. It wasn't until that last glut of wickets that finally the game sort of tilted in India's favour.
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting to hear from your perspective, because I think most English watchers, or England fans, if you will look at the Root dismissal and feel that set the tone for the innings. Sadly, poor old Joe Root, who's had a horrible series. That's defended again by Crawley. I suppose it's you see different things through different eyes, don't you? But it was probably, I would argue, the worst day since the Stokes-McCullum inverted commas Bazball era. That's and that Root dismissal. Apparently he gets out once every 11 times he tries that shot, which actually is not bad as an average. Thank you to George DeBell for that stat, by the way, not me.
You could just not try it at all and not get out to it.
Well, yes, there is the other thing, and that one is a little bit inside edgy by Crawley. It'll go out to mid-wicket. There is no run, just the one boundary from that over. It's the end of it. It's 4 complete. It's 9 for England. We won't even bother to say how many runs to go. If we get to a point of actually counting those runs, it will be a triumph. Mog, who have we got?
We've got no one new, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's rather disappointing.
But we do have a new person on air with us. Ask him some questions, eh?
Well, I will. Yes, I mean, I want to go back to my old friend the Jazz Whale. Well, he's my new friend the Jazz Whale. I mean, Miles Davis, Charlie Mingus, Thelonious Monk, John Coltrane, Duke Ellington, Ella Fitzgerald, Art Blakey. He was everything rolled into one with that innings, wasn't he?
He was. So stupendous inning, and I think when you put into context, what his age is. He's only about 22, 23 years old. And to see somebody that young perform the way he is and go through the gears in those innings, because he started a little bit sensibly in the second innings and then sort of accelerated.
Bumrah's going to be in over the wicket to the Duckster, who defends towards mid-off, and there is no run. Yes, again, I mean, one of the things that I think, as you say, his ability to accelerate was one of them. But just the variety of shots and the pure confidence. I mean, Jimmy Anderson, I think that was his Third most ever expensive test over in his enormously long career. He was fearless, wasn't he?
He was. The first, I think, belongs to George Bailey, if I'm not mistaken, in that Ashes series 2013, I think it was, or was it the one after that?
Against Jimmy, yes, it was. I think it was George Bailey.
It was at the Wacker. Yeah,
yes, it was George Bailey. 2 slips and a gully are there for Duckett. Bumrah right on the money, angling the ball into the left-hander, round about 3/4 up middle stump height by the time it's defended by Duckett into the onside. There is no run. He also equalled, well, he certainly became the most the highest number of sixes in an innings for an Indian.
And I think the record as well, because
he did equal
12 sixes. Yeah.
Correct.
So it's not just for an Indian, but I think across Test cricket. And I suppose, he probably has benefited from Josh Butler also being with the Rajasthan Royals setup and sort of opening that partnership over there for the Royals team. So, he's had a lot of different influences in his life. And I think when he was playing for India under 19 and then for the A side, Dravid was still the coach of that side. So he's kind of learned a few things from Dravid along the way too. And then
although explosive hitting is not normally something you'd associate with Rahul Dravid necessarily, but he seems to work that out for himself.
Yeah, he probably learned that with his during his stint at the Royals and watching Josh Butler and some of the other players over there. But well done to him. I think his game is very complete, and I might sound a bit biased over here, but when you look at certain groups of players, especially within the Indian camp, and I'm not talking about anyone else, but the ones that tend to come from Mumbai seem to have a much
going to be
more
back
wider
into the attack around the wicket, defended by Duckett towards mid-off, no run. Sorry, Sage, carry on.
No, I was just saying that the players that generally tend to come from the Mumbai schools and the academies and through the Mumbai setup, they seem to have a much more, I'd say a much more complete game, especially against the spinners. Because if you look at the current Indian batting lineup, players like Jaiswal, Iyer, and Rohit Sharma, and Sarfaraz Khan, they all come from that region. And they generally handle the spinners far better than the others do.
Bumrah in again. Oh, I say, that was a good delivery, and the Duckster's worn that, and he's worn it round about midships, I think. Mog, wasn't that in the? And obviously, being not the tallest man, those midships are slightly lower than they might be on other individuals.
Heavily
caught him.
laden,
I think it's
low in the
caught
water.
him. Yeah, he did. He is lower in the water. Yes, and they've been scraped on a barnacle there, because that will have absolutely stung.
Ouch.
And in fact, Duckett not only he's about to crouch down in the the typical position of any gentleman who's been smacked there, but in the meantime, before he does, he throws he sort of plants his bat in the ground and leaps up in the air, using it to sort of pivot on before
What
he
I do when I get hit in
crouches
the bulkhead.
Is that what? You're full of nautical terms this morning, Mog.
Oh,
Are you a man of the sea?
Certainly full of it.
Well, you're certainly full of something. I didn't ever think it was sea, but I'm sure you're right.
Sea bombs.
Yeah, well, poor old Duckett. Goodness me, that will have hurt him. Where is he now? He's putting his glove back on. He is, though, walking somewhat gingerly. That's not in the Ben Stokes sense of gingerly either, or Ollie Pope sense, but in the a man who's just taken an uncomfortable blow. Bumrah's going to be back in, though. Duckett plays it solidly and says, "Thank you very much. I'm going to have a quick single there. I don't fancy facing you anymore this over." So he gets himself single. He's got a big smile on his face. He strikes you as that sort of cricketer, though, doesn't he, chaps? So I think you could smack him a few times, and he's not quite Brian Close, but he'll laugh it off, won't he? Crawley at the other end's got a big smile on his face. Why is it?
Running along with his balls, jangling in his box. They've been shattered.
Wasn't it David Lloyd who had a wonderful story of being hit in the old days when the gentleman's box was like a piece of plastic with sort of holes cut out of it.
Oh,
he got
it used
smacked.
to be, yeah.
His famous expression once was, "Can you just take away the pain but leave the swelling?" to the physiotherapist. And for some reason, it doesn't matter what level of cricket you're playing, people will laugh. For some reason, it is funny, and yet it's just, well, we all know at various times in our lives, I'm sure, unbelievably painful. Bumrah, he's going to be in to Crawley, who solidly defends back to him. Bumrah throws the ball in the air. It's the end of that Bumrah over. 5 up for England, 10 on the scoreboard without loss. 9 for Crawley, 1 for Duckett. Mog.
YouTube is still a tad fallow, and
good lord, I think people have given up on this on England, really.
Well, if they got any sense, they would have. And I have to once again apologise to all the people that use Twitter that they've made poor life choices, and it just doesn't work for me at the moment.
Ooh, do you want me to have a look for you?
If you can.
I can do that in a second. While we do that, another one for Sagir, because he strikes me already as being a man of some wisdom. The two Indians,
high praise.
The two Indians behind the Jazz Whale on that list of most sixes. So who were the previous incumbents of the most sixes for India records?
I think Navjot Sidhu has to be on that one with 10 sixes or something.
8, but you had the
8?
player. You have
okay.
the player absolutely right. Sri Lanka, Lucknow in 1994, and there's another one who has the same amount. We'll just wait for Siraj. Worked off his legs by Duckett. Backward of square. They take one, and they should come back for 2, and they comfortably do. Yeah. So you have one of them. Well done. I said you were wise.
Thank you.
Can you get the second one? Much more recently. I'll give you that clue.
I'm tempted to say Sehwag.
No. More recently.
Rohit's probably the other one who could come close.
Nope.
No, I give up then.
Mayank Agarwal versus Bangladesh in
okay.
Indore in 2019. He also had 8. I don't carry this information in my head. I did look it up before I came.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have guessed Mayank at all.
I'm not a sort of Rain Man of cricket stats, so I do have to look them up. That one's defended. Oh, that's it's defended past short mid wicket, and he's going to get a very sharply taken single. Here's Ben Duckett. He'll move on to 4. England will move on to 13. And I was about to look something up, but I've had a complete memory loss of what it was I was going to look up. So
it was probably Twitter, but
oh well, thank you. Well done, Mog.
That's the only job I have.
It's what to remind me. Yes, you've got one job, which is to read social media, which you're saying you can't actually do. You're going to get me to do.
Meanwhile, on Blue Sky.
Yes, that's fine. Keep a solid eye on YouTube. If you're listening, come on, super chat us. We could do with your support as ever. That one in the bat is angled, guided backward a point. Sarfraz, who is quite an unmistakable figure, which is a kind way of saying solid. It's
chunky.
Chunky, yes, that's another one we use.
I think I called him robust of frame before.
Yeah.
Devdutt Padikkal. He and Devdutt Padikkal sort of nearly coincided as they both went with enthusiastically enough, as you would do when you have such a huge lead and your mission in life is to take wickets. I think they probably timed the declaration right. So I don't think it was about runs. I think it was about when and how you wanted to give yourself time and get England to bat a bit before tea, disrupt their rhythm and get them to bat again after tea, wasn't it? Defended by Crawley out towards mid-off, no run.
Yes, that's what I thought as well. Like eventually when he did declare, the timing of it was such that he had left only half an hour before tea, and then they would have had a break. So chances are, like if he gave Siraj and Bumrah a good run right now, then after the tea break, probably they would have continued as well, tried to make use of the harder ball as long as possible.
Got it.
And then eventually get there. Oh, we got a super chat.
We do have a super chat. Yes. I'll
ding 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 ding
ding ding super chat alert. I'll let Mog deal with that one just after this Siraj delivery, and we have an on and off Hayden in position, a very short mid off, a very short mid on. They're looking for that one. You sense then maybe Sagir, a slower ball should be coming at some point because it would encourage Crawley just to pop it up.
Yeah. And Bumrah is one of the better exponents of the slower deliveries in the modern test game at the moment. I mean, the number of times he's got well set, like high caliber batters out is just astounding. I mean, we saw what he did in England as well when India toured England a couple of years ago. And then even in this series, he got, I think, who was it that he got with a very clever off-cutter?
In
like a
comes
fast-ish
Siraj.
off-cutter.
Down leg side. Oh, my word. Jarrell leaps away to his left. He's a jack in the box as well. He's certainly taken to his position very nicely. It's the end of the over. 15 without loss. Shall I do a couple on Twitter? Oh, no, you need to do the super chat, Mob.
Yes, Jeremy, head of the West Australian Tourist Board, Henderson, has offered up $10 of the Australian variety in appreciation for having another sand groper on air.
Is that someone from Perth?
That's Western Australian.
Okay, I'm glad we made that clear. Right, well, there's a few on Twitter, I can tell you.
Of course there is.
To one of my favourite Twitter handles, says duck it, could not duck it. Oh, here's one from Farong, who's now Farong169. If someone asks you whether you've got any psychology jokes up your sleeve, answer with, I'm afraid not. Oh, Lord. Very good. I like that.
That was a good one.
Leah, the Lavender Gorilla. To me, Butler will never be a royal. He will always be a Mumbai Indians beefcake dancing naked in front of a TV after the team won the final. Okay. That's each to their own. 2 slips and a gully go down to Bumrah, and that's nicely defended by Duckett towards mid-wicket. Oh, they're going to take a quick single. They go. He's gone by a country mile.
Oh, my God.
He was sent back, and when you're chasing 557 to win, you get yourself a comedy run out. England, England, England. I have to say, I think if they carried on, the single was probably there. Crawley didn't fancy it. Duckett couldn't turn fast enough. And would you believe it, of all the stupid things in the world, it is one of, well, a ridiculous run out.
It is. I think 2 points over there. Crawley was caught watching the ball. He wasn't looking at Duckett at all, who was just herring down the pitch. And I will also give props to Jurel over there for the manner in which he collected the ball and whipped those bails off.
Yeah.
Because he was still running towards the wicket as the throw came in. He didn't have much time to sort of settle himself down to effect a proper collection. So I think good keeping from him. Now, just a question for you guys over here.
Hang on a moment, Sagir. Well, they're reviewing this, and I'm thinking the question is, Duckett was without a shade of a doubt.
Why the fuck are they reviewing it?
Well, the only thing I can think is, did he take the ball off before the ball arrived? But I don't think he did. And the Duckster was 100 miles away.
There you go. Look at that.
Absolutely, there's no doubt why they're looking at that. I don't know. Possibly the
was that an umpire's review?
It has to have been.
I think it's probably Joel Wilson at that end, or Dharmasena.
Well, in that case, well worth the reviewing. You never know what
know.
Joel saw in his head.
Yeah.
But Duckett, he has to go. He's run out for after the Lord Mayor's show for him after that first innings. Whose call was that? It was Duckett's call, wasn't it?
It was Duckett's call.
It was Duckett's call. He should have stuck with it.
Yeah, Crawley was just watching the ball. He wasn't looking at Duckett at all, and I think that's where that miscommunication came in. Now, the other thing I just get a sense of is England are not playing their usual attacking sort of game over here, and I wonder whether that has played into the minds of Duckett and Crawley as well. Whether they feel this need to sort of score quickly or try to take these unnecessary risks.
Well, they might have been trying to do that. A comedy run out when you're chasing 557 and you're going to face a fourth and fifth day pitch isn't the way to do it. The new man, of course, is Ollie Pope, but he's going to face his first ball from Bumrah and his bit inside edge. He's going to get a single, albeit a slightly streaky one, down to fine leg. And let's give the jingle. Let's jingle up my ecclesiastical brother.
We got a Pope! We got a Pope! Take a good hard look, it's Ollie Pope! It's Ollie Pope! It's Ollie Pope! Take a hard look at Ollie Pope!
There he is, a censored version. Sagira, you probably can't hear the jingles. That is quite often a problem for...
no, I can't hear it. The first one I heard clearly, the one for Siraj. This one was a little bit muffled.
Okay. Bumrah's in. It's steered towards backward point. And I don't think they will take a single. No, I was going to tell you though. You gave the most beautiful, accurate description of the run out, but in the background I had the Thunder and Blazes circus music play. so your pearls of wisdom were accompanied by but there we go. And it was, as we watched the replay, watching it from the replay of, I think, sort of just behind the square leg umpire, and you actually saw it as a very, very lively bit of work from Durrell. There's a slip in a gully, Bumrah is in. There is that very short mid-on. Not quite such a tidy piece of work, though. It was a pretty horrible ball, and Durrell could only tip it round the post. And I would imagine they ran a bye. Score goes on 270. We're going to watch it again. And we just see how quick Durrell was to see that happening. And the Duckster, who's only got little legs, was floundering on his way back. Are we going to see it from a different angle? Yeah.
Question about the jingles. Who composes your jingles?
Well, funny you should ask that. Let me ask our man on social media today. Where do all these? Which jingle mines do we carve them out of? This one is inside edge towards mid wicket. No run.
Some of them come from the genuine brilliance of Jeff Perkins or Mr. Peel. The ones that I do are mine directly from my arse, and are therefore not nearly as good. Plus, there are some as done by previous stalwarts, Sherwood, and
James Sherwood,
Mr. Pryke,
Pryke in Munich. A range of people around the world. A range of musical and artistic talent that volunteers them out of
It's
love.
a good community you have fostered then.
We hope so. We genuinely hope so. Let's have a look at this.
Long may it continue.
Bumrah field. There's a mid-off and a mid-on. And short extra cover. A point on the offside. You've got that man very short mid-on the onside. It's going to go past him to mid-wicket, and they're going to take a quick single off that Bumrah delivery. The score will move on to 18 for 1 after 7 overs, but England have lost their opener Duckett. They've lost him to a crazy run out. And Mog, how are we doing on YouTube? And then you can chuck it back to me for...
The YouTube says, Jimmy Jazz, I love your show. Thank you, Mr. Jazz.
We like that.
G and Ayaratnam says, another sandgroper here, down in Bustleton at the moment. Andy Feeney says, oh, Jesus, each ball a potential banana skin. And Leah says, I take it Tony's not seen the clip of Butler losing his towel dancing in front of his TV.
I haven't seen that, no. I'm sure, however, it was hugely entertaining, I would imagine. Jersey Oak has said, could have WHO psychologists conference, could have a psychologist conference on guerrilla cricket. We're doomed. We did for wrongly. That was Butler's towel. Dave Wood. I'm 268 miles from Tipperary. Is that a long way in this day and age? Question mark. Relative to 5:57, when you've just lost your opener to a comedy run out, I'd say that's practically next door, Dave. Jadeja is into the attack, and he's already beaten a tentative prod of Ollie Pope past the right-hander's outside edge. Let's jingle up. Ravindra Jadeja.
Ravindra Jadeja. Who's that spinning on the field?
Home ground that he loves. And there was loads of turn.
My direction, surely is a dream.
Ollie Pope needs to be a bit careful here of the arm ball that comes in with the angle rather than the one that spins away.
That one spins away as well. Is he setting him up here? I reckon he's setting him up. That's 3 that have spun sharply away from the right hander. He does have the slip and silly point. But you're absolutely right, Sagir. I reckon at least one this over. Could be this. It'll be one of the next 3 is going to be the one that doesn't turn and just goes pushed through. Is it this one? Nope. Defended by Pope.
Because barring the 190 that Pope scored in the first test, his record against spin is not really that great, is it?
No, it's not. Jadeja beats the outside edge again. It was a loose drive from Pope. I think he got a word down the track from Crawley. He said, steady on, Ollie, son. Because he looked back at his partner and put his thumbs up and a little nod. Jadeja leapt in the air, had his hands on his head. That one was a fuller Yorker length by Jadeja, but a little bit floaty. And as he does, he whips through his overs at lightning speed. He's finished that one. It's 8 done. And we should, I think, have one more before tea. And some messages from Mog.
I actually have a quick question for Sagir. Would you say that psychology is a young man's game?
It is. It used to be a young man's game until somebody came in, upended all those theories and brought in some new stuff over there. It's a good joke, that one.
We've had them both now. We've had Jung and Freud in.
I've been holding on to it since
terrible psychological puns. Careful what you say you've been holding on to, because that will be the subject of a study as well. 18 for 1. As we wait for Bumrah, who's going to be bowling to the tall Zach Crawley, who pulls the bat inside of that. Through it goes to Jarrell. And there is no run. Let me see if I go back, because we had missed a few. Leard said, according to Crick Info, Ashwin could be back in the match by lunch. Yes, he's back, and with the team is Ashwin.
Good.
Which I think is, you're right, absolutely right. Dave Barrett had said 110 overs at 5 and over, won't even have to go that hard. Yes, I think that's fantasy land.
Good luck.
Good luck with that, England. They haven't gone that hard so far. As Bumrah is in, it's full, he's caught. Crawley in front, he could be in trouble here. Dharmasena puts up his finger. Crawley has been given. He looks aghast. I don't think he has much of a prayer here, Sagir. That looked...
Oh, it looked straight plumb, but...
Absolutely.
I think, given the circumstances, he might as well.
Well, I suspect he will. There's a conversation between Pope and Crawley. They have reviewed. Chaps, I unless there's a merest hint of an inside edge, I really can't see much hope for him at the moment.
No, because if it was an inside edge, he would have gone for it straight away. I think the fact that he took time to discuss.
It was high-ish, but he hadn't got forward. He's a tall man. It was just above the knee roll of his left leg, which was his forward leg, but that forward leg hadn't got itself out of the crease. He'd gone back rather than forwards. Umpire's call, Sagir, at best, I would say here. And if it's umpire's call, he'll have to go. Pitch is outside, inside, wickets, umpire's call.
Look at that.
The eagle, 64-year-old eyes have
look at
got that
just
one right
a
for once.
little feather on that bail, isn't it?
England will cry foul and blame the technology. Kumar Dharmasena will put up his finger and go, I was right all along, Joel, suck on that. And,
was that another pun, Tony?
What?
They'll cry foul after it feathered the stump.
No, it wasn't. Oh. But if I'm doing them sort of accidentally,
blame it anyway.
I think I need to have a good look at myself. But there we go. Crawley's got his helmet off. He's going back. He can feel a little hard done by, I think. But them's the breaks, and England are 2 down and in a horrible mess. It means that they'll take an early tea. There'll be 4 deliveries left of this Bumrah over when they come back out. Lord above, where to start? Goodness me. India 196 for 2, a lead of 322 at the start of the day. They powered their way on the back of a Jaiswal 214 to 429 for 4, a lead of 556. Jaiswal smashed records as he went. Jimmy Anderson's 3rd most expensive over, 12 sixes equaling the most ever. Fantastic knock from him. England looked all at sea, and they've looked all at sea when they're batting. 1 dismissal, Sagir, utterly avoidable. 1 just downright bad luck to a good ball.
Yeah. I mean, you could say that India had also had its fair share of run-outs. This one again was in similar vein, like completely unavoidable, and it just goes to highlight how important communication is between both the batters at the crease. I mean, when you go through your junior grades, you get taught by your coaches and some of your senior players that you need good communication with your partner. Watch your partner, not the ball as such, and make sure that one person calls and the other responds. I mean, to see some of these lapses sort of carrying on into senior test match level cricket, it just makes you wonder, like, how much effort are the coaches putting in their training when they're not playing.
It also means there's another factor, Mog, here that Root, who has a slightly dodgy hand, who has bowled more overs in a Test series already than he ever has before, and is having a horrible time with the bat. Has 2 crucial drops in this match, although the second one was, a tough caught and bowled. Is going to have to go out to bat in the evening. Psychologically, do you think he'll be ready for that?
He's got the weight of that first innings dismissal on his shoulders he needs to look out for.
Yeah.
So, no, I'm going to say no.
I've got a feeling it's going to be hard. Sagir, what do you reckon there?
Well, Root is a champion player, and I think he'll try his best to do what he can for the team. I just don't understand why he suddenly changed his modus operandi when his earlier attempts at batting have been just so successful. And I understand that he's not coming into the series, with the weight of runs that he normally scores prolifically. But, he doesn't need to try all these fancy shots so early in his innings. I mean, when we saw Jaiswal bat, he only came out with those reverse sweeps after, he had crossed his 50 or something. And only then he sort of did it in 1 over against Rehan. After that, he's just played mostly orthodox shots. And I think Joe Root has been successful with those reverse scoops and ramps and even reverse sweeps. In the one-day game as well, he did it against Australia in the Ashes last year as well with, quite a considerable degree of success. But just in these last 2 test matches, it felt as if he's trying too much too early before he's set, and I gather that Bumrah dismissing him a couple of times might be playing on his mind. So I think he just wants to throw him off his plans, and that's probably why he's trying to disrupt Bumrah's rhythm, but is not being too successful at that.
Words of wisdom indeed. Mog, were you all over, I think it's YouTube? Right, yeah, I think you were.
He's saying hello to Jihan, another Western Australian.
Perfect.
And then there's some discussion about how ungodly the weather is, temperature-wise, over there.
Yep, well, with England at 18 for 2, still needing 539 to win, we're going to take a break. I think we're going to invite you to have a little drink in the Bishop and Bear, because we're kind like that. So join us there. I can't remember. It's the most recent episode. I can't for the life of me remember who was on it. Well, I'll play it. I think it might have been Annie, but here we go. Yes, we are. And here it is. See you after tea.
Yeah.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring? Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station. The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. We've got lots of fun stuff to talk about this week, and our guest, well, to be honest, she's been on the show so many times, I think that the bar stallers have got her arse print in it. Yeah.
There's a special
stall. In fact, she's got her own arse
stall. We've got a special Annie stall.
Of her own. It's a special Annie stall. That doesn't sound right, but I do know what you mean. It is, of course, St Annie of Exeter. Hello, Annie.
Hello. Can I have a pint of whiskey, please?
A pint of whiskey.
Yeah, it's been one hell of a morning.
Okay.
It's going to be our finest single malt, a Glenmorangie, in a pint glass.
Lovely. I love a single malt.
Only on the condition you promise you're not going to put any Coca-Cola,
water,
God, no. Or just a bit of ice, possibly,
no, I don't
but
want
probably
ice
not.
Even. No, I don't even want ice.
Do you even need a glass, or do you just want to neck it?
No, just have
give
the
you a bottle, yeah.
In the true manner of the al fresco Glasgow drinker.
Exactly.
Probably not with the Glenmorangie, but there we go. And of course, as ever, our genial landlord is here, making sure everybody's drinks are charged, and he's glad-handing and just generally being sociable. Well, some things to talk about. There's a couple of very similar incidents, one in the England game and one possibly seem to get more attention, but we'll unpick it a little bit with Neil Brand. Out or not out? If you don't know, we'll explain that. We'll look back at the Visakhapatnam test, and of course a little bit ahead to the what we think could be a run fest. At least I do in Rajkot. Certainly has been in previously. We'll look at how South Africa are getting on in New Zealand. South Africa C, as they've been lovingly called. Under 19 World Cup. Somehow Australia roll on, just like their grown-up counterparts. They just find a way.
Bloody Australian.
And because they're Australian, and because it's Annie, and it's, well, there should be a new County Cricket Matters coming out. We want to know what's in it. And chance to have a little natter about that. So let's start with this Neil Brand thing. Now, full confession, both of you, had you read the actual background? Do we know what we're talking about? I mean, on that particular incident, not generally, because we.
I got what I gleaned of it off of the WhatsApp group. But I think Gary handily put the Crick Info description of the ball and the dismissal on the WhatsApp group. And my immediate thought was this is exactly the same as Hartley in our game in Visakhapatnam. Vizag. Yeah.
Quickly.
Visa,
yes, whatever.
Visa. And so it didn't really, because we finally got to the bottom of that explanation, so it didn't really, I mean, it's still a little bit confusing, but having known what the situation was in our game, it wasn't unsurprising that the same situation happened there, and the people said exactly the same things about that one.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that everybody's got an opinion, haven't they?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, here, just for in case you don't know, and you're joining us in the pub today in the Bishop and Bear. Here is it. South Africans captain Neil Brand edged a delivery from Matt Henry, brilliantly caught by Tom Blundell. The umpire, who was Ashan Raza, raised his finger. Brand decided that he wanted to review it, so it went to DRS. The television replays showed that the ball missed his bat, which it wasn't that long behind, but flicked his back pad, causing the deflection, which ended up in Blundell's gloves. The third umpire checked to see if Brand had been trapped LBW. Ball tracking indicated umpire's call for the ball pitching in line with the stumps and umpire's call for hitting the stumps. So usually, given that Brand was initially given out by the on-field umpire, that should have ensured that he was dismissed. But because umpire Raza had ruled that the skipper was out caught and not given out LBW, he was given not out. I mean, it didn't make a lot of difference. I think he scored 4 and 3, a total of 7 runs in that entire game, and of course they got a whopping. But nonetheless, don't we think that's a bit strange, Annie?
It is definitely a strange law, isn't it? Because like we were discussing earlier, I mean, you don't say when you're appealing, you don't go, how's that LBW, or how's that caught behind, or how's that caught in the deep.
So they must have consulted, we think. With Ashan Raza and whoever the off-field umpire was. You're right. Our WhatsApp group, as Bear said, particularly the social members, were, getting very vexed about it. I've got an analogy. Try this for an analogy. See if it works. A speed camera. You're flashed by a speed camera. You go, hang on, I'm sure I wasn't doing it. It's a 30 mile an hour limit. You go, I'm sure I wasn't doing 30 mile an hour limit, the 30 miles an hour. So you complain, and it proves that you weren't. At the same time, you happen to be leaning out the window, firing a gun at someone. Does the law then go, well, we weren't looking for that? So basically, carry on. You're fine.
Well, no, I'm not
sorry
sure
about the murder. Sorry about the person you shot, but we were only looking for speeding.
I'm not sure that's a very good analogy, Tone. But the gun out the window would certainly get you in trouble. Being umpire's call on both.
Well, wouldn't LBW be as well?
Well, yeah.
Obviously, you haven't killed anyone by being LBW, but
right. This is my point. It was exactly the same as the Hartley one, and the decision that came back, and this might have been changed over the last couple of years, because I seem to remember that a few years ago something had happened like this in a test match, but it might be that actually the ball hit in line and was going on to hit, and therefore the LBW was given. But the ruling in the English game, which was exactly the same, so it was Hartley batting, they went up for a caught behind, It was given out by the umpire. It turned out he'd missed it. Again, it had hit his pad. It had hit him in line. No, it hadn't hit him in line. It was umpire's call in line. It was umpire's call on off stump. And he was given not out. And Rohit rightly went up to the umpire because I said, at the immediate point that it showed that, I was like, oh shit, he's going to be given out here because obviously it's umpire's call, and he's been given out on the field, right? But the umpire's initial decision was out, caught behind. That being the case, and that being told that he's the third umpire, the fact that it's in line, it's completely dismissed as LBW. I believe if it had been in line and hitting, it would have therefore been out. But because it was umpire's call and he was giving out caught behind, that's what the umpire stipulated he was giving out to.
It was very confusing at the time.
Yeah, it was very confusing at the time. That was the decision, and therefore it is not out because they weren't giving it out for LBW. So umpire's call doesn't matter, and the game moves on. That was the decision given in the England game, and I presume it was the same decision in that game.
It sounds like it was because they were saying, well, you're not being tried for LBW, you're being tried and given out
I think
for court behind.
a better
For court
analogy would be something like something to do with VAR, wouldn't it? If they were looking, they weren't looking for offside, they were looking for handball, and they didn't give. If they gave a goal.
Yeah, but in football, then they would go. But VAR would then say he's offside.
Yeah,
now.
exactly.
VAR
They would.
Yeah.
They would. So partly, I would say, then surely he's out, isn't he?
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
If the evidence proves the crime, then you're guilty. Then punishment as appropriate. It just seemed odd that because he wasn't, the umpire can only put his finger up once. What, is the umpire actually supposed to go? Could be both. I'll put two fingers up. I'll do that.
Yeah, and take one down.
But clearly they were but clearly they were going up for caught behind, and clearly the umpire gave the caught behind in both instances.
Why clearly?
Because everyone behind the wicket's going up like that for caught behind. The keeper's throwing the ball in the air.
They do that for LBW.
Yeah, true. But they threw the ball up in the air. That was if you catch it and it's LBW, you're just appealing for LBW, and everyone goes up like that. I don't know. It's slightly different appeal.
I think from the batting side perspective, it would fall in. I genuinely think he should have been out. I would put it in the category of that's bad luck.
Yeah.
And probably got his just deserves in the end, or branded. Maybe I'm not so sure about Hartley.
Well, because he could have been out two different ways.
Exactly that. I mean, that was exactly what I thought when Hartley was given not out, and I was kind of with Rohit because Rohit was like, well, going up to the umpire going, well, you gave him out, and therefore if it's umpire's called, he's still out, isn't he? He's LBW. But apparently that wasn't the case. So.
It's one of these ones you could argue forever,
It is. And maybe it will lead to a law change. Who knows?
It will be like they're trying to bring in blue cards, aren't they, for football now? So it will be. Just imagine the.
Don't get us on that one. This is a cricket show.
No, I think we probably should. If you stumble across a body in the woods, does it matter if they were shot or stabbed? They're still dead.
Yeah.
So I mean,
what is it about you and dead bodies?
Yeah, what's going on today?
I don't know. I've been dealing with.
You planning something evil?
No, well, possibly. Given that I've been having to deal with some rotoring issues by somebody who can't get their head around time zones, and I'm very close to either stabbing or shooting. I don't know which one it is.
Okay, you heard it here first.
You've heard it here first, police.
I would never do that. He's a lovely man. Oh, I gave away the gender.
Oh,
that narrows it down a bit.
It wasn't me.
Yes.
It wasn't me. You got you're
yeah, you got your excuse.
So okay, a vote. I say out. Annie.
I say out.
You say out.
I'd have actually said out, to be fair, but clearly the laws say no. Well, the current ruling says no. So, I mean, my initial opinion was it should have been given out, just because, exactly as you say. I mean, at the end of the day, he was given out. As we all know, you appeal for out in cricket. You don't say to the umpire, as you rightly said before we came on air, you don't say, I'm appealing for caught behind. You go, how's that? And everyone goes, is it out? And the umpire makes a decision. And if the umpire makes a decision, it's out. And it doesn't really matter how you're out. You are out, and if it is umpire's called on both and he was given out, then it should have remained out. That was my feeling. With England's support, I was quite happy that Hartley stayed there, but we weren't going to win anyway. But
well, again, in both cases, you could argue there's a degree of divine justice. because Brand certainly didn't trouble the scorers for very long, and I know that annoys some people, particularly those who are scorers. Even if they get a naught, you still have to write it down. It's always the argument you hear. I remember.
It's a duck, not a naught.
Well, a duck, whatever
Thank
it may be. But either way, they could be hunted, can't they? Ducks. Shoot them.
Yeah, you shoot it. Shoot that.
Right. Okay.
Talking of shoots, I'll have
we've
another
all
shot.
agreed. Common sense should have prevailed. Is I think the team view
Yeah.
around the bar here. Right. Let's talk a little bit about Visakhapatnam, which I continue to say really quickly. There's a comment I picked up, Annie, from Alistair Cook, and it seemed to be bang on the money to me. 20s and 30s don't win you tests. That seemed a pretty fair summary of the difference between the sides, really, didn't it? In the first game at Hyderabad, didn't we? We had the best bowling performance, the best batting performance. We won. Admittedly, it was close. Far and away this time, we just made bits and pieces scores, bar Crawley twice. And it's the 70s don't win you the games, it's the 150s, 200s do.
Or the toss.
Yes, I agree, but in this instance, I see what the Bear thinks. The track seemed to behave pretty bloody well for most of, up to and including day 3. So yeah, the toss was useful, but somebody went ahead and made 200 plus, and we'll talk about that. And England just got bits and pieces scores.
Yeah, they did.
I think that's fair enough to say, but then apart from Shubman Gill in the second innings, but he got a chance, didn't he? But I mean, apart from that, if you look at the scores across the 3 innings, Drysdale won the game for India. He won man of the match, and good luck to him.
There was only the next highest score was
30 something for them in their first innings. I mean, he scored 209 out of 396 or something. So
and that wins matches.
And that wins matches. And Ollie Pope, second innings, scored 196.
And back we are, as ever, with something of a scramble after tea. And I should be joined by St Annie of Exeter. I can see her. Can I hear her? No.
Hello, you can now.
It's the Buster Keaton or Harold Lloyd version of St Annie of Exeter, going in purely silent film mode. As we, it's going to be Bomber to finish is over, isn't it? 2 slips and a gully go down. Rooty defends, and it's into the offside. There is no run. I just need to change our YouTube picture.
I don't know what you've all been doing while I've not been here. I mean, shocking behaviour, really.
Are you talking about England's?
Yes.
Yes. Well, do you know what, Annie? Really interesting.
It's Tony's fault.
It is Tony's fault, Mom.
I think that would be harsh. We did have our podcast, of which you were a guest in, Bishop and Bear. So you've literally followed yourself. Fascinating discussion on that dismissal. Bumrah in, up onto his toes goes Root. Now we had, Annie, a gentleman on who's going to join us again later, Sagir Pakar, who's a trained psychologist.
Oh.
Yeah. Which, of course, had Mog and I on our best behaviour, thinking, oh, shit. But
that's a trained psychologist, not a trained psychologist.
Not a trained psychologist, no.
Just to clarify.
He's not going to discuss sort of the gauge of the railways and, the rolling stock.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Well, the thing I was going to ask was, and I was chatting to Jason in the green room about the same, the psychology of Joe Root at the moment. Hold that thought while we wait for Bumrah, and that's shout for LBW. I think he just got some inside edge. Kumar Dharmasena walks away. He seems unmoved. I've got a feeling Rohit has galloped in to have a conference with his bowler. I think he is going to go for this. Just as I was asking about the psychology of Joe Root, well, it ain't going to get any healthier.
No, they're not going for it.
They're not.
No.
Talk us through what you think, how you think Root is coping with what has been pretty horrible series by and large, bar the first test, and that was with the ball, not bat.
Yeah, I mean, the stats that come out that say he's bowled more overs than he scored runs doesn't help, does
Huge
it?
inside edge. That is true. But you look at this match, no matter how experienced you are, he dropped the batsman who went on to make a big 100. That was the definitive innings of the first knock. He then played the shot that started the collapse that left England well short. As we'll just wait for Bumrah. It's defended by Pope. They take a quick run, and they do have to take a quick run because Rohit, who is at mid-on, in uncharacteristically acrobatic fashion, dived, swept through all in one sweep motion, and my ecclesiastical brother, the Bishop of Rome, had to fling himself to make sure he was safely home. And two drop catches to add to that list of woe. It's not a good place for him.
No, it really isn't. I mean, it's often the case, isn't it? When you're down, and you get down and down. It's just
dare I say deeper and down?
Deeper and down.
No, don't do that.
Don't do that.
That's an ad for a supermarket. Here, that song gets used on.
Oh, is it? I was going to say, we try and maintain the status quo whenever we can.
Oh, very good.
Oh, God, Tony, it's too early in the morning for that.
Well, do you know what? It's extraordinary because Jason, bless him, the man's an absolute hero, and I won't listen to everything other people say about him. But, you know, the difference of getting up at 2 and not getting up until sort of 6:15, it's just, you just feel a different person.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
you feel a different person, then you get up and come to the studio. But
it really does. Full of them today. Can you get up at 2 most of the time?
Well, it naturally calms me down. Yeah.
Yeah.
At his age, he's got to get up at 2, and then again at 3, and then again at 5.
Yes, exactly.
Jadeja,
Shouldn't be new.
We've missed our social media duties entirely. Jadeja is in, and it's past the outside edge. Now, Sagir was pointing out, and I agreed with him with Jadeja to Pope, that at some point. Is it going to be in again? The left armour to the right hander again, one that turns away. At some point, he's going to bowl the one that goes straight on.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be the 3-card trick. Only it may take more than 3 cards, but at some point he's going to really do that. It's quite an offside field. There's a very short third and a deep backward point, a slip, and a silly point, as that one is defended into the offside by His Eminence the Bishop of Rome. 3 for him, 1 for Joe Root. All eyes, we feel, to a certain extent on Joe Root, not necessarily for the right reasons.
Oh, no.
We are desperately hoping from... Oh, his edge taken! That's the third one down. Jadeja has Pope. No divine intervention on behalf of the Bishop of Rome there. It was a horrible shot. It was too close to try and play the shot he was playing. India have their 3rd wicket. The clown car is careering off the England road, and well, he's gone. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
This will be over today.
Dear. I'm going to add this one.
Silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
Well, that's one of those situations where I think one goes home, looks at tomorrow's rota and goes, am I coming in, or am I just going to ask the bear just to come and see the last 3 wickets out?
This is the chance for Root to become the hero. You see? It's all set up.
Well, Mog, what do you make of that relentless positivity?
I would say that is one of the most egregious examples of bullshit thinking I've ever heard. But
how dare you?
Thanks for bringing it to the table. It's great.
Yeah, it's like one of an advertising brainstorm session. There's no such thing as a bad idea until someone has one. Then you go, what?
That's fucking stupid.
Are you mad? Well, don't give up hope yet. Yorkshire's 2nd finest has come to join Yorkshire's finest. It is Johnny B who comes to the crease. It's Yorkshire versus India with all backs to the wall. And here is Johnny B.
Johnny Best is smarter than the average best. Oh, Johnny Best to spin this good sense, take care. So all put on your wigs and let the crimson hand flow. I want the Pope to give him his own large prayer. He can hit the sixes, although it's so dark. He'd even run a 10 at Bradford Park Avenue. No other Yorkshireman can compare. I tell you, Johnny Best is smarter than the average bear. Stone.
The thing is, Annie, with Johnny B, you've sensed if England come in needing quick runs, then he's probably your man.
Yeah.
Backs to the wall, dig us out of a hole. Is he quite the same man? 7 wickets is what India need to win. 3 are loops around the bat, and that's edged slightly, and it's through. He's going to get 4 runs with his first ball, but don't get too excited by the magnificence of the stroke, because it was a completely horrible misfield by, I think that is that Siraj? Has Siraj got quite a pronounced beard now? It's a better shot than I gave it credit for. I'll apologise to Johnny B immediately when you see it from the sort of angle of third man. A misfield it is, though, but it's got him. 4 of these. And Jadeja, well, he has his first wicket. 1 for 4 for him. Ollie Pope didn't last long after tea, and the strategy, Annie, well, we'll just wait because Jadeja gives you no time at all. That's defended by Bairstow. No run. The strategy to get England in before tea and have another pop at them after tea could hardly have worked better, could it?
No, I mean, India are completely all over England at the moment, and I don't know if Bairstow's the man for it. I hope to be proved wrong, but you know, I don't know if he's got the temperament to fight back. But let's hope so, well, And
yep.
Like I say, Root's gonna get a triple century.
Mog, who's joined us after tea?
Good Lord. I had apparently got Twitter back up and running.
Oh,
It's
well
astounding.
done. Saves me a job.
Dave Wood says, I'm enjoying Ravi Shastri, be it via design or accent. Maybe an accident, it's meant to say. Appearing to call England's number 3, Holy Pope. And Mayank says, placed 500 to win 15 on India during the tea break. Free money.
In comes Bumrah. 2 slips in the gully, go down. And carved away past backward point by Joe Root. Lovely shot. He's on his way to that triple century that Annie's been saying is going to be his. The chase is on. It's 4 runs.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
What do you think they talk about in those mid-wicket conferences? We'll just wait for Bumrah, who's going to be in to Root, who's moved on to 5. You look up and suddenly he's on 5.
It's incredible, isn't
Bumrah
it?
is in, defended, leapt on him a little bit. Root plays watchfully. You've got sort of 50% of the 4 Yorkshiremen. You're going, you think I've dropped 2 catches, given away the main wicket.
No, Tony, I think what they're saying is Bairstow's going, right, Root, it's time in this series that you start that comeback, like in a film, you know. Like I say, it's all set up for Root.
Oh, which film?
Oh, any film where you know.
Any film that's got 2 Yorkshiremen batting. Any film that has 2 Yorkshiremen batting in India. Yeah, all those films. It's a niche genre.
Whatever
in
they're
comes
saying, you'll be
Bumrah,
incomprehensible to anyone else.
defended by Joe Root into the offside. There is no.
No, I mean any film where like people are, you're on the back foot, and anyway.
Yes, I more can see Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid sort of tying their guns to their wrist and going out to face the hail of bullets.
I see the Magnificent 7.
Oh yes.
I was thinking of something like Match Point with Paul Bettany, but
okay.
Lord.
Yeah.
You know what the Magnificent Seven's based on, of course, don't you?
Yeah, the Seven Samurai.
Correct. In comes Bumrah, guided to mid-on by Joe Root.
It's a long
it was
film.
based on the Book of Judges from the Old Testament.
Is that one you're particularly familiar with, Mog?
I do love
theological
the Old
knowledge,
Testament, to be honest.
Oh well,
the Old Testament's good.
Better than the New Testament.
The
you
New
think?
Testament's a bit silly, isn't it?
Yeah,
Bit hippie, bit lovey-dovey.
Yeah, it's a bit hipster, I think.
Vengeful God, that's what we need.
It's the disappointing second album, isn't it, of the Bible?
It just couldn't replicate that powerful first effort.
No. Bumrah is going to be in. Swings in, and there is a little bit of reverse swing there. In it comes to Joe Root, who guides it out towards mid-off. There is no run. If you're just joining us and you've woken up in England or come back from whatever you've been doing, Sunday service, other parts of the world, whatever you've been up to, it's been a horrible day from an England perspective. It's been a fantastic day from an Indian perspective. It has been an unbelievable day for the Jazz Whale.
Oh, what a player! Oh my goodness.
Is magnificent. So I said earlier, he's Miles Davis, Charlie Mingus, Thelonious Monk, John Coltrane, Duke Ellington, Ella Fitzgerald, all rolled into one sweet package with his batting, and that is defended by Root. Bumrah got a smile on his face. I think he thought he beat Root there. I thought Root played that solidly enough. At the end of 11, it's 28 for 3, and we can go to the social media hub. That is Mog.
Glenn Miller's feeling very left out of your list there.
Well, as indeed is Art Blakey, who I also had on my list as I quickly jotted down jazz names to liken him to.
That's the only other jazz name I know. So Leah says, "Hi Annie."
Oh, hiya.
Also, time for a Johnny Pear, immediately followed by fuck. Sean Willer says, "I love the optimism, Annie." Vicky says, Jadeja's got his ball spinning now. I'm going to sign for English batters. I'm afraid the crowd has come alive too. Leah says, the Seven Samurai is the perfect motion picture. There is motion in every frame.
It's so long, that film. It's a really good film, though.
So much motion. Stephen Cox says, big pile of doomed on England's plate here.
Yep.
Jeremy says it's all the begetting that sucks you into the Old Testament.
While you're saying that, Joe Root has got his hand out of his glove. He's chatting away to his other fellow Yorkshireman, and he looks to be in a huge amount of discomfort with that hand. He was literally every ball he was bowling earlier, he stopped and had a look at it.
This again sets it up. You get injured, and you're practically on death's door, and you still manage to get
triple hundred achieved with one hand. Swept, caught in front, big shout. It's up go the fingers. Bairstow will have gone for 4. It's Joel Wilson, so he's inevitably going to review, A, because it's Bairstow, and B, because it's Joel. But the DRS time is ticking down. I think Joe Root sent him on his way. I don't think England are going to review. England are 4 for 28. And if the Bear's waking up, he's now switched from England can do this mode to maybe I don't have to get up tomorrow mode. Because
there's always a silver lining.
There's always a silver lining. Let's have a look at that.
See, I didn't think he had the
Did it straighten? Yes, it did. Oh, my word.
Oh, God.
Salmon trout. Literally, you could not have been plumber than the plum. That was as out as you could ever be. Bairstow stomps off. His work is done for this test. Probably not worth bothering with a shower. He wasn't out there long enough to need one. And England are in an utter shambles.
Plumber than Christopher Plummer in a movie about plumbers.
Christopher Plummer, or The Sound of Music.
He's not a plumber in that.
No, he's not a plumber in that.
He's never been a plumber. When's he ever been a plumber?
Oh, if you haven't seen all of his movies, then
all of his plumbing movies.
He's only made 2.
Speaking about plumbing,
it's like Jason Statham, the beekeeper or the transporter. He was once the plumber.
Oh right, okay. Wow. So sort of nominative.
1969.
That would be nominative determinism, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he had the right name.
Name is your job. New man to the crease. England captain. What does he make of the chaos that has
this is the man
here.
that has the temperament.
So you got the 2. This is your big 2, Annie, that are going to get the 400 odd runs that gets England tantalisingly close.
Yeah.
And possibly even over the line.
Yep.
Well, it's going to have to be 500 plus, by the way, not 400 plus. Don't forget.
Oh God.
Let's jingle up. Is he going to be England's hero, or is he simply going to join the catalogue of disaster?
Ben?
Plays that nicely off his legs to backward square. Siraj Fields.
Ben Stokes.
And there's no run. We're watching again that dismissal. It's a classic left-arm delivery. Oh! Do you know what? Hang on a moment, Mog. That would, when we see the replay, it was umpire's call on the top of... that's come back in. Big shout. Joel, what are you going to do? No, he hasn't.
Not out.
He looks utterly implacable. That's either because he is Mr. Cool, or
I thought he
B,
just
because he
looked
has no
confused.
clue what's going on. It could be either. Rohit, I think Rohit has signalled he does want it. Yep, there is going to be a review. He's going, it's Joel, guys, we got to review it. 28 for 4.
It's also Stokes.
And it's England's captain, and you are so far on top that, well...
You won't need all 3 reviews at this rate.
Well, you've changed your tune, Annie J. 2 minutes ago, England were going to perform a miracle. He's outside the line, isn't he?
So fair weather.
Well, hang on. His back foot, is there an inside edge? I don't think there is. It's pad first. His back foot is outside the line.
That's
his front
might
foot,
be no
which he
doubt.
gets hit on first, isn't. It is the classic left armer's delivery that comes back in.
Yeah.
I think possibly umpire's call. Does it pitch? It pitches outside off. Impact outside. They've said impact outside. So, strike one up for Blind Joel, who almost looks like he's
saying, "I told you so."
He looked like Ray Charles singing there, didn't he? As he was going, "I told you so." Shake a tail feather. Because I got that one bang on. And it's 28 for 4.
India have lost a review. They'll need those 2, you know.
Well,
yeah, I bet they will. They get to cash them in at the end of the game, don't they?
it is a fascinating test of character that's well defended. And you're looking at 2 players from England who have character in abundance.
Mm-hmm.
And have shown it on so many occasions. As that's Stokes off the mark into the offside. They take a single. 2 balls left of this Jadeja
How many
over.
runs does Root need to score more than overs he's bowled? That's what I want to know.
Ooh, if someone could work that out. That involves
122.
Is that actually true, or did you just
it's
make
not
that
true.
null?
Don't believe anything.
Was that whistled from the same place that most of the jingles come from as well?
It's from Christopher Plummer and
Directly
his
from.
Christopher Plummer and his plumber thing.
Christopher Plummer. You've got
It's a
famous
fertile
plumbers. I can
ground
only
that
think
they
of Luigi and Christopher. Any other famous? Is it Luigi? Is he the one who's
Mario
the
and
plumber?
Luigi.
Oh, is it Mario? They're both plumbers,
Yeah.
aren't they?
They're both plumbers.
Yeah, they're both plumbers. There we go. Then 3. I can think of 3. Luigi, Mario,
There must
Luigi,
be
and
other
Christopher.
plumbers in films, for goodness
Did
sake.
Robert De Niro play a plumber in Brazil?
It
Or was
must
he an
have
air
done.
air conditioning guy?
Jadeja around the wicket to the right-handed Root, who is forward in defence, and there's no run. 29 for 4. 557 is what England was set. 214 runs for the Jazz Whale.
Well, we're knocking them away, aren't we?
Equal record number of 6s in a test innings for him, as this one is just steered down towards short third by Joe Root. Annie, you'll know who has the record, who the equal record is with, of course, won't you?
Sorry, I zoned out when you were talking.
What, just now, or when we discussed it the last time?
I can't remember what were we talking about.
What, you literally can't remember the question I just asked you?
Yes.
Fucking hell, we're in trouble.
So sorry.
I think you should get your pads on at this rate. You're obviously in the kind of form that I think you'd do a good job out there. The question was, who is the other batter, I beg their pardon, with the equal number of most 6s in an innings. So Jaiswal is now the joint record holder. Who does he jointly hold that record with?
I can't remember either.
Okay, I will tell
Who
you.
is it?
Glad we went through that process.
Yeah, it's all right.
That was a long process to get I'll pass. Wazim Akram,
Oh, right, okay. Yeah.
12 versus Zimbabwe in
12 against
1996. So you know.
Anyway, super chat.
You up to? Oh, super chat.
Bomb right
Sagir
in.
Parker.
Through to the keeper, Mog.
Sagir says, if this ends tonight, I might not get a chance to send this tomorrow, and sends 5 little Aussie battlers.
Oh,
Those are dollars.
little Aussie battlers. Are they dollars?
Dollars, yeah.
Battlers. Why is a battler a dollar?
A little Aussie battler?
Yeah. Why is it? Is there a reason for calling it a battler?
Yeah, stupid politicians in the 90s, probably.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that was a real name. Not one you whistled up from somewhere.
I don't think
somewhere
the Royal
dark.
Mint's using them.
Bumrah round the wicket. Beats Stokes too high. No LBW shout, but it's the ball of a man who is absolutely full of confidence. A team that know they are so far on top, and they have England right where they want them. They've got Ashwin back in the fold.
They have, haven't they? They're on Everest at the moment, aren't they, Tony?
Even higher, as is Joel Wilson, having got one right.
Yeah.
Up there with them.
Olympus.
Bumrah's going to be in again. Round the wicket, defended by the left-handed Stokes towards point. There is no run. I mean, he tends to start slowly anyway, doesn't he, Ben Stokes? And he doesn't.
I like his innings where they start slow. It starts slowly because that usually means he's going to go on and, in the many occasions, he's going to go on and get lots and lots of runs, over 100.
Yeah, I mean, even the other, there is a school of thought that you go, Christ, we're in such a hole here. We're just going to attempt to fight our way out of it, and if we spectacularly go down in flames, well, that's what happens.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like these two don't seem the two to do that. Well, I can tell you what's happened here is Stokes' off stump has gone cartwheeling backwards out the ground. He had already stepped away to say no. Bumrah decided to go ahead with the delivery, and it shows how accurate he is. They both end up having a laugh, and Stokes will be not out, and Bumrah has just proven that what an accurate bowler he is.
Yeah.
Good thing Blind Joel was probably informed, otherwise he might have given him out.
Yes. Well, he won't have actually seen the stump going backwards, but he'll have heard it.
He'd have heard it.
29 for 4. Goodness me, yes, that really is the score.
Yeah, I mean, what I was going to go on and say, sorry, is that Stokes is he is the man to get people out of holes, isn't he? So he's the right person there. And if he takes it slowly, then that's all the better.
Well, you need to show mettle. You need to show resolve.
Yep.
You need to, even if you're accepting, as England rarely do. That one's nicely whipped off his legs. Past square, I think it might make it all the way. Siraj is going to get there, put in the dive, and they will take 3. And, I don't think he ever lost his. Well, they look like skiing goggles, don't they? They're those huge ones that take up most of his face. But he did a fine job, and they never left his head as he threw in that dive. Flicked the ball back, no danger of hitting the Astral Tanks sponge, which always makes me think of Van Morrison. But that was Astral Weeks, wasn't it? The Van Morrison one. Not Astral Tanks, which is rather more prosaic. And plumber related.
Some sort of a strange, near-romantic ritual. They put people in there and they astral travel from within the tanks.
Bumrah in over the wicket. And rather inside edgily back towards him. Bumrah doesn't field, but there's a sweeper behind him who does.
Root looks so stiff, doesn't he?
Yes, Annie, he does. And he's bowled all those overs.
He's limbering up for that triple century. So.
Well, 250 each from this pair would keep England very much in the game. Never mind all this 5th day turning pitch nonsense and the fact that India have their gun spinner back. Pah! Yeah. Phooey to that, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
32 for 4. Bumrah is in. That's solidly played by Root. Off driven, but straight to wide mid off. 13 are complete. 32 for 4 England. The 5-5-7 looks somewhat academic, and we'll go to Mog.
The statistic of Root needing to score 163 in this innings to overhaul what he's given away when bowling has been posited by Sagir, and Messi says Root has bowled 107 overs and scored 75 runs, so he's still behind that as well.
Okay.
Stephen Kelk says, "Oh, Johnny B, you deprived Guerrilla Cricket of a super chat there. You should probably just give it to them anyway.
Yeah.
You know they deserve it." And over on the Twitter, there's some talk about plumbers.
In comes Jadeja. Steered away to backward square. Jadeja having the temerity to interrupt plumbing discourse. He won't leave you a lot of time, Mog, but if you want to give
Paul
us plumbing
Grubby
updates.
Howarth says plumbers in films, just about any 70s porn flick.
Oh, good point. Yes.
It's got to have Robin Asquith in one, hasn't it?
This is true. This one is defended into the offside. Most German porn involves a man with a moustache coming to fix a washing machine.
Doesn't most 70s porn involve men with moustaches? Or any film in the 70s, men with
I'll
moustaches?
bow to your superior knowledge in that department, Mog, as this one is whipped away towards mid-on. No run.
That's what
I'm
I did my
glad you all
thesis in uni
say
on.
men with moustaches.
That's a more niche form of porn for the women who have the moustaches. I'm sure there is one.
I'm sure there
As
is.
this one is away towards point.
No,
No run. Very short
I
point,
think-
so didn't
I
have far
think
to
this
travel.
is our last over, isn't it? Possibly.
I think many of our listeners are thinking, thank goodness for that, because
I was just
where is this
gonna say-
conversation going to go next? Onto the back foot is where Joe Root goes.
I'm
Defends
back
into the offside.
in an hour, and I'm hoping Root's going to be nearing his century.
You'll
by
look
then.
up and he'll be on about 85, Annie. That's the way it's going to happen. It's written.
Quick note from Farong, he
in-
says, doomed.
Written in the Plumber's Manual of History, as that one is passed backward point. No run. And we're watching the dismissal now from the first innings. Oh dear. Caught by Gyswell.
Ugh, he's had a rubbish game, hasn't he?
Somehow almost as if it wouldn't be anyone else. 33 for 4. It was the end of that over. We are having a change. Who is due on next? I believe it should be not Fred, who I need to admit. I could just not do it, couldn't I? I could just not admit it. So, don't do it. Don't let him in.
Right.
No, he's
I'm just
here.
gonna-
Not Fred's
I'm
in the
just gonna
building.
Wish Root and Stokes good luck on their double centuries.
I'm still on. Messers should be joining us. Thank you to
Bye.
Mog. Not Fred.
Bye-bye, Mog.
Over to you. It's all going really well for England, so you just need to keep it going.
Shit show is the word that comes to mind. But, yeah. Welcome, Fred.
Hello, gents. How you doing? Am I
Well,
doing ball by ball?
you
it's,
are.
a new from Bumrah, who bowls a short ball, which goes past his swaying chest. If you can sway your chest, I'm not sure if you can, but he did. So, hello to everybody. Who's all right? So, Messi, you're presumably doing socials. Oh, that looks like
It's a no ball. Yeah, it was.
no ball. And who else is joining us? Is
I'm
Dakota?
staying
Is-
here.
staying with-
I'm staying here just
Oh,
to
excellent.
add a colour, as if that was possible, to your flowing ball by ball prose.
Well, I shall endeavour to give you something to work with. 34 for 4 England, some way short of their target as Bumrah is in again, round the wicket to Stokes, and he just jabs down on what might have been a slow ball. It might have been just my picture pixelating somewhat, but it was full up and it was defended. Stokes wanders away towards point. I'm not sure precisely what he's. Oh no, it's Root actually. He's just wandering
Did you
around
see the
the
run
other
out,
end.
Fred?
I didn't. No, this is those are the first two balls I have seen of the day's play, and one of them wasn't even a ball.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yes, duck it. I read the quick info. No, I mean run-outs do happen, especially to teams under pressure, but it's not ideal. But frankly, I don't think that's going to make any huge difference to the match situation.
Well,
as,
except that dodgy dismissals set a tone. It happened in the first innings, and you could argue it's happening
Yeah,
again
they do,
here.
and they happen to teams who are under the cosh. It happens all the time. As we're looking at an aerial view of the stadium, as Bumrah's in again and bowls full and defended, pushed up wide of mid-off by Stoke. 34 for 4. There's not much evidence of Bazball at the moment. I think this will. I mean, it's very easy to ask for humility from other people. But of course, I don't have to. You only need humility when you're wrong about stuff, so it's not really relevant to me. But as far as the England approach is concerned, it may temper their. Put it this way: they've tried to bend Test cricket to their will, and something as old and as venerable as Test cricket isn't easily bent. As Bumrah is in again, and bowls, and this is edged but into the ground by Stokes. It bounces well before second slip, who dives to his right and parries the ball, first slip. Well, he cleans up behind him, so to speak. I don't think England are going to change their attitude necessarily. I don't think they ought to necessarily change their attitude.
No.
As I say, sometimes you need to take reality into account. You can't bend reality to your will all the time, even though it's very popular nowadays.
Well, you could look at the Stokes dismissal in the first innings, and all India were doing was bowling stump to stump and cramping England for room.
I think that's unfair on Stokes.
Oh, he's done it. He's walked away again, Lord.
Oh,
he has walked away, and he's gesturing behind the arm. Bumrah is smiling externally, but he may be a little bit miffed internally because that was a very, very late walk away. I mean, this is one of those things that's in the judgment of the umpire. Batsman can't just walk away whenever he likes.
Well, there's clearly something behind the bowler's arm that's upsetting Stokes. It is the second time. The first one, Bumrah went through with the delivery anyway and knocked his off stump out the ground.
Yeah, there's a bit of a grey area there, which can be. Well, he was into his delivery stride when Stokes walked away. I don't think you can do that actually. All it needs is once for somebody to be bowled and an umpire to say, "That's it, you're out."
Already happened.
For people to stop doing that. As
I see what
Bumrah's
you
in
mean.
again. And this one is defended by Stokes into the offside. This time he actually deigns to take the dismissal, or rather take the delivery. But we've all played with people who are so bothered by a butterfly moving in the adjoining meadow that they insist on pulling away every time a bowler's running in. And sometimes you just have to sort of get your head down and play.
It also depends on the level of cricket you're playing. The adjoining meadow and a cow happen to be moving. In most forms of cricket, you just get on with it and have to live with that, don't you?
Well, I've played with many people who don't. As Jasprit Bumrah is in again, and I don't know what happened there. He flicked that round the corner. My picture is buffering somewhat.
It's 4 byes.
Tell you what. Do you want to let me try and reset this and be back with you in about 3 minutes?
Yes, we can do that.
Take over for me a sec, because I'm.
We used to have a bye jingle. I can't find it, so I'm not going to play what I can't find. But it was away down leg side, wasn't it? Well, no, exactly. I'm sure we have a bye jingle.
It took off from Bumrah in a big way, and
that's left by Stokes outside of his off stump. Oh, here we go.
I was saying
through the keeper.
I was saying
the ball went through the keeper.
Sorry, Messrs, I'll play it on the down low because it goes on forever, and you can talk over it anyway.
I was saying I think you're a little unfair to Stokes, and I know he's copped a hiding over his dismissal, but I think that underestimates the power of the bowling. The ball was tossed up that little bit more, it turned, and Stokes' shot was perfectly legitimate in my view, if it would have been going where he thought it was going. It was good bowling that got him.
Yeah, okay.
As much as rash hitting.
I'll buy that. I won't buy it for Root and I won't buy it for Duckett. I'll let you off with the Stokes one. The Duckett dismissal, well, my goodness me. I mean, yeah, he won't look back fondly on that, other than the fact he had 150 or so on the board when it happened.
Yeah.
That's nudged into the onside by Root. Takes a single, and you look up and he's on 6. And
I'm sure I can hear ears from all around the world at that news. And let's see whether this is any more stable at my end.
Well, I mean, similarly with the Root dismissal, Tony, that would have been perfectly acceptable if he had 152 at the time. It's just doing it when he did was seen as being crazy.
Indeed. Anyway, back to Fred.
Jadeja is bowling to the left-handed Stokes, who has 5 from 15 balls, not 15 from 5 balls, as is so often the way. There's some discussion about the field. We have a slip, we have a leg slip, we have a forward short leg, as the bandana Jadeja is in again, this time over the wicket, and there's a little bit of slow turn, a little bit shorter. Stokes goes on the back foot and plays it back to the bowler. As far as the dismissals go, the next one is Fuller and defended. It's the type of thing you don't notice. It's the type of thing that gets more noticed when things are not going well. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
When England are winning Test matches, people are less likely to dissect every aspect of every dismissal. As Jadeja bowls again, and this is again slow turn and turned into the leg side to short. What is he? Short backward square leg or short fine leg. Either way, there's no run.
I don't know the stats of Jadeja to right or left-handers, but my guess is he's more dangerous against right-handers with the ball that goes away from them.
Spin bowlers tend to be better against the ball that's turning away from the batsman.
Yeah.
It wasn't always the case as Jadeja bowls again, and this is nudged into the offside past the slip, but still no chance of a run. You remember that Test match when South Africa were way behind the pump, and de Villiers and du Plessis batted for like a day and a half without scoring any runs, as this is very full and pushed through the gap on the offside. They're going to take two.
I don't, but it's very out of character for both of those two,
yes,
particularly de Villiers.
I'm talking about players who can tailor their game to the situation. They batted forever, and they didn't score any runs. It was bizarre and impressive at the same time. That's the end of the 16th over. England are 41 for 4, and they've taken off the screen how many runs England needs.
Funny that, although it's academic.
A lot. Leah says, I can confirm about plumbers in porn. In German, laying a pipe is a euphemism for intercourse. Verong says, Joel has given 2 correct decisions today, thus doubling his career tally. Slightly unfair. And Sagir says, fast bowlers usually don't like batters pulling away mid-run-up, and if Bumrah gets pissed, he might come up with another magical delivery. Yeah.
Well, and they're right not to, but he's not going to get a chance to pull away this time because he's been replaced by Siraj, and we will jingle up the new bowler when we have an opportunity.
Oh, sorry, I was miles away. Dereliction of duty on my side. Is it Siraj?
That's your middle names. Yes, Siraj bowls. And this is a nippy ball which comes back into root off the seam. He gets behind it on the walk. They are thinking about I don't know what they're thinking about.
Well, here he is anyway.
Reviewing an LBW now. And he's not a tall man, but I think his the trajectory of round wicket is not wouldn't have helped the bowler there. Siraj in again over the wicket, and again it comes back in slightly to root. This time he gets the bat on it and doubles over as though in pain as he's played the shot. Oh, and that last one was also an inside edge. Apart from anything else that was wrong, and it wasn't hitting the stumps, it would have been a wasted review.
Very high too. What were they actually? What was the review for? Was it for?
It wasn't.
Well, it wasn't a review.
No,
but it was a thinking of review, and Rowett was never thinking of it.
Well, he'd have been right, as you pointed out.
Siraj in again, and he's getting the ball coming into the right-handers, and Root just blocks this into the leg side. Getting some decent pace. Oh, I see what happened that delivery that they were talking about now, was that he got an inside edge onto his pad, and then it ballooned up in the air towards the gully and only bounced about a yard in front of Jadeja. And had he taken the catch, that would have been out because there was a little fine nick on it, if the umpire would have given it, or if it would have.
But it was academic because it bounced in front of him anyway, so and it bounced so far in front they can't possibly have been thinking that was an issue. So it was all a bit strange all round as to why they needed to have another look.
Great fuss about nothing. Siraj bowls again. This is turned past the short leg. It's not past him actually, because he does a very good diving grab. Sarfaraz away to his right. Number 97. That's quite high on the list of test numbers around the country. Is there a 99? I seem to remember there's a 99 somewhere. Are there any 3-figure numbers on bats? in Test matches.
For what?
Not that I'm aware of.
People who wear the a three. There's only one who wears a three-fingered figure number on his back.
On his bat?
On his back. No,
on
on
his back.
His shirt number.
Well, there must
As
be.
Siraj is in again, and this is played forward quite competently by Root on the bounce to the short leg. No run.
Although it's your cap number, isn't it, that reflects?
Oh yeah, the
Yes.
cap
Not-
numbers
yeah.
are obviously in the hundreds, but the numbers that they wear on their shirts.
But there must be an element of personal choice, because it can't be a coincidence that Root chooses 66.
It's very
there
much
is certainly
personal choice.
Personal choice, yes.
So what number would you have, Fred? Would you be number 1?
Let's worry about it when it happens. As this last ball is fuller and turned into leg side by Root. I believe that is a maiden from Siraj, 41 for 4. And have we got any social media messages?
We don't, other than my confirming that laying a pipe is also a euphemism in the USA. Oh, just got a message in from Paul Coffey. Just switched on. This is a disappointing result for England, who were looking good at the start of the series. MM says Gale wore his highest score on his, if I recall,
300 and something, was it?
333.
That's right.
The only two numbers that I can recall, Joe Root is 66 and Shane Warner's 23. Apart from that, I don't know any of them, and I don't care. And if you're not having a scorecard with the number next to it, I don't see the point. But never mind.
Budeja starts for new over to Stokes. The ball comes back into him, but it competently played into the offside. The bowler himself fields. It's useful sometimes for us for identifying fielders. There was a time when we used to stick up the numbers as this is flicked into the leg side just beyond a sprawling mid-wicket. I don't know if it got to him on the full. If I could see his number, I'd tell you who he was. Yeah, we used to. Do you remember, Tony? We used to stick up the numbers in this studio. I think
Yes.
Michael used to do it.
Yeah.
And everyone then ignored them for the rest of the Test matches. This is on leg stump. He's round the wicket. They take the single, so Root is on strike and he defends into the leg side.
It was in a bid to introduce some, greater level of professionalism in our commentary, or
As if that were
competence,
possible.
competence rather than professionalism.
The basic level of competence would be nice. As leaning forward is Root and pushes to extra cover. I'm talking about myself only, of course, not my highly professional colleagues. 42 for 4. Root has 6 of 27. This is a little bit shorter and quicker, and Root goes on the back foot, nudges us into the ground, and it's parried by Silly Point. No run.
But somehow, if England, I would actually love England not to get another single run and these two still to be there, just patter caking for the next day and a half. It would be superb.
As the last ball of the over is turned to wide mid on for no run. Somebody can look up that game where Duplessis and de Villiers batted forever, and let us know, because it was quite remarkable, as I recall. Anyway, Messi.
I'll do that while Messrs is on
game,
duty.
An Australian game in Sri Lanka where they added something like 269 deliveries from old school. Sergeyev says Leo has such a keen eye on cricket stats and goings on, and he also says Angelo Matthews was the first player to wear the 69 in tests, the cheeky bastard. I would say childish bastard, but never mind. And that's it at the moment.
I have found it. It was in India. And I will give it to you a little bit later. Oh, no, it was. No, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Anyway, let's ignore that and let's let the tweeters do the work. So far in this session, we have had 9.4 overs, 24 runs, 2 wickets. So this is Bazball taking to new areas as Siraj starts the new over to the left-handed Stokes. It's on his hip. He turns this past the square leg fielder. He's going to pick up a few runs, possibly 3 as it takes the... No, he's going to get 4 as it does limp its way into the boundary. First boundary that I've seen.
Oh, come on, there we go.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
I tried to apply too much of a flourish to the way I flicked the button for the boundary, and it ended up not actually playing the first time they did it. I was trying to Bazball the boundary jingle and made a hash of it.
Jingles with flourish.
Jingles with a flourish. That's Tony's side business. As this is full and straight and driven, but he can't beat the mid off. He did slightly check drive, and it's fielded no run. I just did a search for De Villiers and Duplessis, and it does this auto fill.
Yes.
And it came up as De Villiers and Duplessis attorneys. Can you imagine having De Villiers and Duplessis as attorneys?
I found an article by Cricket County, and they got a big 300 partnership once, but obviously that's not the one you're looking for. Did they? It was a very low number of runs, but for a very long time. That's basically the
yes. This is a drive by Stokes outside the off stump, and I think that beat the inside edge as the bowler puts his hands on his head in frustration. Yes, something called slowest partnerships in Test history on an obscure Indian site, which sometimes lie, as I once found out, as one of them said that Bob Willis never bowled a no ball in Test cricket, which was rather odd. 27 off 253 balls was De Villiers and Hashim Amla. Where's the one I was looking for? Ah, yes. I'll come to it in a second, as this next ball is flicked into the leg side by Stokes, again the short mid wicket, who is Shubman Gill field. This was against India at Feroz Shah Kotla. De Villiers and Duplessis added 35 runs and took 211 balls to do it. Duplessis hit 10 off 97 balls. All of these seem to be South Africans. Maybe I've... Anyway, this is not a highly productive mode of discussion at the moment, because I don't think it's relevant. Siraj bowls again, a little bit of in swing perhaps to Stokes, who does drive. Hits it cleanly, but straight to mid-on. There is a bit of breeze around, as we can see by the flags.
That's why they have a kite flying festival there every year.
Well, Sagir has a question for you. Should England have stayed in India after the second test and gotten a bit more practice in these conditions?
No, because I don't think that is what they actually bowled reasonably well. They dropped an important catch and they gave away daft wickets. I don't think you can say that's a result of having been in Abu Dhabi.
Next ball is full and outside leg stump, and Stokes hands the bat on it. He's not quite going to pick up a boundary, as there's a good bit of fielding. They're probably going to get 3 runs as they walk the third, and that's the end of the over. 49 for 4. Root has 6, Stokes 15. Messi.
Leah says Duplessis would probably be held in contempt of court for his inability to keep his shirt on. And Sagir says, yeah, that's right. There was that one test in which South Africa was playing for a draw, which was a block-a-thon. Very boring.
Is it my imagination?
It can be tense, though.
Yeah.
It certainly can be tense.
I recall Usman Khawaja's batting for a day and a half in the Emirates against Pakistan. And
that was the test commentated by Adam Collins and...
That's right, yeah.
Oh, yeah, when they went out and funded it themselves. And
that was an extraordinary... It went to the last ball of the 5th day, and there was just the 2 of them, and they were basically completely hoarse by the end of it.
They had one sponsor.
On every single ball.
Wasn't it Budgie Smugglers?
The Budgie Smugglers.
Budgie Smugglers, who paid next to nothing from what I recall from the sponsorship, because it was the only one they had.
I hope you bought lots of them, Tony.
I've got an absolute wardrobe full. Now I've just got to buy the budgies.
We'll find some budgies to
smuggle. Yeah, exactly.
Stokes will be on strike for this new over from Jadeja, and there's a lot of discussion about the field.
I could put a down payment on some, the rest would be on hire purchase.
Paul Hart, Aaron Grubby says Amla 25 off 244, De Villiers 43 off 297.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is astonishing. The first ball is turned into the ground by Stokes. Just a diving short leg. It wouldn't have got to him on the full anyway. Dot ball.
But that was against whom, Messrs? Or to wait?
little bit shorter and again defended to the leg side by Stokes.
Well, there's a previous tweet. Mayank had said there's a test between India and South Africa in Delhi in 2016 where AB and Amla defended for 143.1 overs to make 143 all out.
And that was the one. So it was against India. Okay.
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, got it.
Well, Amla's game was more suited to that than Duplessis and de Villiers, as Jadeja bowls again. Stoke stays inside the line of the ball and drives this to extra cover, no run. Amla did something similar to Surrey a few years ago, where he just didn't hit the run. As this next ball, he walks outside the off stump and then just sort of almost lets it hit his pad. It did keep just the slightest bit low.
I think he was outside the line there when it hit.
Yeah, but if you're not playing a shot, you can still be giving out LBW.
You can.
It's always a good idea to wave the bat at it, even if you're not playing a shot. 49 for 4. Last ball of Jadeja's over. And Stokes gets right towards it and flicks it into the leg side. But at the man at short leg, on the bounce, no run, end of the 20th over. In England are 49 for 4. Messi.
Of course, we shouldn't forget Stuart Broad holding the record for the longest time without scoring in Test cricket. At what was it, 103 minutes in 2013.
Gosh, I
wow.
don't remember that.
Very much not Nighthawk mode then. This was pre-Nighthawk days.
But that's true of so much nowadays. That's not really a surprise. But I am the youngest person on commentary at the moment, so there is that.
Are you sure? Can you prove that?
Do you want me to find my birth certificate? Well, I've got a few. Which one would you like?
I was going to say.
Oxymoronica says, I just watched JB's dismissal. Absolute village attempted sweep. Surely he has to be dropped for the next test. Well, who do you bring in his place, Oxymoronica? That's the question.
Any word on Brooke?
Nothing that I've heard.
No. There's been a whole rush of unexplained absences, and we hope that there's nothing too serious for all the people concerned. 49 for 4, and Kuldeep is into the attack. We're going to jingle him up when Tony gets round to it.
Oh,
yes. He has replaced Siraj from one of the ends. I've done a lot of research into this, and I'm calling it one of the end and the other end. Anyway, he's into the attack. His first ball is on off stump, and Root doubles it into the leg side. No run.
Who have we got? Kuldeep, isn't it? I'll tell you what I was working out in a minute.
Ooh.
Here's Kuldeep Yadav.
I thought that Kuldeep was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that Yadav is my addiction, I've thrown all that Virat junk.
Yeah, that ball was jabbed down on. It kept a little bit low. Root got the bottom of the bat onto it. It was aiming at his off stump, and fortunately he did. Well, he might have got his pad in front of it, but it wouldn't have saved him. Stokes is having a wry grin at the non-striker's end as Kuldeep in again to Root, and well, he gets inside this and tries to play a very risky late cut and gets an outside edge on the bounce to slip. It's not entirely comfortable, these last two deliveries, is Joe Root. That found the comfortable wicket hands of Rohit at slip, but as I say, it had bounced before it got to him. And Kuldeep in again. Bowls a little bit shorter, and that rolls along the ground. Unfortunately for Root, that wasn't straight, because that would have absolutely cleaned him up. He did try and play an expansive sweep to a ball which wasn't all that full, and then just rolled along the ground. Goodness.
That was a shocker, wasn't it? That's not going to bode well for England, although whatever bodes doesn't really matter overly much.
I'm not sure what would bode well for England necessarily, as Kuldeep bowls again, and Root decides not to get out the big sweep and play a forward defensive shot that's getting as close to the pitch as he can. He's either grinning or grimacing, but he was very fortunate that last one was not straight. It just rolled. Have we seen much of that? Well, I haven't, because I haven't been watching.
No.
But I think that's maybe the first one that's badly misbehaved.
Yeah.
Maybe that landed on where Ashwin ran down the wicket. This one is again keeps low, and it's flicked out to square leg, who's about 2/3 of the way back to the boundary. An easy single. Should I annoy some Indians and say that ball must have landed where Ashwin ran down the wicket?
Probably not the right thing to say just at the moment. I'll tell you what I was working out. If you added Mess's age and mine, I think between us we'd be about 135, which means, were we one person, we'd have seen the beginning of the Zulu War and the Battle of Rorke's Drift.
Your mind works in a mysterious way, Tony. I have to say.
But I may have your age wrong, Mrs. I know mine, but I'm not
I have to say.
sure about yours.
But if you were one person, you'd be sort of a normal height person, sort of between the two.
That's probably true. Well, hang on, that suggests I'm somehow excessively short, which I'm not, by the way.
We'd have half a person's hair between us.
Well, yeah, that possibly is true.
First ball of a new over is from Jadeja around the wicket, and Root goes back, and it finds its way to deep backward point. But again, Root, who always likes to go back to spinners, always has. That one bounced. Oh, he's walked away again. Somebody has walked away as the bowler's in his delivery stride. This time the ball has hit the stumps.
It's Root this time.
And this is, I don't know. I'm a little bit concerned about this. We're looking at a replay of the previous ball, which bounced excessively. Certainly, when you compare it to Kuldeep's in the last over, albeit at the other end.
I think he walked away in time, Fred. I don't think the ball had been released and there was somebody moving.
I don't know if batsmen should just be allowed to do that, because this one is full on off stump and Root leans forward and defends. We're going to have a change after this over.
Are we? Yes, we are.
Coming
Good
in.
point. I will tell you that. It's going to be Kartik, who I need to admit to our inner sanctum. Jason, and you're staying on, Fredders.
As leaning forward again is Root to a full ball and defending.
There's one message I must get in. Crazy Chep says, I batted an hour for 4 not out once. I got sledged by my own team who had a barbecue to get to.
Jadeja bowls again, and this is a little bit straighter. And Root plays it into the leg side. No run. 2 balls left of this mini commentary session. And if you're listening to us, you're not listening to Graham Swan. So, well done you.
Who looks unbelievably like a geography teacher these days, we've decided. All he needs is the elbow patches on his jacket.
Really? Do geography teachers have a particular look as Jadeja bowls again?
Absolutely.
This is swept. And they go up for LBW. They're absolutely convinced, and it's been given. Blind Joel Wilson has said that's out, which doesn't necessarily mean that it's out, because you have to review it when Joel Wilson gives you out LBW. They must review. How many reviews have England got? Yes, they do review. He was on the sweep. It looked relatively straight.
Yeah, an interesting one. I mean, to me, that looked fairly plumb. Joel was decisive, but hey.
That's good news for England.
If this is given out, it will mean Joel has now then got a 50% success rate on.
Well, it would also mean the catalogue of misery for Joe Root. This test will get even worse.
That did turn. I'm not sure how far forward it is. It turned enough to be missing off stump, and this is assuming he hasn't pitched it. I don't think he has.
I think that. No, I don't think it's turned enough for that. We're looking at Johnny Bairstow watching it, and Johnny Bairstow's got that look on his face that suggests the second Yorkshireman of the pair. The 2 Yorkshireman pairing didn't last very long, and the second Yorkshireman is looking in dire straits here. Let's have a look. Does he get the slightest of edges? No, it just evades.
No, there's no bat on it. It's going to be a question of whether it's hitting the stumps. It looks as though it's probably hitting off stump, maybe the outside of off. Oh, what's that? Is that a glove?
No.
No.
That was a bat hitting the ground, I think.
Yes, good point. Well spotted.
Those old eyes doesn't get past them.
It's the bionic lens.
Well, they're from such a height, that's why.
That's true. That's why he's so good at the weather. He's always one of the first to know when it's raining.
Yeah, but how do you know tomorrow's weather? Yeah, that looks like it's going to be hitting perhaps the
That's
outside
how tall
of
he
off stump. And we're waiting for the ball tracking.
Yeah, I'm I must say I'm with Joel on this one. Umpire's call.
Umpire's call is
Whoa.
just, as I said, flicking the outside of off stump, only by about a fifth of a ball. But the umpire, blind Joel Wilson's decision is upheld. Joe Root is out, and he goes off shaking his head. But I think that it was legitimate to give that out. And England's fifth wicket has fallen.
After all the discussion about the magnificence of the Jazz Whale and the horrible test that Joe Root has had, I think we'll play a bit of Billie Holiday. Welcome to Jazz Club. Nice. Not nice for England. We'll change now, and Jace can slide in.
Why not? And turn over to Kartik, and I think Jason's coming in.
Willow, weep for me. Willow, weep for me. Bend your branches.
Yeah, really good point of view from Indian fans' perspective, coming in for me at the right time. England now in tatters at 50 for 5. Still require another 507. Unlikely, almost impossible. But another 507 to go. As long as Ben Stokes is there, they will believe, given this new regime, but just seems increasingly more and more unlikely. Jadeja, the hometown hero so far, figures of 7.5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 10. You just knew that this game was set up for him at the start of the test match. With all the stuff that's happening during the week, you just knew that he was going to come out and take over. Sorry. Yes, Messi.
Just to let Jason know, the next tweet is from Josie Oak, and the next message.
Guess what he says.
Is from Leah.
And Jadeja continues around the wickets to the new man, Ben Folkes. And once again, that's a dot ball. He finishes the over, another successful over for India. As I said, England now 50 for 5, still need another 507. Ben Stokes not out on 15, and Ben Folkes has just arrived at the crease, yet to score. Once again, Stokes and Folkes, just seems like I'm following them every time one comes.
Does make it a little bit tongue twisting. Jason, is it you or I on?
I'm on the socials.
Probably you
I think.
on socials, yes.
Yes, I am. So the latest one was Josie Oak, was it not?
Let's guess what he says.
No, he doesn't say doomed for change. He just tweeted earlier it was missed out. Yes, the sad news that Mike Proctor has passed on overnight.
Yes, quite an extraordinary bowler who I was used to watch regularly as a youngster, mostly on the television, occasionally live.
I had the privilege of watching him run a net session for the 1994 South African team at the Oval. No, there's just these tall, gangly people coming into bowl. Donald, Macmillan, De Villiers, a guy called Matthews, who was no mean cricketer in his own right. And then there's this short, tubby little Scot man bowling fizzing off spinners at the end of it, who's Mike Proctor.
Yeah, off the wrong foot.
Quite possibly.
For the first time this innings, Kuldeep comes in left arm over the wicket to Stokes, who plays a defensive lead for no run. You see the replay of the LBW.
Yeah, I did think it may have been turning enough to miss off stump, but it was what they used to call a cigarette paper.
Kuldeep continues over the wickets. Over the wickets to Stokes, who digs out a Yorker again, no run.
Yes, you picked your epithet of choice. I mean, a wafer thin mint.
Oh well, yes.
Nats, bits and bobs.
It's umpire's call. He was entitled to give it out, and he did.
Kuldeep continues over the wicket to Stokes, and again defensively played off the front foot. He's really reaching for the ball, getting to the pitch of the ball. Here's Stokes for no run. 3 dots.
I would say that of all the umpiring decisions, degree of difficulty, the ones where batsmen are sweeping and against spinners are often the most difficult to decide.
And this time plays off the back foot defensively for a run at Stokes.
Very much a
because there's a whole flurry of of bats and pads and all stuff going on, and
lots of moving parts.
It can be quite difficult to give those decisions.
Kuldeep continues over the wicket. An expansive sweep shot attempt by Stokes. They're going off for an appeal.
Been given that.
I thought that was going down.
And he's reviewed it straight away.
He's reviewed it straight away. This is he's either hit it or it's going down leg. It's pitched outside leg stuff. I'm not sure about this one, but Stokes seems
to be fair, he should review it regardless of the situation. Yeah. But that looked a little bit leg-sidey to me. But again, it only needs to be nicking the outside edge for the umpire's decision to be upheld.
We have a super chat from.
Oh, mate. Yeah.
Ooh, hello. I tell you what, this might be closer than we think.
Yeah, that's.
I thought it was a good shout. First up, Jehan, who says, and it's apposite to the question point. He says, "How many marginal umpires call LBWs have to go against a team before they get rid of this ridiculous rule? They could easily change the benefit of doubt to the batsman, and everyone would be happy."
Is that a batsman tweeting in?
I'm not quite sure everyone's going to be happy.
I think it's the batsman super chatting. 15 Aussie dollars.
Oh well, it's a certainly a very valuable view for us. But I don't know why umpires' calls should necessarily go to the batsman. Bowlers are people too.
Yes, we've always been underrepresented.
No, that's 3 reds, upheld decision. Not even umpire's call. That is absolutely out. And Stokes is on his way.
Here you go. Maybe he was closer than we thought.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
And England catching in a pile in a heap. Probably showing the benefit of a day and a half in the field here and some muddled thinking as a result.
Alternatively, I think they've also probably just checked out of the hotel tonight and don't really want to come into day 5 tomorrow.
I'm sure there's a golf course in the vicinity, where all of them except Ray and Ahmed will be out there tomorrow. But we've seen it 100 times from teams all over the world. When things are going against you and you have absolutely no chance of winning or even saving a match, then wickets do go down in a heap. It's one of the things that being very strongly on top in a test match is it gives the advantage to the bowling team, and that's what's happened to England so far today.
I'll get some socials in whilst we're waiting for the new batsman. Jehan follows up his super chat with, well, it would be a benefit to the bowl of the doubt to the bowler if you want more wickets to fall, but either way at least there would be consistency. Message disagrees entirely with that.
There is consistency.
He says if you trust the technology, then what it is currently umpire's call should actually be out.
Yeah. But there's never a situation where
I think Suter Who has probably the right answer to this. The simplest thing to do is to hit the ball. And so here goes.
People just take it for granted that the umpire's call will actually be what ends up happening. I mean, at the end of the day, people need to remember that it's a guess, it's a assumption, right? It's not guaranteed.
It's an assumption based on models of the ball in flight and everything else, but yes, it is still a prediction.
The difference between reviews for LBWs and for other things like caught behinds are that it is possible to lose the decision but still retain the review, which is why it's always better to review LBW decisions, because even if the umpire's decision of out is upheld, you can still retain the review. England didn't in that case, but they did on the Joe Root one. So if you're worrying about conserving reviews, then you need to review more LBWs than caught.
If you're worrying about conserving reviews, then you're worrying about the wrong thing to some extent.
Well, yeah, but how many times have we complained when Stuart Broad has blown England when they had 2 reviews and he did them all in the first over? It did happen once or twice.
And amidst all these new reviews, new batsman is Rehan Ahmed. Kuldeep continues over the wickets, and he's played off the back foot out to mid-off for no run to Ravi Ashwin, who's yet to be seen bowling in this innings, obviously coming back in the test match a short time ago.
Well, he's on the field now. He wasn't on the field for, I think, the first session.
He's come back after
because Padikal was on the field at that point. But I think he's now served his penance, and he's probably available to bowl if required.
Yeah, it just looks like on current form, he may not even need to get a ball, the way things are going.
Yeah. No, mate, rest your legs. We've got this for you.
Time will tell. Time will tell. Jadeja, I think, will continue. Let's see. Yep, he will continue around the wicket to Folks, and another one shoots up off the pitch. It's doing all sorts now. And you just sense it's only a matter of time before England gets bowled out here.
Well, no wonder this is Jadeja's home pitch. I mean, if it turns like that for him every ball, I'd wrap it up and take it away with me everywhere.
He's around the wicket and defensively played on the front foot by Folks for no run. You're seeing the replay here of the Stokes wickets, and yeah, that looked pretty adjacent on replay. Around the wicket, Jadeja again, and straight to cover for no run. Oh, we're all seeing a bit of anticlimax now. We were hoping for some sort of fireworks from England, but I don't think we expected them to be folding this quickly. Continues around the wicket, Jadeja, defensively played again by Folks to bat pad, and no run.
I feel sorry a bit for Folks because he's in a lose-lose situation here. Whatever he does is not going to affect the results of the match. All he can do is bat to enhance his personal reputation, I think.
That's it, right? As I say, around the wicket, another dot ball. He may as well just try to bat as much as he can, get used to the conditions for the next test, get some batting practice. Another fieldsman even closer to the bat comes in around the wicket, Jadeja, and this time he's played off the back foot to a square cover for no run, and that will be the end of the over. That went for about 17 seconds by my count. England remain, in fact, there was a maiden over, so England remain on 50 for 6. Jadeja's figures now 9 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 10. And England still need a further 507 for victory, where India just require 4 wickets.
Hattie the Mad Old Batty Atkinson sent us a tweet which is worthy of debate, I think. As a Mad Old Bat who's an avid GC fan but whose knowledge is small, is it not time for Joe Root to take a break from tests? Well, he certainly had a bad test in this instance. I'm not sure he's quite at the situation where he needs to take a break. I think Johnny Bairstow probably will get a break, whether he wants it or not, in the next test, which scores a 0 and 4, but Root is not far behind him.
I don't think they will. I think Bairstow does what he likes. And who are they going to replace him with? Lawrence?
That's the spare batsman in the squad.
Kuldeep continues over the wickets and played back down the ground by Rehan Ahmed for no run.
If Brook was there, then I'd agree with you, but I'd be very surprised if they dropped Bairstow. Not as surprised as
There's not much else
Bairstow.
in the tank. There's not much else in the tank, is there, for England from a batting perspective? Kuldeep continues over the wicket to Rehan Ahmed, try to play off the back foot this time. Swing and a miss. And
not least
another
because
drop ball.
Lawrence is a replacement. He wasn't even in the original squad. It's not as though we're going to go. He's automatically the next cab off the rank. I think, as I say, if Brook was there or were to come back, then perhaps, but I can't see it.
Kuldeep over the wicket again to Ahmed, driven through to mid-off for no run. Well, you wonder what Ben Stokes is chatting and saying. What is he thinking now?
It may not be
one eye into
principle.
the and Kuldeep continues over the wicket. That's an expansive drive straight down the ground, and it's out. It's caught. Can you believe it? It's caught at deep mid on. Of all the places, he thought it was going for 6, but alas, it's been caught in the deep, and that is wicket number 7. England now getting closer to the end. Rahana, it goes for a duck. No runs. 50 for 7. Still need another 507 runs. In India just 3 wickets away.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh! Batter, batter, batter.
We'd heard some good things about Rayan's batting coming into this series. I think possibly he could have done with some time at the crease. And a 5-ball duck being caught at long on is perhaps not optimum.
Yeah, I'm not sure England really needs to. I mean, unless they, as I said, just want to check out of the hotel today and get.
Where are they going to go?
Yeah, exactly. Well, they're probably prepaid already.
Yeah,
so they're probably going to have to pay. Going to stay overnight anyway. We may as well just have a bit of a hit, take it to tomorrow, see what happens. You never know. But this looks like it's all happening really quickly. They're all going to be over very quickly.
We're into extra half-hour territory if it comes necessary as well.
Yep. Well, the next batsman is coming to the crease. It's this bloke.
We said, who's this guy that's come out of the blue? Then he took 7 wickets on Test debut. His first innings was shite, and he got it right.
He continues over the wickets, and first one off the edge popped up in the air, uppish. I thought it was a chance of getting caught, but alas, no fielder out there. Yes, popped up off the glove, just over the head of that pad. Would have been another wicket, but alas, no run. As Kuldeep continues over a wicket now to Hartley, and this time played it with a lot more conviction. Back out to mid on for no run. End of the over. England now 50 for 7.
I saw the overhead view, and it looked like there was a fielder fielding right behind the umpire on the straight boundary. I didn't think that was allowed.
As long as you're static, I think it's allowed. But
is it?
No, you can't move to distract the batsman.
Yep, fair enough. Hartley did something which you only ever see on sort of Village Sundays when he came out the bat, which is that he put his bat on the middle stump and then he dragged it towards the edge of the crease to take his guard. You don't see that very often in professionals. They tend to rely on the umpires. Maybe it was Joel Wilson and he preferred not to rely on the umpire.
As Jadeja continues around the wickets and is well left outside off stump by Folks for no run.
Started wide, but it turned quite dramatically, that one.
Jadeja again, and this time played off the back foot, but just ball kicked up. I wasn't sure, but very well played by Folks again for no run. I don't think there's been a run at all in the last couple of overs. Back-to-back maidens.
No, Jadeja's getting a lot of turn with every ball that he bowls. He is the local export, but even so, I've seen him get turned on almost any other wicket.
And bounce as well. He's getting some overspin because the ball is bouncing, unlike that one we saw from Kuldeep rolled along the ground.
There you go, and there's a first run in at least about 4 overs played, but that could have been a boundary. Well defended there by Kuldeep, actually saved 3 runs. As Folks finally, after the 11th delivery, gets off the mark with a single. And the score now moves to 51 for 7. That's right. England's entire score is 51 for 7. And Jadeja will continue around the wickets. Unfortunately, that one and a bit of field change means that his over will now go from 17 seconds to about 25. Continues around the wickets to Hartley this time, and he's played back to a short mid-on for no run. 1 ball remaining in this over.
Quite seriously, what England's motivation in this situation, without having a chance of winning or saving this Test match, is for these lower order batters to get as much time as the crease as possible.
Agreed. Continues around the wicket. Jadeja played off the back foot for no run to short mid wicket, and that's the end of the over. England 51 for 7. Folks not out on 1. Hartley yet to score. Still need a further 506 unlikely runs to win, and India just 3 wickets away. There's no series lead of 2-1.
There's no, even net practice isn't a substitute for time spent out in the middle, and folks in Hartley, if they can bat, even for 45 minutes, it will help them. They are going to be playing for the rest of the series. It's not just have a hit and get back in the hut. Let's see if we can use this as good quality practice.
Quite. Our own Grubby asked the question: how many tests have been won by 500 runs? To which the answer is they haven't won it
Australia
yet.
by an innings and 579.
Kuldeep continues over the wickets, and this is driven a little bit square of mid-off, but Ashwin picks it up, and they've come back for a second. It's good running.
Hutton's match in 1938. England beat Australia by an innings and 579, which was pretty good game.
Yeah, but that was when Australia had absolutely no bowling in their attack after about a day, because AD went in light with bowling, and then they had at least one person crocked.
Kuldeep continues over the wickets and defensively played, but it might have missed the ball. Actually, might have gone past him.
That's true, Jason. But records are rarely achieved against top bowling attacks. Bowling at their best. So that's true of all batting records.
Kuldeep continues over the wickets, played off the back foot defensively by folks for no run. Just get a sense that it's just going to take any ball now. Something's going to happen off the pitch, and it's inevitable.
To be fair, 2 of the 3 highest individual score records were at the ARC in Antigua, which is absolute road.
Kuldeep over the wickets, and folks played it off the back foot to square leg for no run. Racing through these overs.
Hitting triple or quadruple hundreds against, Holding, Roberts, Garner and Marshall. That's just the way cricket goes. Wickets tend to be against weaker attacks. Records tend to be against weaker attacks.
Wood Kuldeep continues over the wicket, almost a run out there. Really sharp fielding by the fieldsman at short mid-on. Folks took a few steps down the wicket. Thought he'd sneak a quick single, but didn't get it past him. Almost got himself run out at the keeper's end. Fortunately, he got back there in time. Kuldeep will continue the last ball of the over the wickets, and again defensively play on the front foot, back through to the bowler for no run. Score is 53 for 7 after 27 overs. England still need 504 to win, and India need 3 more wickets to go.
Nitin Bazaar says user service has been resumed in this innings rather than reminiscent of England batting in the 2016-17 series. Yes, I remember watching all of that. It was horrible.
Tony has sent out rotors for tomorrow. I'm not sure if he's being mischievous, but in the second and third sessions we have people like Abraham Lincoln, Victor Hugo, Gloria Swanson, Vlad the Impaler, Attila the Hun, and St Francis of Assisi. And Robert the Bruce.
These are all the people.
Hopefully this goes to the third session tomorrow, because we're going to have a very interesting lineup.
I do believe these were all the people that featured in Percy Fender's cricketing 11s that he put on pieces of paper at one point.
You mean Tony has been plagiarising himself?
He may well have been plagiarising himself.
Which he shouldn't be doing at his age, let's be honest. Change of bowling.
Yes.
And here we go, finally. Ravichandran Ashwin back into the test match, back into the attack. and no jingle. But he'll continue. He'll start around the wickets to Hartley played off the back foot to square cover.
I'll give you a jingle
No
if you want
run.
a jingle. Let's have
I
one
just
now.
assumed you'd get a jingle.
Pitches are all brown, the pitches are all brown. The selector's hair's gone grey.
Talk over the jingle.
And he's continuing around the wicket again for no run. 2 dot balls to start for Ash. Continues around the wickets and he's beaten him outside off stump. He's beaten the bat. He's already getting a turn. It's like he never left. Continues around the wickets and defensively played by Hartley back to the bowler for no run. 4 dots. Let's see if he can start this innings with maiden. 2 more balls to come in this over. Call remains on 53 for 7. Ash continues around the wickets and try to play off the back foot, but swing and a miss by Hartley. You could argue he would. You could argue that was well left.
Getting a bit of
Not
bounce,
quite
Ashwin.
sure.
I mean, he's a tall guy, but that one bounced a little bit more than Hartley thought.
Ashwin continues around the wickets and play off the back foot to cover for no run. It is a maiden. Solid start by
Having a change?
Ashwin. And I think we are.
We are. I have to let in Sagir. Let me just do that. Tony has emerged. And he'll no doubt tell you about all the magnificent team, the lineup for tomorrow. And I'll see you again in half an hour if we get that far.
Well, I'm back, and when I was here last, I said to Tony that I hope when I come back that Root's getting close to his century, and that Stokes is there with him, nearly at his century. It's not played out that way.
Oh, England have a boundary. Been put away tidily by Ben Folkes off the bowling of Kuldeep, and it's one of these.
1 2 ka 4, 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
And actually, that was a lovely shot, Sagir.
Yeah, it was. But what's more funny is that jingle that you have. That's from a song that's from a Hindi film in the 90s.
Yeah, in comes Kuldeep. Oh, it's consecutive 4s. It's not quite the jazz whale, but Ben
you
Folkes
gotta play that one again.
it's buzzing Ben, because it's 2 consecutive 4s. It's another one of these. Yep, I've been doing tomorrow's rota, made a few changes just
Yes,
for
we
fun.
saw that.
I've got Vlad the Impaler on with not Fred, which is possibly a bit harsh on Vlad, but there we go.
It's really quite harsh.
It's what we've done.
Tony, we're not. I was just saying we're not quite at the place I was expecting.
No, you look up and Joe Root's already gone. As that one nips back in. Big shout, actually, by Kuldeep. I think Folkes was safe. He'd got his foot and most of his front leg outside the
going
line,
back-
I think. Yes, he had.
Oh.
It was outside the line, surely, Sagir, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, definitely. No doubt about that.
India in the mood where they'll appeal for literally anything, and why wouldn't they? Because this has been an absolute mauling.
I think they're slightly on top. Yeah.
St Annie the Positive, I think we're now going to refer to you as. Never mind St Annie of Exeter. The patron saint of positivity or darkness. Take your pick.
It was nicely laid out. Are they actually reviewing it?
They are.
It would be stupid of them to review, given how far outside off stump that had hit him. It was just a waste of review.
I don't think
I'll
they'd be
be
overly
honest over
bothered.
here. Use of DRS has not been India's strong points for a long time now. Whether it was under Kohli's captaincy or now under Rohit's captaincy. And for a while when Rahane was in charge of the team for a few test matches, I think he used it more judiciously than either of the other two guys.
Well, it pitches outside.
There we
The
go, it's
impact
hitting him
is
out.
a mile outside, as both Sagir and I and Annie all went, that's outside off, surely.
Well, we'd even passed it off as not even reviewable. And
No, yeah, it's just a waste of a review.
Kumar 2020 Vision Dharmasena says, you must be mad.
oh, they're going to rue that missed review now, aren't they?
Rue the review, which would be a brilliant dance number, I think. As this one is punched, but straight to Jadeja at extra cover, who's fielding in his floppy hat.
I don't think Root's going to get that triple century that I was expecting. So
neither is Ben Stokes.
No.
Or
Yeah,
indeed
no,
7 other
Stokes,
English
that's true.
batsmen, as this one is defended up towards a very short mid-on.
I mean, if you look at the dismissals, the ones that fell to the sweep shot, Joe Root, Ben Stokes, and Bairstow, they were pretty much sweeping from where they had stood. Like, there was not this long stride forward. And then when you look at the way Jaiswal and Sarfaraz batted when they swept, they had a good stride forward, and they basically swept on length, not just because it was a spinner bowling to them. Whereas these ones, I just got the feeling that they wanted to sweep just to get the spinner off their rhythm as much as they could, rather than from a position where they actually picked up the length early on and swept from there.
That one is
I think they also
nudged
partly,
towards
I think
mid-on, no run.
they
End of
didn't
the
want
over.
to be seen as blocking either. I mean, it's this mindset they want to show that they're going to play,
61-47.
and like you said, trying to put them off the stride. Anyway, it's me. It's
You are the patron saint of social messages for this.
I am.
Session.
Okay, so Mark Zip says, up early for the Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania record show and figured I must misheard 57 for 7. Do
No, you
I
didn't.
even want to ask you for a quick recap? Nah. My self-flagellation tendencies say yes. Has Shelley been on all night? I've never seen Shelley. I don't know who Shelley is.
I would love to get the two of you on together. It would be just magnificent radio. Is this Ashwin? Did I see Ashwin bowling?
Yeah.
Wow, Ashwin, the returning Ashwin is starting off with a dot ball too.
Because he was practicing during the tea break.
Down the track comes Hartley. He's not the kind of player who's just going to take this lying down, and he's launched Ashwin. Welcome back to the game. High over long on for one of these. Only 11 more to go, and he can make a record.
I must say, Hartley has actually batted without any fear of any sort, and he's been quite positive ever since the first Test match.
Yeah.
And
Here
more
comes
so
our
than some of his
Ashwin.
established peers.
Back foot crashed away between cover and extra cover, and that's 4 more. Well done, young Tom.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Perhaps our Ashwin is just thinking to himself, do you know what?
Let's give him some runs.
I do wonder if coming back was the right thing here.
Yeah.
Edge though, pass slip. It's going to race away. Is it going to beat the man who's chasing it? No, it is not.
This is the only
it was
for
Jadeja.
the series. I think this is the only
single.
way they can be playing. Really, is positively still
Oh.
because we're not going to win. We're not. There's no point defending another 400 odd balls, is there? I mean,
No. No.
So they might as well say, okay, we're just keep going. We're not going to be cowed into defending and just going out with a whimper. That's how I think.
Well,
I think that was the
think you'd be
conversation
right.
we had earlier, that if England were going as if they were going for the win, at least they would bat in their normal way and they could end up with a draw. Whereas if they were going with a draw in mind, they're likely to play a bit more defensively than usual. And nonetheless, given the way the pitch will be deteriorating today, tomorrow, there will be those errors in shots, and you're going to lose wickets anyway. So you might as well just play your regular game.
Exactly.
72 for 7 is the sorry story of where England are. It does mean they need now under 500. That one's
clipped, they do.
Clipped backward a square, down to deep backward square. Jadeja, who seems to have been busy in the field, easily identifiable.
Well, he's
in
always
his
busy, isn't he?
floppy hat. It's another single. Means that's 12 off this Ashwin over. We still don't know officially the reason for Ashwin not being here. Only rumours I saw on our chat. I'm not going to circulate or propagate speculation. Not that I'm disputing what we were told. I just don't think it's public knowledge, as that one is left alone by Hartley. It's the end of the 30th over. England have limped to 73 for 7.
Leah's got a fun fact.
Oh,
She
excellent.
says this is the first time a team has declared against England in the Stokes-McCullum era. Reposted here because you missed this nugget in the chat, apparently.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting,
and,
actually.
Possibly not surprising.
Josie
thinking
Oak
about it.
says, I can confidently state we're doomed. We're zoomed.
We're zoomed. There's sort of the post-pandemic legacy.
Yes.
We're zoomed.
We're zoomed. We're all zoomed. Farong said 6-2 for 220 at stumps for England was an earlier prediction. Oh well. I sense the Bears cheering on Team Tata wrapping up the Test series this evening, thus avoiding the 3 a.m. wake-up reminder.
Could
I don't
well
blame
be.
them either.
Could well be.
No, I wouldn't blame you guys either. And to think that, when this match started, India was 33 for 3.
Kuldeep is in. That's nicely played by folks.
Crazy, isn't it? I love that. Isn't Test match? Aren't Test matches amazing?
I think it just gives people that chance to show what they're
Yeah.
actually made of, isn't it? It's a test of patience as much as it is a test of skill. And
I think it's a
more
test
so
of
with
many things. Many
temperament.
things.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why a lot of players consider it to be the pinnacle of the sport, like the pinnacle format of the sport. It's a pity that it doesn't generate as much revenue as the T20 circus.
Thrown up by...
Totally agree.
Towards folks by Kuldeep. It's away into the offside. It gave that a little bit more flight, a little bit more air. Folks played it tidier. But Sagi, you're absolutely right. As well, and Annie, you too. I'll just wait for a second. There's this one down the track, flicked away towards square. The Jazz Whale, who's tall, also in a Jadeja-esque floppy hat, does the fielding. But you're right. I mean, these two, what do? You play positively. You look to make a score. You drag it into day 5. And you walk away with your own head. Ben Folkes by and large has kept well and done little wrong. Hartley, yes, he took some tap, but all England bowlers did. You're asking a very young man who barely plays any county cricket for Lancashire to suddenly come out and perform on the biggest stage. And as Sagir rightly said, his batting has been terrific. That's wide and horrible ball, but it's a wide and a horrible ball, but it was a wide and horrible ball that got the same one that got Ben Duckett. It doesn't get Hartley, who has a sort of a fish in a similar manner, but can't lay a bat on it.
It was a similar ball that Hartley himself bowled and got Rajat Patidar
in
the second innings. And it was absolute
Patidar, as that one's nicely driven. To Siraj, who's at mid-off to the left-hander. They take a single. 2 off this Kuldeep over so far. 2 for 13 for him. 75 for 7 England. They started off needing 557 to win. And, well...
They've made a right mess of it.
We're all torn by a lion tomorrow.
Yeah.
And in comes Kuldeep. That's down the arse. And
I think Bears sent them a load
missed.
of money.
Well, we saw Johnny B setting up there, and he had a pencil in his hand. I think he was doing a crossword, and he looked over his shoulder. Whether he was going, it's like how many K's in fucked, I don't know, but.
Anyway, look,
Please do. 75%.
I've got quite a few tubes. So
a few tubes.
YouTubes. Stephen Kelk says next Test England with Bazmul India. There you are. Crazy Chap says, yep, this is just cruel from England. Muttley von Erich says, woof, morning primate. So is Annie the antithesis of Hendo? I think I am a little bit at the moment. Only just woke up here. Let's just get this over with already. Love and sausages. Jazan Palmer says, just got back from nets in UK, should have practiced sweeps.
Well, yes.
And Crazy Chap says the chase is on.
The chase is on.
Losing by under 500,000 seems so much better.
It does actually, isn't it?
We are under that now. Yeah. In comes Ashwin. It's cut by Hartley to backward point. That'll be Jadeja down there. Unless they've changed the field for some reason since the last Ashwin over. And there is no run. I'll tell you what, though, I'm going to have egg all over my face if these two suddenly put on like 150 each and it goes to the afternoon session tomorrow.
But you'll take that for the team, wouldn't you?
Well, I'd have to suddenly get up very early and redo the rotor.
Yeah.
I
I
mean-
think there's a little change since Ashwin's last over. Rohit's got a second slip in.
Yes,
but
he
I
has.
think that has come at the expense of the close-in fielders in front of the wicket.
Ashwin in. What a ball that is! Up go the all slips and keeper. No, says Joel.
Probably not, right?
Little imperceptible.
They've only got one
shake
review left.
of the
They
head.
have to be careful.
They were convinced there was an edge. They're probably having that very conversation. Did Rohit there make a very quick? Yeah, he's going to
He's
review.
going for it. He's
He
not
said-
convinced though.
There
he's
we
not
go.
happy.
Two
Guys.
seconds to go and he's in.
I mean, this would be a hat trick for Joel of I got it right reviews. I mean,
think we should
in a
celebrate
day of
that.
extraordinary events, surely that would be the most extraordinary of all, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and a personal best for him too, I suppose.
A PB for Blind Joel. You just never know, do you? Let's have a look. We're watching the
Sometimes
review
it does
for you
make
now.
me wonder what is the criteria for the selection on an elite panel for the umpires.
I think Joel's got it right. I can't see an edge there. Does it clip a pad? Oh, actually. Oh, I think we're going to have to see ball tracking. Wow.
Oh.
You literally couldn't slide the thinnest of cigarette papers, which, curiously enough, there seem to be plenty of in our kitchen.
Why? What are you doing with your cigarette paper?
With some glove as well, Sagir, maybe.
Oh, where's the glove coming from?
No.
No.
Well,
No.
the end of his arm,
Probably not.
presumably.
There we go.
Oh, catches the sleeve on the way through. Blind Joel, you got 3 in a row.
And India have lost all their reviews.
And India have burnt their reviews. Rohit
that-
turns
yeah.
away and goes, I cannot believe what I've just
He
witnessed.
wasn't happy about doing that. You know, we've seen that with the Headingley Test match, haven't we? That you need that last review.
Yeah,
Well,
true.
absolutely. And what's the common factor between that Headingley Test and this one? Well, apart from umpire-wise?
I was going to say I can't think of anything, but oh yeah.
As forward comes Hartley, defends into the offside, renewed buoyed with the success of his excellent teamwork. Almost Torval and Dean-esque. Laurel and Hardy, Hartley and Wilson. On to the back foot, past the outside edge this time. Has a bit of a swish as Hartley whips into the gloves of
Torval and
Jarrell.
Dean are very different than Lauren Hardy. I don't think they're.
I was just thinking of random
Yeah.
double X.
Yeah.
And they've somehow sprung to mind. I don't know why. Because it's an anniversary of their Bolero dance, I think, this last week or so.
Is it?
Defended into the onside, no run, 32 overs. The reason I'm going to have egg on my face tomorrow is that I changed our rotors. Our afternoon session starts with Dave Messers and Victor Hugo. We move on to Richard Asher, William Bonney and Tim Dale Lace. Then we've got Abraham Lincoln, Messers and Bear, me and Dave. And then the evening session is Tony Messers and Gloria Swanson, not Fred Vlad the Impaler and Bear, Benjamin Disraeli, Messers and Attila the Hun, Bear, Joan of Arc and Tim, and then me, Robert the Bruce and St Francis of Assisi. If we actually get there, I'm in trouble, aren't I?
I think you're
That's
not
what I
the
was
only
gonna
one
say.
in trouble.
You just
be
never know.
thinking 7 down.
That's is that the replay? Surely that's a replay.
That's the replay.
That's the replay.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
I was going to say.
No, I was just saying that with 7 down, Rohit probably would do better with a little bit more attacking field in play.
Yeah, Kuldeep is in. They'll take a single as that's steered out to deep mid wicket. Yeah, Joel, well done. I mean, got to say it. Credit where it is due, because that could so easily have touched the bat to the naked eye.
Yeah.
Could easily have touched the glove to the naked eye. It was, and although
I remember this one dismissal in 2011 when India was touring.
Kuldeep in, past the outside edge into Jarrell's gloves, no run. So carry on.
And Dravid was given out caught behind, I think, and he walked off. At that time, we didn't have DRS in test matches, or I think he didn't ask for one, something like that. But it didn't go for a review. And then later on, it turned out that the sound
Kuldeep.
that was heard.
Now there's a huge shout from Jarrell. Well, you haven't got any reviews, mate.
No.
It was a reverse sweep by Hartley. If there was anything, too bad. Dharmasena said there
really-
wasn't, and India have to carry on.
They really shouldn't have thrown all those reviews. Anyway, carry on. Yes, carry on.
No, we'll wait for after this ball now.
It's a long story.
It is.
Wow, it's a long story. That's no, it's not past the outside edge. It's cut. It's cut towards Jaiswal, who is at cover, fairly short cover. I don't
so
think
Dravid
there was
was
anything
given
on
out. He then walked away. There was no review taken or anything because there was a clear sound. And after the replay was shown, it turned out that Dravid's bat had hit his shoelaces, and that was the sound.
Oh wow! Defended solidly by Hartley Hare. Back
There was
towards
clear
the bowler.
Yeah, there was clear gap between the ball and his bat, but it was just the sound of the bat hitting his shoelaces that was so loud enough that everybody else felt that basically it was a
Right.
nick, and even Dravid didn't thought that maybe the ball hit his bat and he just
What
walked
were his
off.
shoelaces made of then, I wonder, to make that enormous noise? That's a big shout. It swung in, sort of floated in the air. Didn't really swing, but it floated in the air. Hartley was looking to work it to leg, missed everything. Ends up being not out, and it's the end of that over, and England remain in a mess. But these two showing some fight, and well done to them for that. Annie.
Yes, okay, so on YouTube we got Disinterested Handjob saying Joel getting right so consistently is taking us into very uncharted waters, and that's absolutely true. Kieran Roseblade says realistically this performance isn't good enough across the series against a weakened Indian team. I'm okay with some batsmen being out to good bowling, but the batsmen have mainly got themselves out rather than India getting them out. Personally, I demand more from sports people representing England. I think this whole thing needs a rethink. I'm not saying Bazball is a failure, but this blasé attitude to batting for your country frustrates me. I will be sending a strongly worded letter to the ECB about this.
Ashwin is in. Catches the tall folks on the upper front leg, and I think it was high enough not to need a review, and indeed they don't have one if there was going to be one. So
I don't
we
think,
move swiftly on.
I
In
don't
comes
think
Ashwin.
Bazball-
Up in the air it goes. This will be the next wicket. Yes, comfortably. Hang on. No, says Blind Joel,
No,
shaking his head.
probably
It must have been, well, pad, thigh, no bat.
And no glove
Goodness me,
either.
no bat, no glove, no nothing.
It was just Tony getting overexcited.
Oh well, I've got to admit,
I think
no,
Tony
said
wants a
Blind
day
Joel.
off tomorrow.
Well,
Should we call him Blind Tony?
Pardon?
Not Deaf Tony.
What?
But we have to bear in mind that Tony is officiating from so far away. And he
Well,
doesn't
this
have
is
the
true.
benefit.
That's flicked away rather uppishly by folks, but it's avoided Jaiswal and ended up with Rajat Patidar out at deep mid wicket.
He's
And
touching
poor
his
old
back.
poor old the Jaswale, who's been so magnificent, but he in both yesterday and today batting, he's struggled with his back, hasn't he? And he gives it a rather ginger feel there.
Can I just say, while you're talking about backs, I honestly think that's what's wrong with Root at the moment. He looks stiff at the wicket. I think he's struggling with his back. I really do.
Ashwin in. Has this gone up in the air? It has, but it's on the bounce to mid-on. Hartley's looking at his bat in the manner of a man who, of all batters, who will look and go, must be something wrong with the bat.
It's always
Nothing
the
to do with
bat's
my
fault,
shot.
isn't it?
Ashwin in, that turns. And it was a wrong one, I think, from Ashwin, wasn't it? And it seemed to, it was his, I don't know,
Carrom
what Carrom ball, was it? Because it certainly seemed to go the wrong way. And it foxed Hartley, but he survives. It's the last ball of this over. And again, that's past Hartley, who was trying to late cut. Couldn't get a bat on it. Just the one from the overs. All the sevens for England, 77 for 7. And we can go back to St Annie, the optimistic.
Hattie, the mad old batty, says, who ran Duckett out? He must be feeling blah after his amazing first innings. He ran himself out.
I
All the
think
Indian fielding.
It was his
That
call.
was his own fault.
It was
Yeah.
his call. It was Crawley. It wasn't Crawley.
It wasn't a run, really, was there, Sam?
No, there wasn't.
I think Crawley should have
raised
committed
his
to
bat.
it, though. He would have had half a chance.
He turned Duckett down very early, and he said, like, no, he raised his bat ages ago.
Straight away.
He did.
And
Sorry, I was just going to read a few more. Pirate Badshaw says, ahoy, I belatedly rolled out the hammock and onto the deck. And Farong sent us a list of successful and unsuccessful review results for Joel Wilson.
Oh, Lord. And how does that score? What's it looking like?
I'll just count.
He's improved his average, having got 3 in a row.
Yeah.
That one's tossed up by Kuldeep, but defended into the offside by folks.
You know,
Proddy,
Okay,
but
there's 4
effective.
successful and 5 unsuccessful.
Is this in this match? We're just looking at this match. We must be. I can't be his career.
I
can
guess
it?
we must be.
Yes.
Yes.
So 5 successful, 4, 5 and 4. It's not okay.
Yeah, 5 and 4.
5 and 4 in his favour, as this one's whipped down to
No.
Siraj, who's at long on.
No. Well, yeah. Review results unsuccessful. Yeah, 5. Yeah.
So unsuccessful is in his favour.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, those last 3 have helped him from a fairly dire position into one of almost respectability. The question is actually, Sagir, it's a good question, isn't it? What do you consider reasonable? 75% in this day and age?
Look, when I was umpiring in the Cheshire County League, we once had a workshop at the Lord's indoor nets with the use of the Hawkeye.
Oh, it's a no
cameras.
ball. A no ball. Hang on, a no ball from a spinner. Not good.
No, they have retracted.
Oh, they've retracted the no ball. It was a dot ball out to cover.
I think it was a scoring error. Probably pressed the wrong button by mistake.
Joel
Defended.
Wilson been scoring as well.
If you
so typically acceptable standards for umpires is that you have to be around that 80-85% mark to be considered as a really good level umpire.
80 to 85 in Lancashire League, basically, or Cheshire League. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Cheshire League.
I think that's.
And
fair.
I think you should
Fair.
be looking at an elite ICC level, as this one is outside of off stump, even though it thumps, leg stump rather, even though it thumps the Hartley pad. Maybe if you sat 100 Joel Wilsons with 100 typewriters for 100 years, you could end up with a complete works of Shakespeare.
Yeah.
Just by random key tapping. Who knows?
But he could use the help of AI as well over there.
But yes, at ICC elite umpire level, if you're talking Cheshire League, 80-something%, you've got to be looking 90 upwards for an elite umpire.
Or at least 85 and above, because
Yeah.
I know that in the WA Premier League...
That's going to go, I think. Yes, it is.
That's a boundary.
It was a back foot cover drive by Hartley. Actually, comparatively minimal effort. Beautifully executed.
Time for a jingle.
And it's 4 of these. '82, the riches of '82 for 7. England are looking at 3 figures here, and we can go to St Annie the Optimistic.
Well, Crazy Chap says 100 all out is a moral victory from here. And yeah, absolutely. And disinterested handjob says, wasn't Victor Hugo well known for his abject distaste for cricket? Huge get to have him on tomorrow.
Well, hang on, he was French, so I'm not entirely sure his knowledge of cricket, other than that funny game where you stand with the bat in front of your legs, would be particularly great anyway, would it?
Speaking of moral victories, Ben Duckett did make a comment, I think, during the course of this match or during or at the beginning of the series, was that the bigger the target, the better it was for England the chase.
Yeah. You do sense with the Duckster that, you know,
People do say silly
the
things.
brain's
don't
not
they?
always fully engaged before the mouth starts working.
Yeah, but sometimes you kind of think
Jadeja around the wicket. As ever, there's that turn to the right-hander, but he defends well enough, so there's a slip and the silly point. There's a deep conversation between Rohit. Sorry,
the
Sigir.
umpire, yeah.
But what do you think they're discussing there? Rohit and Kumar Dharmasena deep in conversation.
Not sure.
That was fenced towards silly point, and you can't say it was a drop catch, but it was on the full. Rohit seems to be seeing the funny side. Well, who wouldn't? If you're Indian captain and things are going your way as they are.
He could have parried it with his helmet.
That one again is uppish to short extra cover. I mean, I'll talk you through if we get a chance to have another look at it, this leg side fielder, but you have the slip, you have the silly point, you have a short point, a cover and a short extra cover, so you're really defending or attacking on that offside to the left arm. bowler to the right-hand batsman.
And
No run
because
on that
Jadeja
occasion.
is very accurate, I think Rohit can rely on this particular field for this over.
I think so. Again, some turn. That's edge. That's gone. He's got his man this time. 8 down, and I
There
think
we
St
go.
Francis of Assisi can probably rest easy that he won't be called upon for the
Yeah.
afternoon session tomorrow.
Because I think they will extend this by 30 minutes now to get the remaining
Yeah.
2 wickets.
They certainly will. The 8th wicket, yes, you heard it right. The 8th England wicket has gone down. They are 82 for 8. Folkes has gone for 16.
Are we going to make the 100?
He has finally edged, as a sharp catch, by the way, for Jurel. Very, very well taken by him. We might as well. We're missing the bear today, so here he is.
Jurel has kept
Another
well,
one
hasn't he,
bites the
this
dust.
match?
I think that is going to be
He
out,
has.
Fred. Another one bites the dust.
16 he went for. Beautifully taken by Jurel, beautifully bowled by Jadeja. It seemed to be only a matter of time, despite the positivity of Folkes and Hartley. And
I think
we might
credit
as well.
should also go to Rohit Sharma for the way he set that field, and he kept that slip in position. He had the silly point, and then he packed the cover and the extra cover region, and relying on Jadeja's accuracy. The only way that Ben Foakes could play was on the offside, and it's only a matter of time before he would edge one. So it's like a combined effort on all their parts. Good keeping, accurate bowling, and sensible captaincy over
Yeah, it's a classic case of backing your bowler, isn't it?
Well, out comes Mark Wood. I'd love to hear the conversation between him and Tom Hartley.
Oh, but he's not going to hang around wondering what's going to happen, isn't it? He'll just swing.
Let's find a jingle for Woody.
Tony, before you do, can I just point out, I'm
Yes,
back
sir.
on in a minute, but
You are.
if England are all out for 82, we will have a GPL winner.
Oh! Can you say who? Is it you?
I don't know who it is. I can't see the names from where I am.
And
but,
what was their runs for the
it's
day
not
then?
me.
What was their
316 they had.
And the pot they will win is how much?
The pot is 146 pounds.
Hey! Well, blimey, that's worth winning. Mark Wood's going to get runs straight away, and the bear will breathe a huge sigh of relief. That 186 or 46 quid or whatever it was is safe, because Mark Wood has guided this out through cover for 4 runs. And I know Sagir likes it, so I'm going to play this again. I think it was. It may be. It was beautifully played by Woody.
It was a lovely cover drive. And back to the jingle, that tune used to be my brother's favorite song when he was young. He was only about 3 years old.
He's launched this as Wood. Up it goes, high, handsome, 1 bounce before it crosses the deep mid-wicket boundary.
We might get to the 100.
4 more. Lordy. 91 for 8. Woody's on the attack. We should have. Well, is not Fred back in the house? Yes, I think he
Yes,
is.
he's there. And
Okay.
I'm also, thank you.
Well, let's just. Can we just see the end of this over, seeing as we've started it?
Oh, sorry.
And then we'll do the
just
over
finished.
change. Oh, did it? Well, in that
Yeah.
case,
Yeah.
that's me
Yeah,
for the
it's
day.
over.
Jason's going to come in. Not Fred is going to be on, and I can't remember. Sagir, and a very assured debut. Congratulations, and great to have you.
Thank you.
We probably won't see you tomorrow, but hopefully
No,
for the
I
next
think
day.
this match will be over today.
Cheers,
No doubt
guys.
about it. All right, see ya.
Well, I hope we can take it as far as possible, because I'm quite looking forward to being on with Victor Hugo as Ashwin starts a new over, and this is dragged onto his stumps by Hartley. He tried to carve the ball through the offside, got an inside edge. He's dragged it back to off stump. Ashwin gets a wicket, and Hartley has gone. There's no one to play the jingles. The jingle chair is as yet untenanted as Jason makes his way into it, but the 9th wicket is down.
Oh God!
That was very quick work, Fred.
Yeah, wicket with my first ball. We can overstate the
Power.
effect that the commentators have on cricket, but or can we overstate it? Maybe we can only understate it. Either way, a wicket has fallen. England are 1 wicket away from, I think it's fair to say, a comprehensive defeat.
I'm 8 runs away from my next GPL pick.
Oh, 8. Well, I mean, no,
Couple of fours.
Anderson, that's difficult. Jason's making some
interesting.
No, I've got a trapped nerve in my shoulder, so I'm trying to unwind it.
I thought you were trying to move the fine leg fielder a little bit.
It's going to become interesting when the summer comes around, if I've still got this, because A, will make my bowling restricted, and B, when I do bowl, people are going to be all to the wrong places.
Yes, they are. Yeah, but I shall stay at slip if you're bowling. That's where we work best together.
Yep.
As old listeners may remember. So 91 for 9, with Anderson making his way to the crease. It's been a long time since Anderson was anything remotely considered a competent bat, if he ever was. And he did go over a long time without getting a duck.
He did.
And then
something like 75, 80 innings.
Yeah, regression to the mean, very much.
Well, I think the more he bowled, the less he took time to practice to bat, and that obviously had a detrimental effect on his batting.
Well,
but he got
did have a Test 50 against India at
Trent Bridge.
That was at Trent Bridge at 2014, I believe.
Yeah.
But he's not going to get one this time, I think it's fair to say. How many balls before he gets out the big sweep? 1, 2, 3. Let's see, as Ashwin comes in and bowls to him, he plays a forward defensive, looking like he's batted before, which is not always the case. As we look at the last wicket, the ball turned away from Hartley. His bat was a long way away from his body, and he dragged it back onto off stump as Ashwin is in again into Anderson. Out comes the sweep, second ball, and guess what? He misses it completely because he's not very good at it.
Well, it's because he did try the reverse sweep, which he's a bit better at, but still not very good.
Yeah. I mean, there has been time when he has saved Test matches for England as Ashwin is in again and bowls, and this is a little bit shorter and turned into the leg side by Anderson. No run, having a little bit of buffering issues, but this is unlikely to be required to talk for much longer as Ashwin bowls again. And well, Jimmy goes onto the back foot and defends into the offside.
He punched it towards Sarfraz, and Sarfraz almost kicked it before it bounced and kicked it up to have a chance for a catch. Because he's in the Trescothic position.
Got sent off the other day as Ashwin comes in and bowls, and out comes the sweep. And as they're going up for a caught behind. The umpire is unmoved and they have no further reviews, and that's the end of the 37th over. England 91 for 9. The West Brom manager got sent off. The ball was going out of play and he sort of touched it, but it wasn't out of play yet, so he actually touched the ball when it was on the field, and he got sent off, which is interesting. Is that a trapped nerve, or are you waving at me, Jason?
No, I'm waving at Tony, who has taken a chance to scarper. So I have
to Tony.
Farong sends us a copy of Cricinfo's data on successful and unsuccessful reviews, which shows that Joel Wilson had 4 reviews upheld against him and has subsequently had 4 reviews upheld for him. Marx, don't forget that the 2019 World Cup versus Pakistan, when Kohli was given out caught behind, but it was a click in the handle. He was trying to pull the ball, but he didn't review it.
A massive mow outside the off stump from Wood. The first ball of today's is over, misses the ball completely, and it's well taken by the keeper. And in fact, it's a no ball. Yeah, the thing about the question with the reviews, because umpire Wilson is so bad, that you're going to get more reviews against his decisions, even when he's right.
Yes.
So some of those statistics are a little bit misleading. As Jadeja's in again, makes room, does Wood, and he carves this into the offside. Has that beaten the man at backward point? It has. It's going to find its way to the boundary.
Only just.
And Wood gets 4 closer to Messi winning the GPL.
Excellent. Keep it going. I need another 3 now.
3.
'Cause that no ball stuffed up getting 2 fours.
It's not impossible, as he makes room again, and this time it goes over extra cover. Is it going to get to the boundary and ruin Messi day? It has. Either Wood or Jadeja has provided disappointment and poverty in Perth. As
well, another 9 will get me to my next pick.
Okay. There's always anything ending in a 3 is always giving Messi a chance.
It's a Perth bus. There's another one around every 10 runs.
100 is up.
That's out.
An appeal for LBW. Joel Wilson is not the least bit interested. He's walking off as this has hit the hip or bottom of wood, found its way down to the fine leg boundary, and it's going to be 4 leg buys.
I can't believe that.
Outside
That-
leg, I'd say.
That's hit leg, but I'm sure that's hit leg when it
He
would have
went
hit leg
so
stump.
far across. It may have been going over. I'm sure Hawkeye will enlighten us. It looked
No,
pretty
it
close.
didn't.
Well,
I
it
think that's going to smash
absolutely
into leg
flat.
stump.
Yeah, I think
Oh, you're
middle of the
right,
leg, I
yeah.
think. But
Yeah.
Jadeja did celebrate down the middle of the wicket. Give him another 5 runs. As now the wicket comes, Wood, he's hit it up in the air. No, the camera doesn't know where the ball's going, nor does anybody else.
Well,
And
it's coming-
it has cleared the boundary for 6 runs.
Whoa.
So far, this over has gone for
18.
19.
19, yeah.
No ball.
Well, 19 plus 4 leg buys.
No, I'm including the 4 leg buys. 19
Oh,
runs
sorry.
in total.
All right. I think
Which is, let's be honest, it's a moral victory for England as this is carved over the offside again. Is there a man out there? It doesn't matter. Wood's having fun like nobody's business. 4 more runs. He should have been out LBW in that over, but he streamed a whole hatful. And at the end of the over, England are 140. Or is it the end of the over?
no, one more ball because of the no ball.
He stepped away and slapped it over extra cover. Let's see what Jadeja can
That's
find
out
out. That
as
is
well.
close to LBW. And he's given him, Joel Wilson has given him,
fine.
Wood's going to review. It was straight, but was it too high? Wood's going to review.
Might be high.
I don't think it's high. I think that's just clipping the top of the leg stump.
You can't save reviews for the next game, so there's no reason not to review. But I think that's fair to say that that's perhaps the most entertaining over of the day. Let's have a look what DRS says. It pitched. May have pitched outside leg.
It might have.
He went for the sweep, so he was down low. It hit him at the bottom of the midriff. It may have pitched outside leg. It may be a little bit high. I'm not so sure from that angle how far forward he was. But let's have a look. Oh, they're not even looking at where. Oh, well, they look at where it pitched later. It was nowhere near the bat. Oh, I'm not sure about that. I would not like to call that. And it's pitching
Outside leg. You've got it right.
Yes, blind Joel Wilson strikes again. And he's kept Messengers and others in the GPL hunt. So the end of that over, an eventful one, England 114 for 9.
And 2 wrong decisions by Wilson.
Well, we haven't seen...
No, we haven't actually, have we?
Oh, on Hawkeye yet, but we suspected it should have been out.
Wow. Oh, it's interesting, isn't it? So where are we? Is there really rain forecast for tomorrow? No, Stephen, I'm afraid there's not. I looked at the forecast. There is actually no rain forecast before April.
You keep batting. Ashwin starts a new over to Anderson. He gets the reverse sweep out, misses the ball. And the ball misses the stumps, and Ashwin rolls his eyes.
It's a target-rich environment for that reverse sweep. There's at least 3 players you can tattoo with a
Well, there's
hit
about
shot.
5 players who are potential catching for the reverse sweep, so he just stays inside the ball and turns this next one through a gap in the leg side and gives Mark Wood the strike. We've got 5 close fielders on the offside for Anderson. And it was very unusual. We had 2 silly points and sort of
And now there's a very different field for Mark Wood as people disappear to all parts. As they know.
Rivernight points out that Mark Wood is England's top scorer. Which says something, really, doesn't it?
All power to his. I'm sure Hendo will be delighted and will ascribe it to the benefits of supporting AFC Wimbledon. Ashwin bowls, and this is cleared mid-off. A couple of bounds. It's smeared over straightish mid-off for 4 runs. And Ashwin, even though his team are doing pretty damn well, is not looking happy.
Okay, get him now. This is one of my GPL numbers.
This is on the GPL number. Don't bowl a no ball, Ashwin. He doesn't usually. as down the wicket comes Wood, and he carves us into the leg side. Is there a man there? There is. But it's going to be runs. It's either going to be 2 or possibly 4, because the fielding...
no, it's just a single.
It's just a single. Oh. And it still could be 4. They may have a look at whether it was fielded cleanly. It was fielded. He got rid of the ball before he took the sponge. So Anderson comes on to strike, and that's not good news for Messi Jez, I fear. Is that the end of your GPLs, or have you got the next?
No, I've still got a way to go.
No.
We're at the lower end of the GPLs, I think.
Messi. 120 for 9 as Ashwin bowls to Anderson, who doesn't sweep or reverse sweep. He goes right back onto his stumps. It may have flicked the pad, that's what they're appealing for, but it certainly hit the bat at some point and dribbles out the offside.
But this is a likely score for the wicket to fall, because then I'll be 1 off, which is my normal position.
Well, there's 2 places you can be 1 off. So that's way down the leg side.
Yeah, knowing the way you bet Messi, that's a 1 in 5 chance of you being 1 off.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So that's the end of the over. What do we have on Twitter? Mayank says there was an Aussie cricketer named Victor Hugo. Maybe he's the one who's coming in tomorrow.
There was an English cricketer called Julius Caesar in the 1800s.
Is that really right?
Yes.
He had parents with a cruel sense of humour.
It may have been in the 1700s. He was a big name in English cricket in its early days. Julius Caesar. Well, it's the Wood show. Let's see what he does to Jadeja's first ball. It's short and wide, and he gets the toe end of the bat as he tries to hit it over extra cover, and it just finds its way to cover. And we're looking at that LBW appeal that wasn't given in the last over, and we're not looking at it, but I think we're all pretty sure that it should have been out. But Blind Joel was
that might be out.
He gets an outside edge. This is going up in the air. It's deeper than cover, so there's nobody there. But it plugged, does it? And
they're going to get 2, I think.
They've taken 2, and keep us in line with the GPL issues.
Well, if it ends in a 9, I'm good. Yeah.
Right. The one we thought was out was umpire's call in the last over, and Wood tries to carve this over the leg side, and goes down on one knee, and it hits him somewhere on the upper leg.
This is
no run.
surreal. He's got 33 off 13 balls. 14 balls now.
14 balls. As Jadeja bowls again, and down the wicket he comes again and smashes his out towards deep mid-off, and he's caught. It's taken quite low. The last wicket has fallen. England are all out for 122. India have won by a certain number of runs, which is not immediately apparent. 434, fairly comprehensive, I think it's fair to say. Wood's brief and breezy innings of 33 comes to an end, and that, gentlemen, is the end of the Test match.
And everyone can breathe a sigh of relief, because we won't have to dig people up to get on the rotor for tomorrow.
Ranchers of Assisi, you can continue to rest in peace.
I was looking forward to being on with Abraham Lincoln. See if I could sneak a lie past him. Oh dear.
I think you're thinking of George Washington.
I am. You're quite right.
He was not on till the 6th day.
All right.
Handshakes all round. The end of a comprehensive victory for India. They've been on top. Well, they weren't on top in the first hour of the Test match, but after that, and except for the first, I'd
say it was probably on as even by the end of day 2. They were 200 odd for 2, chasing 440.
Yeah, but they were still 250 behind. It was not like England were in a strong position. They were had a platform to do something in that innings, but they weren't. You wouldn't have said they were on top.
No, it was still 60-40 India's way, I'd say, at that stage.
So
anyhow,
we're going to. I suppose we should run through some final messages and then tidy this up.
Well, there's been a lot of short discussion. Basketball is what this was referred to. Thanks for the coverage, everyone, and the fun chat, says Stephen Kelp. Oh dear, well, thanks for the commentary, says Leah. See you all on Friday, indeed. And thank you from Sagir, who really enjoyed his commentary. It was great to have you on board, Sagir. Thank you for that. And Twitter's refusing to show me anything new anyhow.
It's not basketball anyway, with wood at the crease. It's got to be bark ball.
And Tom M wants Bairstow to be dropped and Wood promoted up the order. Yeah, I think he's had his innings for the series, to be honest. So that's about it. Thank you all so much for being with us, and thank you for tweeting and messaging us. It makes it much more fun having your involvement in everything we do. We look forward to seeing you at 4 a.m. GMT on Friday.
Thursday or Friday? Friday is the next.
Friday, yeah,
is the next one, and that will be at
Raunchy.
Raunchy. Was that the place where Dhoni comes from?
I don't know. I'll have to look up. It's.
Yeah.
I know the last one's in Dharamsala because I know somebody's going to it.
Very wise, I think, if you get the opportunity. Looks a wonderful place. So we'll be back on Friday morning at an unseasonably early hour for your delectation and enjoyment for the fourth test of this series, India versus England. India lead 2-1 going into the fourth test. And until then, so long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, adieu.
To you, and you, and you, and you.
From Ranchi.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
See you.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to